Anticipating for this moment to come, and I'm very, very happy to see so many familiar faces in the room today. This year has been an incredible journey for our company. We have been traveling around the world, starting with Dubai and Middle East, having a few stops in Europe, and then going to Singapore and Asia, connecting with many of you along the way, and bringing the MedTech community closer. And today, here in Malta, I'm very happy to see such an incredible group of innovators, investors, entrepreneurs, and industry partners all came together to connect and drive the MedTech innovation forward. Today's agenda will be filled with inspiring keynote speeches by industry leaders. We will have multiple technology showcases presented today on stage, as well as knowledgeable panels that will unpack more what it takes to scale a medical device startup, what investors are looking for to invest in, and why do they do so. We're also going to learn the challenges and opportunity that brings to the table serial entrepreneurship journey. And of course, we're going to close out the day with a special technology live demonstration where one of you will be able to experience on stage what technology has to offer, and all of us will witness that. Of course, none of this today would be possible without our sponsors and honorable partners. Thank you so much for your support. MedTech Malta wouldn't happen without you. And a very special and heartfelt thank you I want to say to the MedTech World and Lifeblood teams and everyone else who have been working behind the scene. Thank you for your sleepless nights. Thank you for your dedication and hard work. We wouldn't make it here without you. And now, to officially start to this year's event, I want to welcome on this stage two exceptional human beings, two key people whose friendship and partnership over the last 4 years have been instrumental in building the ecosystem we came today to celebrate. Please help me to welcome on stage the CEO of MedTech World, Dr. Dylan Attard, and CEO of Lifeblood, Giovanni Lauricella.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's truly a pleasure and an honor for us to be welcoming you here today. What started off as simply a passion project of mine while still doing surgery at hospital ended up taking over all my life, I guess. We've been at it for the past 4 years. It started off simply trying to promote Malta as a potential MedTech hub, but MedTech World became more than just that. It became a family of close friends, close partners. We've been touring all the world from every corner we could possibly envision, and even more importantly, some of my closest friends in today's life, including Giovanni, Lifeblood, and the rest, are fundamental to how this has been going on. This year we're recording a record number of people, of attendance, innovators, MedTech startups, investors who truly want to create passionate impacts within our patients' lives, and that's something that I've been always trying to do. There's loads of events happening all around the world in every country. I always had the pressure of knowing that I'm stopping or rather giving up on a clinical surgical career, which I used to love, orthopedics, plastic surgery. I still do miss it, but I guess the grass is always greener on the other side. But doing these events, nurturing ecosystems, trying to connect startups with investors, and eventually helping them going to market, delivering them to the patient's bedside, so hospitals, that truly makes a difference on a global impact. I met Giovanni 4 years ago. He was one of my first cold LinkedIn outreach. Back then, he was still being called Mr. MedTech on LinkedIn, so it was very easy to find him. I remember the first call I did, I was still in Scrubs, because my main hospital was very close to where our offices were. So during my second or third, whenever I'm second or third on call, I used to sneak into the office to do some work. And I still remember speaking to him and like, Giovanni, is it worth possibly trying to at least take a break from my surgical career to start this off? And he's like, yeah, I think it's worth it. And we're here, I guess, for 4 years on. We have 2 jam-packed filled days, pitches, keynotes, interesting panel discussions. I do want you to make the most out of it. And even more importantly, not just listening to what others have to say on stage, but reaching out to them, speaking to them, befriending them, and building long-lasting relationships, because essentially that's what we both want MedTech World to be. When I first started speaking to Giovanni to possibly organize these conferences, I was always looking for quantity, more numbers. But again, I mean, something that we always pressured on is quality over quantity, and I think especially this year is something that we're really proud of. So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you, Lifeblood. Thank you to the rest of my team who have been working throughout the clock over the past couple of weeks. We've been doing events nearly on a monthly basis. So when they first signed up, it was just one flagship event. Fast forward a couple of years, and they're doing one event per month. So I do want to take them, from Shara, from Felipe, to Paul, and to the rest of the team. Thank you. And let's have fun.
You can tell that we didn't practice our opening speeches together because he just stole my entire opening speech. I don't really have much more.
I didn't mention the bit about the dinner table, which you're gonna share.
That's true. You saved me a piece. But that's very true. First and foremost, first time to Malta, raise your hand. Okay, definitely not your last. And this was completely Dylan's idea for this amazing venue. So if you appreciate it, give a round of applause for how awesome this place is. We want to start off by obviously thanking you for coming. We know that this place is not necessarily the easiest place to get to, but our job is to make it worth it. And I want to bring home the concept of fun and purpose, which is the reason why we're really doing this. Yesterday we hosted for the first time the investor-only event. Some of you in this room were there. I heard it was exceptional. I was in the CEO-only event. And from there, Andreas Forsland from Cognition in the front was talking about his story about how he thought he was signing up for a 2-year journey, and realistically now has to sign up for at least a 10-year journey, and all of us now recognize how long MedTech takes. So if you can't find fun within that journey and that purpose, then what are you doing? So our job here is to create a conference and an event and a meeting place. I call it the Rock, in the middle of the Mediterranean, so that we can have both fun and create this wow factor so that you guys never forget it, but also with purpose. And so the whole point of this is we want to create educational panels. You know, there's a lot of conferences going on. We don't look at them as competition. We're all building the community together. But what we really want to do is provide an opportunity for education, learning what it means to truly build a company and invest in a company, and really what that takes, because I think a lot of first-time entrepreneurs don't truly know what they're signing up for. So I want to say thank you again for making the tough journey. We have actually an Israeli panel coming up here, and from all the WhatsApp messages that I've been getting about how tough it is to get out of Israel right now, I want to thank everyone from Israel for coming from the bottom of my heart, and from all those who traveled from as far as California and all the way far east. So truly grateful for having you here. We have put our blood, sweat, and tears into this meeting. Once again, Malta is not the easiest place to get to, but it's our job to make it worth it. And this has been years in the making of us doing this, and I'll never forget. So my background is my family comes from Sicily, not very far from here. And actually I just was there with my wife at the time, and we heard this strange language that I couldn't really make out. And then they started saying, oh, those are Maltese. I'm like, oh my God. My wife and I said, we want to go to Malta someday. And about 6 months later, I get a LinkedIn message from a guy from Malta, and I took it. I was like, I don't know anything about Malta, but I'm going to find out. And he opens up this screen on a video call that we set up 4 years ago, and he was in scrubs, and fast forward a bunch of stuff of talking about how we just want to do something together and put on something for MedTech that's special. Here we are. So once again, thank you for being here. And what goes into this is an all-year-round event. We're here for the next few days, and it's an absolutely stunning event that we've put together for you guys, but this is literally a 12-month project. And in August of this year, how much of blood, sweat, and tears, Dylan, as well as Julia, flew over to Houston, which is where our firm is now based. I moved my family there this summer. We actually have a couple panels talking about what's going on in Texas this year as well. Hopefully you all stick around for that. But after 2 weeks of having the team together, my wife was pregnant at the time, and everyone was supposed to leave on Saturday morning. We had a final team dinner on that last Friday night. And as the entree was put right in front of me, the waiter, my wife grabs my hand and says, we have to go right now. And my wife went into labor, gave birth to our daughter an hour and a half later, and then Dylan ended up showing up to the hospital with Yulia the next day to see my daughter. So we've literally made this a family event. We're very intertwined with each other, and this project of putting on this conference in Malta means the world to us. And also, this is the first time that I can fit in my wedding suit after 6 years, so I'm trying to look snazzy for you guys. Anyway, thank you so much for being here. I love this man. I love this team that's put this amazing conference together for us. We hope you enjoy, and we hope you continue to come back. Thank you so much. Give me a hug, big guy. Come here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's do it.
Thank you, gentlemen. It was very passionate and inspiring. I hope everyone now are ready to officially kick off our programming. And now I would love to welcome on the stage for our first keynote speech, a leader who successfully helped countless amount of MedTech companies to navigate complexities of US market. Please help me to welcome on stage Kwame Ulmer, Managing Partner at MedTech Impact Partners, with his presentation, Cracking the Code, Lessons from the Best International Companies to Enter the US MedTech Market in 2024. Please help me to welcome Kwame on stage.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So, I don't know if you've heard, but there was a little election in the United States about 36 hours ago. So I want to share 3 thoughts before we get into the formal presentation about what that portends for companies all over the world looking to launch in the United States. And I thought about this, and this boils down to 3 M's: manufacturing, MSIT, and Madufma. Manufacturing, for companies who are thinking about producing part, some, all of their devices outside of the US, I believe what you can expect over the next 4 years is increased tax incentives to drive manufacturers to go from concept to commercialization, making parts all entirely in the United States. MSIT. For those of you who have been around for a while, you remember that there was a guaranteed coverage for devices that had earned breakthrough designation under the Trump administration. Now that Mr. Trump has returned, I think you can expect some legislative and executive action to push for some return of that program called MSIT, which was the catalytic stimulus for breakthrough device designations for the prior 4 years. Madufma. Madufma is a user fee program that drives hiring of at least 30% of the personnel at the FDA. As you may know, we have a range of leadership in the United States, from the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services to the agency head of the FDA to the Center Director. The Center Director, Dr. Tarver, will likely signal her priorities, which she's already said are for patient innovation and putting the patient first, and how she uses those user fees. And because we see a lot of capital still going into digital health, you may see headcount from those user fees going into personnel who have expertise in those areas. So those are the 3 M's for the new Trump administration. So let's buckle up. Now to the presentation. We're going to talk about 3 main areas. What is the investment climate, not just in the United States, but throughout the world? What that portends for companies, again, looking to launch in the United States? What are the key trends from a business and technology perspective? And then 3 key lessons. And then I'll let you go. So consistently, over the last several years, we've seen the 3 major sources of capital throughout the world come from investors. Dylan and I were just talking about investors a few minutes ago in North America, specifically the United States, Europe, and Asia. Within Asia, we are all aware of the massive amounts of capital and innovation going on in China, but we're going to talk about another market that, to me, I feel like I'm late. I got the memo late. We're going to talk about a very specific market in Asia Pac to watch in terms of innovation. So I'm going to run the risk of telling the same joke 2 years in a row. Why did the bank robber rob the bank? Why? Because that's where the money is. Why is there so much activity in digital health? Because consistently over the last 10 years, that's where VCs have poured capital. I love traditional medical devices. I grew up evaluating pacemakers and defibrillators, but for sure, at least 1/3 of the clients that we work for have SAMD solutions, and we will continue to see that as VCs continue to deploy their dry powder. I know it may not feel like this, but I am fairly confident that 2025 will return to the norms that we saw before the pandemic. Even though we see in the macro environment in the United States that interest rates are coming down and investors still have money to deploy, I don't think we'll ever see the days of 2020 anymore in terms of activity of deals, and we'll talk about deal flow in a few minutes. This shows digital health investment in just a different way. It's almost a perfect parabola. If we were to go out to 2019, which we're describing as pre-pandemic, we would see that if we get through the rest of 2024, the relative deal amount, and particularly if you could extrapolate to 2025, will be similar to what we've seen in 2019. So the news here is that digital health investment has seen its highest level activities in 2020, and we're going to return to more typical numbers in 2025. So I talked about this a little bit. How many people in this room have raised a seed extension round? Raise your hands. Yes, indeed. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. So a key for 2023, 2024, and I believe into 2025 is to raise $2, $3, $1.5 million to reach a meaningful milestone to unlock that Series A or potential pre-Series A round to keep your company in that forward momentum trajectory. The importance of de-risking activities related to FDA are ever increasing in this economic environment. It could be something as simple as completing your biocomp, studying your device in 5 mini pigs, or getting to that first 5 first-in-humans in Georgia, not Georgia, United States, but Georgia, Eastern Europe, or Houston in the United States. But surviving and raising enough capital to get to a meaningful inflection point will be key for 2024 and 2025. I mentioned that Dr. Michelle Tarver is the new center director at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, and I believe as an institutionalist focused on innovation, what we can see from Dr. Carver and expect from Dr. Carver is a consistent or slightly increase in the amount of guidance that she promulgates to benefit innovators like yourself. In my opinion, in my estimation, and I was fortunate enough to work with Dr. Tarver at the FDA for 12 years, the 2 key levers that the FDA can use to drive innovation are the people they hire with the right expertise and the amount of guidance that is clear and meaningful for companies. Everything from cybersecurity to the change control process for SAMD and beyond. I want to talk about a market that I have never seen discussed in any MedTech panel in the last 22 years. So is it a relatively small market compared to the United States? Yes, in terms of revenue, the work going on in Africa is 1/10 of what we see in North America. If there are some significant and continued improvements in the regulatory framework and/or continued launching of innovation ecosystems like we recently saw the biodesign program in Kenya, this is an area over the next 10, 15, 20 years that I think is ripe for innovation in MedTech. I want to remind everyone, and I think we have some colleagues from Israel, that US, Europe, and Israel, in terms of truly innovative regulatory applications, still lead the way. But here's a little nugget. When you look beyond China, the area of growth for 510Ks is in South Korea. So if I'm not going to have any more children, but if I were to have a child right now, I may send them on a gap year to Korea to continue to explore how that innovation ecosystem is building up. What does it take for the very best companies to not only survive till 25, but to thrive? One, strong partners with lasting and long-standing capital. A company in the image analysis space partnered with a large strategic based in South Korea to enter into a channel partnership to drive revenue as they enter the United States. And I think this is a key attribute for companies that succeed in this current macroeconomic environment. Yaya Scientific is one of approximately 5 ARPA-H funded companies we work with. This is a gem. ARPA-H is a billion-dollar agency that is deploying capital and will continue to deploy capital in companies based in the United States for the next several years. And they write checks between $2 to $20 million, all focused on getting that innovative technology to market. Finally, milestones that matter. Raising that bridge is key, and it can be, again, something as simple as getting your preclinical data finalized or getting that first 5 humans studied in the US or abroad. I would increasingly seek out partnerships with individuals and entities that are patient, because we still have some ways to go to get out of the macroeconomic doldrums that we've seen in 2023 and 2024. I wouldn't have been able to put together this presentation without my collaborators at the Future List and my good friend Christian Johnson at Scout Medics. A lot of the data and analytics you saw is because of their hard work, so I want to thank them. And I want to thank you. I know I'm over. This is how you can get contact with me, learn more about the firm, and download this presentation. I am so thankful to have been a part of this for another year. I want to thank Gio and Dylan. I didn't know you guys liked each other so much. You guys like each other. The energy is really palpable. Thank you, Yulia, for everything you've done, and I look forward to spending time with you over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kwame, for such an insightful and inspiring keynote. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome on our stage a person whose dedication and commitment to improving access to the healthcare has significantly impacted Malta's health landscape. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome, with my honor and pleasure, Honorable Dr. Joatena Bella, Minister of Health and Active Aging for the Government of Malta.
Keynote by Honorable Dr. Joatena. Thank you for the very kind welcome. Welcome to you all. For those of you who are from overseas, welcome to our little island, little country, Malta. I would like to start by reminding you that here, this place has been associated, and it's back in the day, a good few centuries ago, this was one of the foremost healthcare giving facility in Europe. Not only that, it was one of the foremost academic centers for teaching of anatomy and surgery. So whenever I come here, I must admit, I do get goosebumps, and I can't get over it. So anyway, healthcare at present, we are operating, we are striving to always give a better service. And I feel that we're doing that upstream. Why? Because in our environs, our surroundings are always resounding with what we're calling now the perma-crisis. We had COVID, then we had conflicts became wars, and I'm no economist, but you know that these jolts to our system will cause logistical and human resource problems that will become, to a large or a smaller extent, implicating on health. On top of that, we know that our population is inexorably becoming older. We are aging, and we are feeling, especially in our country, in Malta, that our birth rate is gradually dwindling. So we've got this issue that we have an aging population with all the added comorbidity, with all the added requirement for care. And here I'm not talking about long-term care, I'm talking about acute care and also long-term care. But we have a good section of our population, I'm talking about going now to 25%, which is over the age of 60. And our problem is that the ages below 20 in our country, as I said, are dwindling, so much so that this section of society, we cannot hope that this section of society will produce the healthcare workforce needed to look after older persons. On top of that, I'm sure you are all acutely aware that climate change is causing havoc. I need not remind you of the most recent disaster that befell Europe in Spain a few days ago. And these are shocks to the system that, despite our aspiration for preparedness, these shocks will always come as shocks. So I think that in such an environment, it is extremely important to prioritize our workforce and make sure that every technological advancement that is happening anywhere in the world is harnessed to augment the human element, the workforce itself. And I think, but this is always, these are the thoughts of the European Commission, of the WHO. Prevention has to be the foremost pillar of healthcare in the future. We have to make sure, as I said before, to harness every possible asset that we can get our hands upon and make sure that we invest in prevention. Every €1 invested in preventive care, I used to think last year, would be saving us €8 in treatment costs. However, at a recent meeting in New York, those calculations have been reset. For every €1 that we invest in prevention, we can reap as much as 20 to 25 euros in treatment cost. So technology, especially deep machine learning, artificial intelligence, is key here. But as I always stress, we need to make sure that we are aware that in our society there is a digital divide. What do I mean by this? The digital divide is the section of our population that is still unable to converse with advanced technology, with digitalization, we need to make sure that in every effort that we push forward, we are not pushing some people in our society backwards. So whatever digital, technological solution we come up with, we need to make sure that this is equitable, that this is ethical, and that every person, bar none, in our society is able to access this. I spoke about digitalization. I am very glad that Malta is moving ahead with digitalization in patient records, digitalization in procurement processes, digitalization in e-prescription. So these are extremely important advances that first and foremost guarantee as much as possible continuity of care and security of supply. With regards to emergency medicine, emergency care, we look forward to harness the beauty, I would say, of telemedicine in order to make sure that patients presenting to our emergency services are properly streamlined. And this is, I think, the basis of ensuring an efficient and efficacious way of managing our emergency services. One platform, every asset in the country harnessed with one unified aim. And then I can talk about patient monitoring. Again, we know that advances in patient monitoring, from looking after patients in the intensive care setting, high dependency care, even general ward care, and going to long-term care, there are advanced solutions that we can employ in order to improve our patient monitoring. And this is especially important in an ambience where human resources are thin on the ground. So when I speak about advancement, technological, digital, call it whatever, I don't want to imply that now we are using a digital system that will do away with human beings. That is not the case. We know that human resources are thin on the ground, and we have to make sure that the technological advances are augmenting the work of human beings. I can also talk about theater, and I'm glad that in Malta we are moving ahead with projects like robotic surgery, advanced laparoscopic, and even endoscopic surgery. I must say that it's now a few years that our endoscopy unit at Mater Dei Hospital has been employing artificial intelligence to help our specialists detect early lesions within the bowel for a number of years now. One other important advancement that we're going to witness over the next few months is the delivery of important healthcare products using drones. Ours is a small archipelago, but we are convinced that the use of drones between our healthcare facilities in Malta, but especially between Malta and Gozo, will be a game changer, because this will open up opportunities for the hospital on the sister island to offer backup services to our laboratories in Malta. But on top of that, we want to deliver pharmaceutical supplies to the sister islands in order to increase the capacity for oncological services for our Gozitan residents. And last but not least, virtual reality. Already over the past year, we have collaborated with a company that was doing research in virtual reality in order to help our elderly patients, residents, at St. Vincent de Paul facility in order to help their rehabilitation and their return back to normal activity. So there are two ways of looking at healthcare. I said, I feel that we're always struggling upstream. That is one way of looking at it. The other way is to look at healthcare as a vast arena that is rife with exciting opportunities. And I think this latter way of looking at healthcare is the best way to move forward. So again, I welcome you to Malta. I welcome you to this event, and I hope you will have a very productive conference. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abella, for your speech or for everything you do for the Malta's healthcare ecosystem. And now I hope everyone are ready to dive deep into the world of mergers and acquisitions. And it is my honor and pleasure to welcome here our next keynote speaker, Mrigasha Patel, Director of MedTech Investment Banking at Alantra, who's going to give us a speech and insights on MedTech M&A update and outlook, accelerating growth expectations and creating shareholders' value. Please join me in welcoming Mrigasha on stage.
MedTech M&A update and outlook, accelerating growth expectations and creating shareholder value.
All right, hello from New York, and Kwame stole the little election from me, but I'll leave that aside for a minute. Very, very happy to be here, and thank you, Dylan and Giovanni and Yulia, for all the hard work. That's certainly not gone unnoticed. For those of you who don't know me, I cover MedTech M&A at a pan-European boutique investment bank called Alantra. I have been doing MedTech for 15 years, and what I can tell you is it's time for change. The reason why I took the time to take the 15-hour flight to come here is because I thought, if I don't start speaking about these things, a lot of stuff that you guys see in the press releases, there's a lot that you can take away from it, which is misinformation potentially, which might not be guiding you guys properly in terms of raising capital, which might not be guiding investors in terms of buyer and market behavior. So what I'd like to do today is really explain that in these 15 years, I've seen a lot of successes, but I've seen a lot of failures, and a lot of failures from lots of different types of companies, from big companies, small companies, mid-stage companies. And so today, the focus of this conversation is to walk you through what's happening in the markets, but I'm going to end with a call to action to each one of you on how you can be a part of this change. So you see, in MedTech, primarily in the United States, unlike other sectors, power is heavily skewed towards a handful of buyers and a handful of investors, and what I like to call repeat sellers. When each one of you see transactions like Shockwave, Abumed, J&J, V-Wave, recently Cortex, Boston, right? What you read in the press releases is not what often happens. There are, unfortunately, a lot of drivers behind these transactions, and some very political. In my 15-year career, I've had 2 clients, patients and the people who provide care for those patients. And coming from a person like me who works in the financial sector, a lot of you might not believe that. But what I can tell you is that companies who laser focus on those two types of patients, or patients and providers, are doing great things. But despite of that, there is a certain level that your investors hold each of your companies to. And that's what I'm going to talk about today, is how do you create shareholder value? Because those successes, there are successful deals that have taken place in this market, in this sector. Those few successes have very similar stories in the background. So one of the things, what I can tell you is that, in these deals, in many of the great ones, the common theme that I often see are prior to large raises, prior to exits, there are certain very critical milestones that companies have met or created through better technologies, disrupting monopolies, creating commercial traction, competing in the market, but, as Kwame previously said, de-risking the regulatory piece of it and also de-risking the product development plan. But I often hear from investors and founders, Mrigasha, my technology is better. I'm much ahead than some of your precedents that you've described to me. Why am I having such a hard time raising capital or exiting my company? Well, that's where we take a look at the markets. So what happened in the last 4 years? In 2018, there was a class of companies that started going public in MedTech that had never happened before. This new category of companies became what we call high-growth MedTech. This category never existed prior to 2017, and that's what drove this change in the landscape where people were starting to expect different things from the valuation multiples that they were seeing in these high-growth MedTech categories. When I talk about high-growth MedTech, I'm talking names like Inari, Silk Road, Axonics, Procept, Shockwave that went public during this time and changed the capital markets landscape. But these companies benefited from what you can see here called the COVID-19 jump occurrence. Just from a show of hands, does anybody know what an economic jump occurrence is? Jump occurrences often happen when there's economic uncertainty. In equity capital markets, when there's economic uncertainty, investors gauge the consequences of the pandemic in this case, and then how to respond to political change or policy responses. What ended up happening is this initiated a wave of capital reallocation, actually, between markets and asset classes. You couple that with lower corporate tax rates, and what you get is that big jump in valuation multiples. You look at that 5-year average, that was 13.7 on a last 12 months basis. Where is that? What has happened to that now? It's half. It's trading closer to large cap MedTech now. So what does all of this mean to us? Are we looking at fewer M&A deals, fewer financing deals? Not really. So if you look at the next slide, the valuation reset this year alone has spurred M&A deal volumes. Values are going up a little bit as well. But the reason why values are going up is because large cap buyers and mid-cap buyers are also under pressure from their investors in order to deliver returns. And for them, you'll see in a couple slides, returns are directly correlated to revenue growth. And so while the equity capital markets are pretty much unaccessible at this point, this is what's driving M&A volumes today. But let's go back and look at what this public market landscape looks like now as a result of those M&A volumes and what I talked about earlier. The problem here is that companies that were part of this category, like Silk Road, Axonics, Shockwave, Abiomed, et cetera, they all got acquired. That led to lower growth in this comp set, that led to lower valuation multiples, and now we're looking at a class of companies that are not actionable for buyers. So what gives? What's going to happen? What's happening now? The silver lining in all of this is that financing activity has significantly picked up. And this is happening as we speak today at this conference. Investors have aggressively started deploying capital for existing portfolio companies or new companies and at much higher valuations. Now, that valuation that you see, the post-money, is disclosed. There's obviously a lot of undisclosed stuff happening there, but investors are starting to realize that it is time for some change, and they have to start supporting the companies that they have within their portfolio in order to create long-term value and growth. And this is where the opportunity for transformation truly exists, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So, going back to this topic about creating shareholder value, one of the key reasons financing activity has picked up significantly is because investors, founders, entrepreneurs now realize that one of the many ways to create shareholder value is revenue growth. This was not the case many years ago when buyers were acquiring companies at pre-revenue stages, and that led many investors and founders and entrepreneurs to believe that, yes, you can exit your company before you've developed any sort of commercial plan. That is not the case anymore. And so, in order to create that commercial plan, investors have decided to deploy vast amounts of capital to address this correlation where mid-caps are actually now an outlier, but large caps and high growth, revenue CAGR is still very directly correlated to their valuation performances. It's getting a little tricky for mid-caps right now because what's happening is a lot of these companies, in order to generate value, they now have to focus on profitability. Some of them have broken even on their EBIT margins. Some of them have really sort of struggled on top-line growth. So now the only way to create value for those SMIDs that are few and that are remaining in the public markets is to really focus on profitability. And last thing, so I'll touch on here, this is a great example, and I wanted to do this not just for Boston, but also for Stryker, because both of these companies have very successfully created a lot of shareholder value in the last decade, if you will. But if you look at how Boston goes about in a very disciplined way approaching their M&A targets, every single target that they've acquired in the past few years have had at least some revenue. In 90% of the cases, a lot of revenue. Even Farapulse had about $5 million in LTM revenue. What has all of this done to Boston's equity price return to shareholders? Up by 17% on valuation multiples, up by nearly 85% on their equity price. This is not easy to do for a company of that size, but they've done it. In fact, a couple months ago, they even crossed Medtronic in terms of market cap. So this is the fundamental thing that I would encourage every investor and every company in this room to really start focusing on, is focus on developing a new generation of companies, a new generation of technologies. Focus on your diligence process, not being led by the buyer or the buyer's behavior or by equity capital markets, because those are out of your control. You cannot control that. But what you can control is helping the companies, helping this community, if you will, build better companies for the future, for the patient. And as a result of that, if a buyer comes along the way, the markets open up, you will benefit from it, because I see that every day in my job. With that, I will say this is one of the most exciting times in MedTech, and you're all very well positioned to take really good, take great leverage this opportunity to build better companies in MedTech. I fully understand it's very difficult for each one of you to grow these companies because of capital restraints, capital allocation, cost of capital. But there are investors around the world that are looking to change this. They are looking to move those power dynamics over from certain buyers and investors to newer investors, newer buyers, and newer companies. And so with that, what I will encourage each one of you and your investors to do is really start building these companies to compete in the market, to really get to that limited market release phase at the very least. Try to do 1 to 2 years of revenue growth, demonstrate that you can compete in the market, and then let the exit opportunities really come to you. With that, I hope everybody enjoys the conference, and thank you for having me.
We need it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrigasha, for sharing your insights. And now I hope we're all ready to dive into the AI healthcare world. And I would love to welcome for our next keynote speech, Dr. Miriam Fernandez-Martin, Head of Health Innovation at EMEA at Amazon Web Services. And she'll be speaking on Human Touch Amplified, leveraging generative AI to scale personalized care in healthcare. Please help me to welcome Dr. Fernandez. You need
Human Touch Amplified, leveraging generative AI to scale personalized care in healthcare.
Good morning, everyone. It is a privilege to be here. Thank you so much, Julia, for the invite. And I'm really looking forward to the conference and discussing all the amazing opportunities we have in front of us. How many of you flew to Malta? Okay. In 1999, the Institute of Medicine released a study called Where is Human? I don't know if you remember that. In that study, it was stated 3.7 of hospital admissions would suffer an adverse event. To put that in perspective, that's the equivalent of a Boeing 747 crashing every day. So for those of you that are a little bit hesitant to fly, I would just say it's more dangerous to get inside a hospital than flying, because unfortunately, even today, nearly 25 years after that, we need to come back to the basics. Nearly 1 out of 4 admitted patients in a hospital experience an adverse event, 4 out of 10 in primary care. 50% of those are preventable. There are 12 million of errors in diagnosis per year, and it's estimated 20 to 30% of spending healthcare is considered waste in inefficient processes. So I know there's a lot of innovation going on right now. I know we are facing a huge hype with generative AI, but I'm going to challenge you all to come back to the basics. And when you think on the development of your innovations, make sure that we are delivering value to the end customers. To do so, I personally like to use the Quintuple Aim framework. The Quintuple Aim is a framework developed by the Institute of Health Improvement. It started with the Triple Aim, then the Quadruple Aim, and last year there was a 5th pillar added. So it's really about improving the person experience. And I use the word person instead of patient, because I think we need to start changing the dynamics, right? Patient has that connotation of being a passive person in their healthcare processes, where the person also gets involved in proactive care, preventative care, right, and owns their health and care processes. Improve clinician experience, improve overall population health, lower costs, and 5th pillar, increase health equity. And to do so, you need to start thinking on, okay, how am I going to measure the value? Do I have outcomes that would impact each of these pillars? And this is kind of, if you were going to build a new house, you will start by thinking, what foundation do I have to build, right? Am I going to build 4 floors, 5 floors, 10 floors. I'm going to build a big building. Depending on that, your foundation is going to be different. And that's where the role of the cloud comes in play. So AWS is the world's largest technology infrastructure provider, as you know. We have a very unique way to build our infrastructure. We build what we call availability zones, which are comprised by 1 or more data centers. And wherever we have 3 availability zones, we conform a region. Right now, we have 34 regions, geographical regions, 108 availability zones. This is twice the availability zones and 3 times as many data centers as the next largest cloud provider. We also have more than 18 years of experience in healthcare. I didn't mention this, but I am a nurse by background, a PhD nurse. And we have just announced the 7.8 billion investment to launch our European sovereign cloud. So what's the value of the cloud to the end customers? Coming back to that quintuple aim. The Health Policy Partnership published a study last year called Our Health in the Cloud, which I encourage you all to read. Examples such as how you can interpret CT scans in seconds instead of hours. How can you process a molecular panel in 15 minutes instead of 10 hours? You might know this, right? But the amount of information contained in one genome is equivalent to 100,000 pictures. So imagine the amount of compute that you need to really be able to process that type of data. Build public health dashboards in 9 days, or take actions in seconds in an EMR instead of minutes. So reality is healthcare data volume doubles every 2 years, and it's predicted that by 2025, 463 exabytes of data will be generated per day. 97% is trapped in unstructured formats, and therefore not used for clinical decision making. There's a shortage of clinical professionals, as we all know, estimated to be 10 million in 2030. There's a 60% year-over-year growth in cyber attacks in the healthcare industry. The healthcare industry is one of the industries that it is really a focus for cyber attacks, unfortunately. And when it comes to innovation, accelerate time saves lives. So for example, an early cancer diagnosis can multiply by 4 the survival rate. What does the cloud offer around all these challenges? We have more than 143 security standards. The customers retain ownership of their content along with the control to encrypt it, move it, delete it, protect it. Think about the organizations with highest levels of security relay in AWS. We got awarded the Peace Award by the government of Ukraine last year when we helped them move all their financial workloads to the AWS cloud. We have more than 100,000 partners, as you all know, and there's a reduction of 40% in the time of innovation whenever you use the cloud. All top 10 medical devices organizations globally use AWS. 4 of the top 5 genomic sequencing organizations also use AWS. More than 80% of healthcare and life science unicorns are AWS customers. And 9 out of the top 10 pharmaceutical organizations globally use AWS for generative AI and machine learning. So we are seeing this tipping point of generative AI because we have seen a massive proliferation of data that has made that data available and scalable at a compute capacity that has allowed for machine learning innovation. But as you all know, artificial intelligence is not new, right? We've been doing it for several years. So why are we seeing this hype? What's going on? We know that artificial intelligence can impact 30 to 40% in health outcomes and can improve 50% financial results. But when it comes to generative AI, you need the cloud to scale. So at the end of the day, again, I'll leave you with what we need to do to really drive forward our digital health innovations is advance the quintuple aim. healthcare organizations across the globe, first and foremost, are delivering healthcare for the populations they serve. If we are able to tangibly produce results that come back to advancing the quintuple aim, we will succeed. At the end of the day, I'll leave you with this. It's about how we use the right data in the right moment by the right person to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Miriam, for your keynote, and my personal thank you. Thank you for doing something for my country. I do appreciate that a lot. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready for our final closing keynote for tonight. Please help me to welcome on stage a gentleman who has been a driving force in fostering innovation and advancing digital health activities in Malta. Please help me to welcome on stage Wayne Grishti, the chairperson of the Malta Digital Innovation Authority, and he will share his insight of how digital technologies are shaping the future of healthcare. Please help me to welcome Wayne.
Keynote by Wayne Grishti.
Good morning. We are entering an exciting era where cooperation and shared resources are igniting a new wave of opportunity. As chairperson of the Malta Digital Innovation Authority, the MDIA, I'm privileged to witness the powerful synergy between being fostered by our dynamic ecosystem led by the MDIA and TechMT, where I'm also the CEO, and fueled by entities like Scienza Malta, the Malta Venture Capital, the Malta Enterprise, and Servizi Europei Malta. Together, we are charting a path for Malta that is uniquely progressive and globally competitive. Today, I reflect on how Malta's collaborative force is evolving, transforming the way we approach innovation and supporting startups, businesses, and researchers at every stage of their journeys. Collaboration in this context is not merely a concept, but a driving force that entrepreneurs at every stage of the collaboration, this context is not merely a concept, but a driving force that strengthens every part of the digital and entrepreneurial landscape of our nation. At the heart of this ecosystem lies our own Digital Innovation Hub, or as some of you may know it, D-Hub MT, a model of collaborative spirit and Malta's one-stop shop for aspiring innovators and entrepreneurs. D-Hub provides invaluable support to startups by centralizing services and guidance, making it easier than ever for innovators to turn ideas into tangible products and services. By working closely with our players, D-Hub will become the launchpad that empowers our entrepreneurs to leverage the resources and expertise they need. As a one-stop shop, D-Hub provides seamless access to business insights, mentorship, funding opportunities, and networks. This centralized approach eliminates fragmentation, making the journey from ideation to launch more efficient and far less daunting. It acts as the linchpin connecting entrepreneurs with every essential resource Malta has to offer, helping them move faster and achieve sustainable growth. Collaboration, as I'm sure many of you appreciate, can often be complex and challenging. Yet in Malta, our ecosystem is breaking down barriers and creating a seamless environment for startups to flourish. And here's how the key players are working together to make Malta a world-class innovation hub. TechMT, as an instrumental partner, promotes Malta's technological prowess on a global stage. By bridging local talent with international demand, at TechMT, we ensure that our startups don't just compete locally, but shine globally. With their dedication to raising awareness and offering visibility to Malta's tech capabilities, TechMT strengthens the reputation of our startups beyond our shores. Xjenza Malta, the Center for Research and Innovation, plays a crucial role in fostering groundbreaking developments. Research is the backbone of any tech ecosystem. Xjenza Malta provides invaluable scientific insights, transforming theoretical ideas into practical applications that benefit our society and economy alike. This synergy between research and entrepreneurship is what ensures that Malta's startups are at the forefront of cutting-edge technologies. For startups aiming to scale, the Malta Venture Capital provides the capital injection they need to accelerate growth. By investing in the potential of Malta's innovators, they lay the financial foundation that enables our businesses to scale, evolve, and create value. When startups are ready to expand, Malta Enterprise steps in to provide strategic support, helping them navigate new markets and opportunities. Malta Enterprise experience and resources ensure that startups can scale sustainably, reinforcing our ecosystem's strength. Another important player is Servizi Europei Malta, SCM, a crucial pillar of support for Maltese businesses. SCM plays a vital role in helping startups understand and leverage EU funding opportunities, providing guidance and tailored programs that simplify access to European resources and networks. By connecting startups with EU grants, programs, and resources, SCM empowers our entrepreneurs to expand their horizons, tap into a wider market, and align with European standards. SCM's expertise in navigating EU funding opportunities is invaluable. It ensures that our startups have the necessary financial and strategic support to bring their visions to life, reducing barriers and driving long-term growth. Their role in equipping entrepreneurs with knowledge and funding opportunities lays a solid foundation for sustained success and resilience in the competitive European landscape. Coming back to D-Hub, the cornerstone of this ecosystem, uniting the talents, resources, and networks that each entity brings to the table. As the first port of call for startups, D-Hub simplifies the path to success. Entrepreneurs can access a wealth of support services, mentorship, and business connections, all under one roof. The centralized model is crucial as it saves startups valuable time, energy, and resources, allowing them to focus on innovation and growth. Our digital innovation hub is more than just a support center. It is a collaborative catalyst. By facilitating partnerships with all entities, it ensures that startups can seamlessly integrate into the community. This collaboration opens doors to funding, research, marketing, and strategic partnerships, all essential ingredients for success. In this way, D-Hub doesn't merely help startups survive, it empowers them to thrive. Looking ahead, we envision a Malta where collaborative innovation will continue to drive economic growth, societal benefit, and technological advancement. Together, this collaborative environment will enable startups to lead in areas like AI, cybersecurity, EdTech, MedTech, and other fields poised to shape the future. We are witnessing a shift from competition to collaboration, where the success of one entity bolsters the entire ecosystem. Our joint commitment to fostering startup success not only fuels economic progress, but strengthens Malta's position on the world stage as a beacon of innovation and collaboration. I urge all of you to remain committed to this vision of collective growth by continuing to collaborate, by nurturing startups through tailored support. We are building a legacy that will not only empower today's entrepreneurs, but inspire future generations. Thank you all for your dedication, your collaboration, your commitment for a Malta where innovation thrives. Let's continue to support each other, work together, and grow together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Wayne. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's panel time. I hope everyone are excited. Our first panel is going to really unpack what it takes to scale a startup and lead it to success. We have a pretty impressive lineup and a pretty big panel today. So please help me to welcome the panelists. Anna-Lisa Somera, CEO at Rios. Rick Van de Venne, Managing Director at RC Capital. Austin Chung, Chief Medical Officer of Endoscopy at Medtronic. Sanchita Pasi, Investor at EQT Life Sciences. Nathan Pilland, Founder and CEO at Nunex. Howard Heckler, newly announced CEO of Lumicell. Congratulations, Howard, by the way. And David McDonough, President at Norgate Technologies. And this inspiring group of people will be moderated by Giovanni Lauricella, CEO at Lifeblood, and Malik Nasser, co-founder and vice president at High Life. Please help me welcome our speakers on stage.
The MedTech Startup Equation.
Oh. Very careful.
Testing, testing, we're good. Okay, everyone still having fun? With a purpose? Okay, we're gonna get into the purpose. So we've done this panel numerous times. This is the first time it's been this expansive. The purpose, we call it MedTech Startup Equation. And in the history, we've done it with entrepreneurs, investors, and then industry partners to talk about from their individual perspectives what it means to build a medical device company. This time, we have companies who have bought companies, so corporate strategics. We have physicians who can talk about it from their perspective. We have entrepreneurs, we have investors. And so we're gonna collaboratively talk about from their individual perspectives of what it actually means to build a company and what their part in that journey looks like. So that's the purpose of the MedTech Startup Equation. My co-host over here and very, very long-term great friend from Paris, Malik Nasser, who has been on his own very, very long journey, which I'll have him share quickly. Then we're going to go through a line of introductions to set the stage to understand who we actually have, and then dive into some questions. I do want to say, and it's a little bit dark up here, well, you're dark to me. If you have any questions, please feel brave enough to just walk right up and just stop us. So if I see anybody walk up here, if you have any questions for the panel, I'll literally just stop asking questions and make sure that we also engage the audience. So please don't feel shy to do so if you have a question. Other than that, I'm going to turn it over, and we're going to go down a laundry list of introductions setting the stage, starting with my other friend, Howard Heckler. Talk about where you're from, your company, what you do.
Sure. So I'm Howard Heckler. I'm the CEO of Lumicell. Our company has a combination optical imaging agent and optical imaging device. We're used perioperatively in cancer surgery to find and remove residual cancer. We just launched in our lead indication breast, and we're exploring a variety of other large solid tumors. The relevancy of my background to this panel, though, is over the past 20 years, I've worked in drugs, devices, and diagnostics, and I'd say that the first half was spent doing corporate development, M&A, fundraising, both investment banking, management consulting, and working at large strategics like Medtronic, Smith & Nephew, Mallinckrodt Pharmaceuticals. So thank you. Really appreciate taking the time today.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am from EQT Life Sciences. We are a growth stage investor. I particularly work on the MedTech side, so we're part of the Health Economics Fund, working out of our third fund. But we do have a life sciences legacy, let's say legacy fund working on their seventh fund, and a dementia fund working exclusively on neurodegenerative diseases. For the Health Economics Fund, I'd say we do growth stage. That can mean anything, in our world. I'd say commercial stage MedTech, a bit more advanced stage digital health and diagnostics, working 65% on Europe and 35% in the US. I can go more into detail later, of course, of where we invest and what we like to do, but I'd say the core strategy for us is not just improvement of clinical outcomes, so quality of care, but as the name suggests, health economics. So we do look at a business case for every company for the provider. So just to ensure commercial adoption. I recently joined, so I'm kind of a newbie at EQT. I come from a family office, so I was doing early stage investments in healthcare, MedTech. I'm a pharmacist by training, and the first half of my career was as an operator, working in Abbott on the cardiovascular portfolio for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Thank you for having me.
Hi, I'm Austin Chang. I'm an interventional gastroenterologist by training, based in New York, although I also practice part-time clinically in Philadelphia. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for the endoscopy business at Medtronic, and have been doing that for 3 years, and so I kind of bridge the gap between the industry side of things and also the academic side. In my role as Chief Medical Officer, I think what's relevant to this conversation is I do interface a lot with startups and participate in the whole business development diligence process. On top of that, I also am a kind of health communicator on social media and have worked a lot with the social media platforms directly on kind of health messaging and misinformation.
Please make sure you do look up Austin on social media, by the way.
Thanks for the plug.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Annalisa Samara. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Rayos, based in Chicago in the US. Rayos is developing wearable diagnostics, and I have our product right here in my hand. And we detect flow beneath the surface of the skin, so think of things like blood, lymph, that sort of thing. But we're starting in detecting cerebrospinal fluid, or CSF, in shunted hydrocephalus patients. I licensed technology from Northwestern University about 5 years ago, and I've built a team from being employee number 1 to up to 20. In terms of my background, I've been working with early stage companies, primarily medical devices, for about 20 years, wearing many hats, including early stage VC, where I co-manage a life science portfolio, technology transfer, and playing senior management roles, leading things like regulatory, quality, finance, whatever the startup wanted. So been doing this for a really long time, and I'm glad to be on this panel.
Rick.
Good morning. Welcome to The Rock. That was my Sean Connery attempt, Giovanni. Not very good.
I think you nailed it.
Thank you.
We are on The Rock.
Here we are. So Rick Vondavena, managing partner at RC Capital. We rebranded about a year ago from River Cities Capital Funds. We've been actively investing in healthcare companies for the last 30 years. I've been there for 20 years. And we invest in medical devices, healthcare services, and healthcare IT. We're also growth stage investors. So we like to see a couple million in revenue of commercial stage, and we're really focused on scaling the business up, sales and marketing, getting to that level of 30 to 50 million of revenue, at which point the strategics typically get interested. So looking forward to the discussion.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dave McDonough. I'm working as president of Northgate Technology. We specialize in minimally invasive surgery, electrohydraulic lithotripsy, insufflation, smoke removal for laparoscopic and robotic surgery. Prior to Northgate, I've had experience from everything from Israeli MedTech startup through working for Baxter, so all sorts of companies and experience in between. And for today's questions in this panel, I think my role is really, think of me as a practical tactician. We did acquire a company from the Houston Startup Incubator, and I could share my experience with that. I think I learned a lot in that process, and so I'd be happy to answer questions on those topics or any others that come up.
Thank you, Dave.
Good morning, my name is Nathan. I've worked with strategics. You guys hear that? Yeah, okay.
Welcome to the Rock.
Yeah. So I've been part of strategics, I've been part of startups. Now I'm an industry partner. Operator by training, aka nerd by training. And we founded NewNex. We help what's new and make it the next big thing by multiplying your momentum in the medtech space. So we're really focused on helping you get from wherever you're at to your next destination.
Hi everyone. So my name is Malik Nasser. I am a co-founder of High Life. We are a transcatheter mitral valve replacement company. Very happy to co-moderate with Giovanni the panel today. I know some of you already. And let's get into it. What's the startup equation?
Yes, so I want to start the framework is, once again, this is an educational panel, so I want to talk about shedding insights into your particular roles for the upcoming entrepreneurs. I think that's the best framework to look at. And if you don't mind, I'd like to start with Annalisa here. You're a serial entrepreneur, and you've done it over and over again. There has to be some highlighted learning lessons that you do now in your current company with Reyes that you hadn't done before. And if you knew what you know now, what were some of those entrepreneurial lessons that you know about building a company now that you just weren't aware of when you first started out?
So I've been on the management team for about 10 startups in my career. Definitely learned so much along the way. And in no particular order, I would say one thing that I wish I had done more of, like earlier on, was bring in even more money. I think a lot of early stage entrepreneurs, especially those that have technology that spin out of academia, are so conservative who say, I'm just going to raise $500,000. That's not enough. You need a couple $1 million to get to each milestone, that sort of thing. I think that's definitely one key learning. I think it's also, another thing I learned too was to just, continuously hire people, or at least interview them, whether you need them now, 6 months from now, or a year from now, because really good talent is hard to come across.
Thank you for that. And Malik, jump in whenever you want.
So basically, Annalisa, you're saying don't fear being diluted. That's what you're saying. Don't fear being diluted. Just take the money and hire it and burn it. Hire as much as you can, as early as you can.
Don't fear to be diluted.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I want to throw it over to Rick. You talked that you invest in growth stage companies. Do you engage with companies that aren't ready for you? And then if you had to give advice to those companies out there that they don't have that revenue generation. Actually, we saw a brilliant presentation earlier about how the ecosystem or the industry is transforming and they have to be prepared to go commercial when they used to think that they could get bought prior to that. How do you engage with those entrepreneurs? What advice do you give to those entrepreneurs that are just, they think that FDA clearance or approval is that plateau that they have to reach, or I should say that milestone that they have to reach, but there's a whole other journey that comes after that, and that's where you come in. But what advice would you give to those entrepreneurs about engaging with investors especially?
Yeah, so first of all, we have obviously a pretty robust database of companies that we're actively tracking. And there's certainly been companies that we've tracked for 7 years before we've invested, right? So a long-term relationship, and understanding what the journey is that you're going to be on, that you're likely going to have to raise future rounds from larger funds. But it's okay to talk to those folks earlier, tell them about what your idea is, and then execute on your plan. And then if I can see over that couple-year period that you're hitting your milestones and you're hiring talented people, and we'll try to be helpful, we'll make introductions, for other executives or consultants or things like that along the journey. And then, once you scale to our level of interest, then we can get, even more engaged. So it's, I think a lot of entrepreneurs make the mistake of only talking to investors when they need money, and that's the worst time to do it, right? It's a long-term journey. And there's certain entrepreneurs, where you see them at conferences and you just touch base for 15 minutes, and you do that once or twice a year, and that's sort of enough, and you know how the company's doing and how it's scaling.
And would you give any advice on those companies that by the time they make it to you, the technology looks great, the team looks great, but they did something in that evolution of developing that company that just threw off the cap table, something wasn't right, that you couldn't do the deal? Is there any examples that come to mind?
Yeah, I mean, there's tons, right? I mean, we look at, 1,000 companies in a year, and we'll invest in 4 of them, right? So there's lots of reasons why we don't do deals. And oftentimes we're looking for reasons not to do a deal. And so, we have a process and a checklist of 85 elements that we evaluate each company on, and we get a sense of sort of where they are in those different areas. And so it can be intellectual property, being one area where they're not, they don't have a robust enough portfolio, or they're not protected there, or not having the right R&D processes, or at the time we're coming in, they're already generating revenue, so they're manufacturing products, and so they don't have the right manufacturing partners. And we just understand that that's going to be a process to transition them over to help them scale. But yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe Eric, how much do you get involved in helping them transition? Like, do you actually give them advice on who to hire, who to get in touch with? Do you leave them to do it by themselves? How much are you involved personally or through the company?
Yeah, so one of the things that we like to do, and I think this is just from being around for 30 years, we help evaluate sort of all the functional areas of the business, of which there's about 20. And so every single one of those areas, we help assess them and understand sort of where they are from the development of that, from a people perspective, technology, processes, incentives, all those things, and then understanding what all the tasks are that they need to be doing. And then we'll help find the right talented people. So we obviously have invested in 150 companies at this point, and so we understand what great looks like, right? And so if we can bring in a chief marketing officer from a company that scaled from 2 to 100, we'll try and get them involved with the company as advising, the head of marketing of the business. And then so we have a pretty good sense of what excellence looks like, and on the journey, when are the right times to help add and augment the team. So,
Austin, I want to throw it over to you and get the physician's perspective here. So you're both a practicing clinician and a chief medical officer of endoscopy over at Medtronic. You see what ultimately touches the patient, the innovation happening in between, and then how it acts as it goes into corporate strategics like a Medtronic. What counsel can you give entrepreneurs that you're thinking about as they're developing their technologies on how to get ready to actually not only have product that touches patients, but integrate within a big corporate strategic?
Yeah, I think that, from my perspective, it's really important that it fulfills some sort of unmet clinical need, and that there's the right sort of product market fit there. A lot of good technologies are developed without actually solving an actual problem. And so that's something that I come across a lot. In listening to Rick explain kind of, or answering your question, I was also thinking about my role in this whole process as well. And, on top of me evaluating whether or not the technology really works, or has, potential for clinical benefit, I'm also thinking about kind of who do we have at the table, right? Like, I'm also there to provide a voice into whether or not a startup is working with the right physicians, if they're tapping into the right key opinion leaders. And also internally, what the feedback I give to my colleagues at Medtronic are often, how does this fit into our portfolio and our strategy? Does it make sense for us? Does it make sense, for our call points? For the direction that we're going in, and if there isn't alignment, sometimes that alone is a deal breaker.
Thank you.
So, having worked at Medtronic, did corporate development for years, and also Mallinckrodt and Smith & Nephew, the best advice I can give you is to recognize that large strategics are corporate monstrosities. You are not just speaking to him. At Medtronic, you have the business unit level, the group level, the corporate level. You've got 3 different finance guys you got to go through, 2 different tax guys. When I ran diligence on an acquisition, it would grow as large as 40 people, 3 different levels, 2 to 3 different people representing 15 functions. I mean, it was chaos in some respect. And so, when you sort of feel like you're smashing your head against the wall going, why don't they love me? It's not really the right question, because you indeed may have the buy-in from medical. You may have buy-in from marketing. But if maybe reimbursement is the block, which, by the way, that's the only single word I would tell you, have an answer to reimbursement at every stage of your development. So as you embark on your journey with a strategic, figure out who your point of contact is and press them to understand the steps, the layers. Try to understand what level of power do they actually have within the organization. Are they just driving a decision in some cases, corporate development drives most of an M&A. In some cases, it's driven at the business unit. If you're doing venture investing, frequently it'll be a venture unit at that company with the business unit weighing in. We're talking with a large strategic right now where there's a parent company and a sub, and that carries with it its own sort of nightmares. And so it's all navigable, but you have to recognize it, right? And you have to educate your board on it, who thinks, well, gosh, it seems like Stryker should be a good fit. Why doesn't this magically happen? And in fact, it is a many, many month, many year dance to arrange these partnerships and to eventually end up at an acquisition. So start early, recognize the complexity, build those relationships, and push them to explain how this is going to work. And by the way, if they either refuse or they can't, that's telling you it's probably not the right person, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just follow up on that and say that's absolutely right. I think that sometimes when there's, I don't know if this is working or not, sometimes when there isn't an opportunity within our business unit, actually, if we're not interested, corporate development might be interested, Medtronic Ventures might be interested. There's so many, arms to this monstrosity that you describe that, there may be other opportunities there for sure.
I was just wondering, Austin, when you're looking at startups, let's say, how do you, what are the things that make you think this is an interesting project for yourself or for Medtronic? What are the things that you look at?
Look, I mean, I think there are a lot of interesting things out there, but for our business needs, they're just sometimes not an alignment in what our strategy is and what our alignment with our portfolio. So it really depends on the specific technology, and for different opportunities, we may have different structured deals. Or we may decide to just license the technology and distribute. So it really depends, on what it is.
I have a question. So Austin and Howard, would you recommend they even go to strategics then? Seems like a really long process. Why would you focus there instead of trying to cash flow the business?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's important to just come to a strategic just to get our input, and depending on what stage the startup is at, you never know where we'd be interested, where we might want to co-develop a technology, and to Rick's point earlier, we for our own business unit, we meet with 100+ companies of different sizes every year, and it comes down to 1 or 2 deals.
So I want to answer your question first, and then I'll hit yours, because I'm going to say something very controversial, which is that at least at the corporate level, in my experience, what we looked for was driven by fear. Large strategics are not driven, in my experience, to say, wow, that division is doing so well, let's give them more money. What they're driven to say is, God, I hate that division. My CEO has to talk about it every earnings call. Can't I find an acquisition to make it better, please? And so at the business unit level, where there very much is a focus on patients and innovation, you as the strategic, you as the small company are navigating between looking for strategics that on the one hand the business unit wants the innovation, wants the forward-looking view, and yet you can play to the fear of, wow, that division isn't doing well, it needs help. Or, oh my God, if our company is the type where if our technology gets in the hand of someone else, it will be a substantial hit to your revenues, right? Or we're bringing revenues to the table, they've got a revenue gap, can we fill it? To your question, there are a lot of reasons to go with a strategic. First of all, it's market validation. At the end of the day now, commercial traction is market validation too, but you get the market validation earlier if you get a strategic to partner with you. The second point is strategics have big sales forces, right? They can accelerate your commercialization. They bring to the table a ream of functions that, at least in my experience, are very hard to build internally and very expensive to build internally. So in no way am I saying just because it's hard you shouldn't partner with strategic. I think the large strategics are great. Just be prepared. It's not a fast endeavor. It's not an easy endeavor. And it should not be the sole focus of your endpoint, right? If that's your entire goal, you're going to struggle.
But I say, what would be, sorry, and you can also answer this, what could be the recipe, or how would you position your company if you have a startup to strategics? How would you approach it? So anyone could answer that.
Yeah, I have a perspective on this. I love all these comments. I agree with everything that's been said. From my experience, it really goes to what you were just saying in terms of de-risking, right? You've got a large sales force at a strategic. Are they going to take a chance with 200 salespeople on something that's not commercially proven? No. In fact, it's going to a division that needs help. So my advice, and this played into my acquisition of Allotrope, a product called StimSite, and Albert Huang is here this week. He's going to talk about the Houston incubator. Great entrepreneur, great leader of a company, really good friend now. And what I learned from him is his journey and how he de-risked the invention to prove to us, to validate commercially it could be sold, right? And Austin, to your point, right, great technologies that maybe aren't solving the right problem, or they forget an important piece of the problem, which is the practical workflow and decision-making in whatever care provider you're selling to, whether it be a hospital, some other environment, right? You have something that solves a clinical problem, but if you cause a different problem in the workflow or how it's purchased, or maybe it has a small element that can get lost in the operating room, it'll sink you, right? And I think the challenge that all of you have in these startups is so tremendous. You're so focused on the invention, the IP, the regulatory. If you don't incorporate those final parts of commercialization early as you go, you're going to have a problem at the end that you could have solved much more easily in the beginning, right? So keep that end in mind. How does it fit with your customer? How is it going to solve the problem in the way that matches that workflow? Because for all of us, we're all insurgents in our markets. We're not the incumbent. So ours has to be better, easier, cheaper. It has to be all those things. We get no breaks, right? So that's my advice to all of you, is to consider those things very early in your development, because that will be how you talk to a strategic. Hey, we've proven it, we validated it. When you explain to them how it fits in the workflow, they see how easy it'll be to train their salespeople, how you've eliminated all those problems. So that's my connection to the points you've been making from my perspective.
Go ahead. I wanted to make a quick comment, though.
The Rock.
You have to be careful when you're dancing with elephants. And there are times when you're working with strategics where the timeline that they're working on is measured in, quarters, years, not days and weeks. And that can consume a lot of energy and time, from a company. And also, when you're looking for investment, having a strategic as an investor can be okay. 2 is better than 1, though, right? You don't want to just have 1, because in many ways, if you only have 1 strategic involved, if they don't buy you, then the other strategics wonder, like, why not? What's wrong with that company? And sometimes it's just didn't fit for whatever reason. So you just have to be careful with that dynamic.
We were actually hosting a similar panel like this in San Francisco 6 months ago, and someone had 3 corporate strategics on their cap table, and their biggest fear was if none of them get taken out, or not one of them buys them, what does that mean for me? It's all sexy on their cap table right now, but if they don't get taken out, it turns into a nightmare. I wanted to toss it over to Sanchita and Austin, if you don't mind sharing that. Oh, you got one, cool. Is it working?
Is it working? No.
Working, mic check, mic check.
Mic check, mic check.
Okay, we're good. Sanchita, you have very unique experience. You were an operator. You went into Nina Capital, early stage investment. Then you went into a family office. And then you went, and now we're at a growth stage investor, the largest, dare I say, in Europe right now. In all of that experience of understanding how those economics work and understanding some of those companies that are raising capital, approaching investors at all these various stages, talk about advice about what's right, what's wrong, what do they need to do their due diligence, and then from a family office perspective versus an institutional perspective, what are some of those key differences that entrepreneurs should be thinking about?
Yeah. So I'd say the first thing I learned from my Abbott times, and I was also in a business unit, I came from the ground up, so I was supporting physicians in the cath lab, and then, going on to more strategic roles. I'd say the first thing that my ex-boss used to tell me, that's how, my whole life is built now, is you have to know the market better than anyone else. Your job is not to sit at the computer and crunch numbers. Your job is to be out there and know exactly what your customers want. And I think that mentality, some founders have it. Some founders know everything about the market, and it's not just the market numbers. Like, I don't care right now of how you size your market. I need to know what your customer needs are, if you understand them, if you can articulate them, and do you understand the stakeholders? Like, what does it take to get the physician to adopt the technology? And all the points you said, so correct in terms of, are you going to create a bigger problem in the workflow, or are you solving their needs? But their needs might not be aligned with, the provider's needs. And you have to be able to convince those as well. So it's a delicate balance, I think, in what goes into understanding the market. That's the first thing. And it's very hard for an early stage startup, of course, to know that. So that's what I learned at Nina and at the family office, where you're doing a bit more hand-holding. I'd say what I'm seeing in growth stage investments now is, my expectation was that at that stage, companies know their market, but it's still not the case, unfortunately. And it's something like, it's humbling because, it's my first time working in a growth stage investment, but I'm seeing, a lot of experienced people, like our partners in our fund, still saying the same things that, I used to say to early stage investors, and I think that's something to take home. The second thing I'd say is, this is more EQT relevant than family office, because, when you go to a small investor, it's like, you have to know who you speak to. Right, like if you're speaking to a strategic, you have to know what they care about. If you speak to a small investor, like family offices rarely lead deals. Like we came in as followers, we trusted the big guys to know what they were doing and follow in, and very different investment incentives. But as a lead investor, coming in, I think a lot of founders don't really understand the pros and cons of having a lead there. And I think it's like a catch-22, right? Like, they come for money, but they don't have the good management team, because you need money to get the good management team, but then you need the good management team to unlock money. So I think what I'm seeing right now is again, it goes to the point that, you raised in the very beginning, talent doesn't come as easy and as fast, and as, there's a lot of talent people out there, but of course it's not easy to always grasp them. So that's the kind of fine balance I'm seeing now, moving along the cycle of a company from early stage to late stage. The problems of talent is still the same. You need different skills. And I think sometimes some founders could use that kind of, understanding of how to leverage a lead investor. It's not just about negotiating terms, that's that part. When that part's done, the real job starts, right? And I think some founders only see the lead investors like, okay, they're gonna, it's like functional thing, like they're gonna put the big check and unlock everything, and now I can do everything else. That's not always the case. So I think these are the two, knowing your market, understanding how to leverage each type of investor that you bring in. And you need the strategics, you need the, right now it's hard, so you take the 500K or the 100K from the family office as well, without making them feel like, okay, I'm spending so much time with you in the diligence phase, but then once I got the check, ciao. And also how to leverage the lead investor. And it's a delicate balance, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nathan, I want to throw it over to you. So you have the corporate pedigree background. You were with Medtronic for a long time, traveled the world. On the regulatory side, you saw things that worked, you saw things that didn't, and then you jumped into the industry partner side. So now you get this wide breadth of companies that you could fix, you could look through and say, you need to think about that. Talking to a group of entrepreneurs, now that you're in the industry partner seat, what should they be thinking about as they're selecting industry partners, as they're working with industry partners? Does size matter? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, good question. And actually, it's a good tee up from everything you guys already said. I think a lot of industry partners, or I should say suppliers, they show up, but they don't help you arrive at your destination. There's a very big difference in that. We talk a lot in corporate about showing up, having mindfulness, being present, doing the job you're supposed to do. But who are the partners that are actually showing up in your teams with your company as though they're a co-founder as well? They're the ones answering your text messages at night, even though it's after 5 p.m. because you've got a question, right? Or you're hired to do one thing, and they ask you another question. Hey, would you review my regulatory clinical, strategy? Sure, happy to do that because I want to see you succeed because I've got skin in the game as well. I think the second thing, Giovanni, is size does matter. And I'm noticing your Texas socks you got over there. I know you got some big trucks down there, but actually bigger is not better, especially for startups. I think there's a preconceived notion and false security around large logos. And you put your large logo in there, whatever you want, RQM Plus, Verinex, make it whatever you want, right? I don't really care, but do you really need to go to that level of expense when you're trying to manage your run rate utilization in order to get something that's probably a 510K, which Kwame somewhere, we were talking earlier this morning, 80% are 510Ks these days in terms of submissions, which means it's a substantial equivalent device on the market already doing something similar to what you're doing. So why do you need to go to the extra expense when every single penny counts right now with a large logo? There are adequate people that have worked at the FDA before, worked in different industry places that can do the work just as good and help you extend your runway. The last thing I think is super important, Giovanni, that everyone's been talking about up here is there's a whole bunch of different pieces that need to come together, right? That's the key takeaway, is that all these pieces need to be working together in order to be successful to generate the return on investment that investors want, that you want as the founders and stakeholders, right? Therefore, you need to design them together. They need to be an integrated part of your business planning. And every pipeline marketer gets it, right? Because that's their job, is to integrate all these pieces, look at the opportunities, be able to sit at the table and know, hey, my reg person says it's a class 2. Great. My clinical person is saying, I'm going to study this population with these claims and these endpoints. Great. Does that change my claims that my marketing person is going to want to have on my labels, that my market access person says I need to have in order to get into those barriers and drive adoption? Just as one example. So this integrative piece we really feel is around a MedTech architect. A MedTech architect, which I would be willing to bet you don't have one on your team. But every single person up here is talking about a different dimension that's required to make your business a success. So I think if you want to be successful in the commercial markets, you need to build better businesses by having a MedTech architect on your team to help you integrate all these pieces to bring your company forward.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Nathan. Very well. Very good. I want to leave off and throw Malek one question because I think also you have very, very unique experience. Do you have something to say?
No, I really like the notion of MedTech architect. I think it should be the next one of the next panels. I really like this notion and having this holistic view. So
well, Nathan's coming back next year, right?
So Nathan, that's
You're
the
good.
next one.
All right.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Malek, how long have you been in High Life?
Oh, we founded High Life in 2010.
Okay.
So
it's coming up on 15 years. It's
Yes.
been a very long journey.
Yeah.
Speaking to an audience of entrepreneurs, you have seen it from white sheet of paper. I know you were there day one, and you've seen now a lot of changes, even coming up with a brand new CEO.
Yep.
Speak to entrepreneurs willing to get in the game and having a decade ahead of them, what would you advise them to do? And we're out of time, but I want you to run and just give a philosophical.
I mean, of course, I think passion is a driver because you need to be resilient over the time. I think as long as you find joy in what you're doing, and as long as it's exciting and you're learning stuff, and today we are running clinical studies in 3 different continents, so it's very exciting. It's very different from when we started by designing a device on a white paper. So as long as you're enjoying it, as long as you're learning, meeting people, having opportunities, you should continue and give it your best. And as someone said earlier, you don't really control what acquisitions and the market, etc. You just give it your best and enjoy it. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Everyone, please give this panel a round of applause. This is the MedTech Startup Equation. Thank you so much.
Do you know if everyone spoke on the panel? If they had time to... Oh. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed learning more about MedTech Startup Equation. And now I'm excited to announce our first technology showcase. And as we move on the agenda, our next showcase is going to be, we'll explore how advancements in AI and augmented reality are reshaping the patient's care. Please help me to welcome on stage Andreas Forsland, the CEO and co-founder of Cognition.
Technology Showcase by Cognition.
Thank you, Gio. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I have a little bit longer beard now than that picture was taken, so startup life ages you in a good way. But I wanted to share with you a little bit about my company, Cognition, but before that, a little bit about me. So my background is actually kind of non-traditional in the sense that I got into the industry through design. Actually, I worked at Philips in the Philips Design Organization, so I was an internal design strategist, and I worked across healthcare, lighting, consumer electronics, semiconductors, and I helped Philips really think about what's next on the sort of 7 to 20-year horizon, which was fascinating to be inside of that environment. We also built interesting prototypes that disrupted categories, created new categories, also within healthcare. It was a personal story that got me into MedTech. My mom got sick with pneumonia. She was intubated in the ICU with sepsis, and she was struggling for her life, and she couldn't talk. So what got me into this was, how could you create an interface that a patient that is very compromised could intuitively understand how to use to communicate with doctors and loved ones on bedside? As a result of that work, that was in 2014, starting the company, we realized that there were millions and millions of people that were chronically unable to speak for a number of neurodegenerative and traumatic brain injuries and also developmental disorders. As a result of that, in the last 10 years, we've spent a tremendous amount of time understanding the way the mind and body work. And what we realized is, because we've solved some really hard problems as assistive technology for people with chronic needs for communication, what we realized is that there are tremendous opportunities to disrupt and accelerate transformation in brain health, specifically functional brain health. As many of you know, it's very expensive and time-consuming to build medical devices. On average, it can cost anywhere from $25 to $100 million for a fully integrated diagnostic device. However, if you're building SAMD or software as a medical device, it's a lot cheaper and faster to build. So what we found was, as a result of over 400 unique neurological disorders that you could look at on the NIH website, many of those, if you were to try and venture back creating diagnostic devices or therapeutic devices for that, you're talking about tens of billions of dollars of capital and decades of time waiting for those things to take effect and commercialize. So what we found is that the sunk cost of building what we've built as a platform we realized that we could actually leverage sort of the sunk cost of the $25 million that we've already invested into Cognition technology and unlock new investment opportunities to accelerate neurological SAMD applications. So what I'm sharing with you today is really just a leaderboard of the invasive or the assistive BCI, brain-computer interface market. This gives you an idea or an indication of how much money is flowing into the BCI industry. It's quite a lot. It's actually understated. If any of you are following the category, Precision Neuro just closed a $93 million round yesterday. And Neuralink is actually, they've closed over $680 million. So we're well over $1 billion in the last 5 years that have been invested. And none of these top 5 implantable companies have gone past their phase 1s, right? So they're all still well in their preclinicals or first in humans. So we would expect that in the next 5 to 10 years, there's easily going to be at least $1 to $2 more billion that need to be invested to commercialize the implantable BCIs, which there's a highest and best use case for those BCIs, but when you're talking about assistive technology for computer control, we think that there are better ways to solve that non-invasively. So you see us at the top. It was also mentioned earlier, Ceribell. Congratulations to those good folks at Ceribell for their venture work, and they just went IPO in October. So that was a really great big bell ringer for them. They're currently trading at around 17x revenue, which is a pretty fantastic case study for MedTech. The types of conditions that we focus on are seen in this chart. So we primarily work with teens and adults that have acquired conditions or neurodegenerative conditions. There are also some congenital conditions such as autism or other CP and Down syndrome that are part of our addressable population. But this is just US prevalence data on chronic conditions that would benefit. So there's over 25 million people in the US alone. But if you titrate that back to those individuals who are severe enough to require a brain interface to interact with technology, we're talking about roughly 3.5 million in the US. And a dramatically smaller subset of that would be addressable through the implant market. So I'm going to take a step back for a moment. So going back to that use case of potentially non-regulated hardware that can unlock a tremendous breadth of very useful and impactful software applications. Apple did a really great job with the Apple Watch in building really advanced sensors into a form factor that people just want to wear. However, over the 10-year period of Apple Watch being in existence, there's been tremendous advances in software algorithms as far as diagnostics and also digital therapeutics. So we really envision the work that we're doing at Cognition as addressing the central and peripheral nervous system as a neurology interface. So I'm happy to say you'll notice that there's a QR code on my slides. Feel free to scan that QR code if you want to learn more about what we've built, and it is available today for sale commercially in the US and Canada, and it's coming to Europe in 2025. So it's a fully integrated AR headset that includes EEG sensing, as well as other sensing for cervical control and pupil monitoring. And all of our biometric data is being processed on this Nucleus hip pack. It's about the size of an iPhone. We also can take an accessory cable and pull in data from other parts of the body, such as EMG, EKG, resting heart rate, respiratory. And so imagine that this is a full neurophysiology acquisition system that's wearable and wireless. And then we also provide a development software kit for those researchers. So again, we started in assistive technology at the top, but customers like Johns Hopkins, the VA, Memorial Hermann, Northwell Health, and others are all pursuing monitoring, sensor fusion, telehealth assessments, and diagnostics and therapeutic applications on our platform. So it's going to be a very exciting time in the next few years to see what these organizations are coming up with. The photo on the left is one of our brainiacs. This is a rabbi in Los Angeles. He has late-stage ALS. He has an extremely large following, but he can no longer speak. And we're very excited to be working with him right now. He's able to communicate in real time using our headset, and pretty soon, in 2025, he's going to get back on stage communicating and sharing his scripture with his big community. The picture in the middle is the BrainGate team at Brown University. They're integrating our BCI and our AR headset with implantable devices such as BrainGate. So your BlackRock Utah array is going to be sharing data along with our system. So in the next year or two, you're going to start to see sensor fusion between implants and non-invasive in our system. And then the last picture is a fun picture in our office. These are our first pallet of shipments that have gone out. So we're very excited about this. We're now on our third pallet of devices that are going out to really revolutionary companies, clinical companies. These are some pictures of implantable sensors, which you may or may not be familiar with. So from left to right, Neuralink, Synchron, Paradromics, Precision, and BlackRock. They're all very different kinds of sensors and sensor technology, but what they all share in common is they're all on the brain, under the skull, and they all transmit their data through a transponder wirelessly to some kind of receiver. So you can imagine a future where all of these, really what's going to drive the usefulness and the utilization of implanted data are applications, right? So going back to the iPhone or the Apple Watch, there's an app for that kind of scenario. Our platform represents the app for that ecosystem that could unlock the broadest value of implantable devices. And I'm happy to say that we're working with a few of these companies to do deep integrations with our technology. Some of that news is going to be coming out later. We are building a set of first-party applications on our system called Assisted Reality, and that's going to help people drive powered wheelchairs, deal with communication, IoT smart home controls, as well as bionics for rudimentary robotic control and prosthetic controls. These are some of the specific DTX and DX applications that our active customers are working on. So you can see that just the impact of just a sample of things related to disorders of consciousness or comatose patients that are non-responsive physically and being able to identify when they are lucid, even though they're not presenting in a way that you would know that they're conscious and aware. We have folks that are developing, translating analog diagnostics in concussion care using our headset. So you could imagine a future where a version of our headset could be in every single high school locker room for all the kids with contact sports to deal with like on the field diagnostics instead of massive amounts of ER visits. And we also have some of our customers that are doing clinical research are in the realm of diagnostics for things like schizophrenia and other kinds of mental disorders. Our business model is really around landing and supporting initial customers on their in-one R&D efforts in internal, sort of inside-out innovation at health systems. And so they typically will start with a couple of our systems initially. But the beauty of our business model is that as they go through their clinical trials, our system and platform scales up with their clinical trials proportionately. So going back to just, Morgan Stanley had just issued a really fantastic report on the state of what the BCI industry is and the size of it. They projected that in 2030, it's an $80 billion market in the US alone, $320 billion by 2045, so 20 years out. So I've never really looked 20 years out for doing any kind of forecasting. But if we sort of look at this from a market share perspective, invasive is going to occupy a pretty big impact of around 250,000 people are going to have implants in the next 20 years. That's a lot of people. However, we're going to have about 3 million people using our technology for chronic and also acute use cases. So just in kind of wrapping up, as a startup, we've been quietly building really phenomenal partnerships, and both on the research and customer side. We've also started shipping products with key integrations that you'll see here with these logos. Our company is actually the only US delegate right now with ISO on BCI standards internationally. And we have received FDA breakthrough device designation for the wearable communication endpoint of our first party application. So if you're interested in getting involved with Cognition, we will be looking for expanding throughout North America within healthcare systems that are doing neurology research, and in 2025 we'll be doing the same throughout Europe and the rest of the world. And we will also be doing a financing round in the Q1 timeframe to help accelerate this growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Andreas, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone wants to connect with Andreas, please use our MedTech Match platform to find him, or email me and I will get you connected with this wonderful speaker. And now, as an opener for our next panel, which is going to be Malta's MedTech ecosystem lessons from global leaders, I would love to ask you to draw attention to the screen, and we're going to have a video keynote from Honorable Silvio Scrembli, Minister of the Economy, Enterprise and Strategic Projects at Government of Malta. Thank you.
Hello, it's an honor to address you today. While I can't be there in person, I'd like to share some key updates on Malta's position as an important player in the MedTech sector. Malta offers a strong ecosystem for innovation, with the Life Sciences Park strategically located near our National Hospital and University, encouraging close collaboration. Our healthcare system is also receiving major investments, including a 30 million upgrade to the National Blood Tissue and Stem Cell Transfusion Service. This makes Malta an ideal destination for research companies looking to innovate and grow. Recently, we launched Malta Vision 2050, a strategic plan that integrates digital innovation, healthcare, and sustainability and infrastructure, all with the goal of improving quality of life. This vision is a roadmap for the future, setting key milestones to be achieved by 2035 and supporting sectors like MedTech to thrive within a connected future-ready economy. Our MedTech sector is growing rapidly. Companies like PharmaDocs are leading the way with a 6.5 million expansion, positioning themselves to attract more multinational clients. Baxter, which has been a significant player in Malta for over 30 years, is enhancing its operations with a project that will generate 180 new jobs by 2026. These success stories highlight Malta's resilience and potential as a MedTech hub. Malta's size allows us to be agile in policymaking, adapting swiftly to the needs of the MedTech sector. Malta Enterprise plays a key role, fostering networks and funding initiatives that attract MedTech startups. Since launching the Startup Finance Initiative, we've supported the creation of 58 jobs with an average salary of €41,000, providing a strong economic return of €141 for every euro invested. The growth of Malta's MedTech sector is a testament to the strategic investment, robust government support, and a collaborative ecosystem. Through events like MedTech Malta 2024, we are connecting local and international stakeholders, fostering partnerships that drive innovation. Together, we will continue to elevate Malta to new heights as a leading MedTech hub. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome on stage our next panel, Malta's MedTech Ecosystem, Lessons from Global Leaders. And our panelists will be Liana Wallach, Vice President of Partnership and Business Development at 8400, Homer Quintana, Director, Center of Rapid Device Transition at Houston Methodist, Jessica Camilleri, Head of Advisory at CLA Malta, Marion Zamit, Chief FDI Specialist at Malta Enterprise, Osama Al-Saeh, Head of Partnership, Health at Plug and Play, and Dr. Jonathan Brigas Dimitriades, CEO and co-founder at Lapsi Health, and Engineer Joseph Samir, Founder Chairman at Malta Life Sciences Park. And the panel will be moderated by Dr. Dylan Attard, CEO and co-founder at MedTech World. Please help me to welcome the speakers.
Malta's MedTech ecosystem. Lessons from global leaders.
questions? Thank you. Malta's aims and visions of why, sorry, thank you. It wasn't me. So, the aim of this panel is mostly to discuss why we believe that Malta can be very useful within the global MedTech industry, our aims and visions from both public and private sector, and how and why MedTech Malta and MedTech World was founded. This is not just about any conference, but it's rather for us to learn, observe what other countries, and there's a good number of mix of companies, people coming from Peru, from obviously Malta, US, Israel, and we're here to learn from each other. I'd love to allow some very brief seconds for everyone to possibly introduce where you're coming from, who you're working with, and we'll take it on from there.
Hi, Marian Zammit. I am the Chief Foreign Direct Investment Specialist at Malta Enterprise. Our remit is to grow the Maltese economy by targeting specific niche sectors such as MedTech, which is very close to our heart.
Hello, I'm Liana Volach. I'm VP Business Development and Partnerships at 8400, the Health Network. This is a nonprofit organization working in Israel to promote the Israeli health tech ecosystem locally and globally. We're a network of 400 people, and we're working closely with the government. So this is part of what I'm going to discuss today.
Hello, everybody. My name is Osama Al-Saleh. I lead partnerships for Plug and Play Health. For those that don't know, we are the most active venture capital fund in the world. We invest in about 200 to 220 startups a year. We also work with a lot of corporations from across the world, about 600, and we run about 100 accelerator programs across 63 different geographies. And I'll talk a little bit about it later today, where we actually work with the largest orthopedics manufacturer in the world, Zimmer Biomet, in Warsaw, Indiana. So really, the goal is to help startups grow and help economies grow through innovation.
Hello, everybody. I'm Joe Samut. I'm the founder, ex-chairman of the Malta Life Sciences Park. It was mentioned by the minister. It's next door to Mater Dei, and the intention of the park is to provide space for startups, established companies. It's difficult enough for them to get into operations and have to think also about setting up a lab. We did that, thinking of setting up a lab. Plans for expansions are always there, but we go beyond just the space. I think it's something that we need to prepare, help them network, and we look overseas, but we can discuss that more during this session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Homer Quintana. I am the director of the Center for Rapid Device Translation, which is in the largest medical complex in the world. My job is to engage with startups and industry partners that have technologies that need to reach the patient and collaborate with them to do the R&D component to make real impact for patient care.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jessica Camilleri, Head of Advisory at CLA Malta. We're a corporate services and advisory firm. And what we do, especially in the MedTech space, is we try and assist and support both startups and corporations alike, be it on strategic development cycles, planning to get to market, and even post-market implementation of products and services within the MedTech sphere.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jonathan Bringas. Just like Dylan said, I'm a Peruvian. I'm also Dutch. I am working with multiple hospitals. I've been in the board of advisors of one of the major hospital systems in Latin America, but I'm also the CEO and co-founder of Lapsi Health in the Netherlands. We are a company that has been rapidly growing in the last 2.5 years. We went from idea creation to having a FDA cleared medical device last year, launched in the United States, ISO certified, multiple AI algorithms already trained and now submitting for FDA. So the company grew quickly. We went from 4 founders to 19 people, 2 offices, one in the Netherlands and one in Finland. And we are now heading multiple pilots with big medical systems such as Johns Hopkins and Nadi pharmacies in Saudi Arabia, etc.
Nice, thank you. So I'd love to start with you, Liana. 8,400 network. Everyone who knows one thing or another within the MedTech industry knows what you're up to. the innovation that's coming out of your own networks and ecosystem. How do you think that, first, what do you think you did right in terms of how Israel and mostly the 8,400 network helped nurture the MedTech companies, and what other countries like Malta, who might be some years behind in terms of where we started from, can learn from?
So I think I'll start with the 8400 model, which is a very unique model. Actually, 7 years ago, the founders of 8400, which most of them are high-tech veterans, tried to answer the question, how come Israel is the startup nation, but it's not the health tech nation? Because basically we have the same unique assets in health tech to succeed as well as we succeed in startup, and as well as we are globally connected in the high-tech world. And they came to the conclusion that even though we have multidisciplinary talent and we have a culture of innovation and we have amazing research institute, there is a lack of connectivity between the different segments of the ecosystem. So the government, the regulator, specifically in health, has not been in touch with the industry, and there was a lot of mistrust. So basically, the network is started from a fellowship of almost a year that took the most senior people within the ecosystem, the health tech ecosystem, but from each sector. So from academia, from hospitals, from HMOs, from the government, of course, and from multinational companies working in Israel, and from other ecosystem organizations. And together, they didn't just network or got to know each other, which is very, very important to build trust, but they also started to point out the gaps and the opportunities that the health tech ecosystem has, and then started to develop national programs to tackle those gaps. So, for example, if we're talking about MedTech, there was a big gap for small Israeli startups that they haven't thought about the idea of strategizing for go-to-market strategies for the US and for Europe from the get-go. And then many of them would have a product and then fail going to larger markets. And what the 8400 network is doing is it established MedTech Commercializations Institute that takes really seasoned, experienced mentors from the Israeli ecosystem, mentoring voluntarily young CEOs and getting them to help and building the strategy. And this is all done with the support of the government. So I think this is like a government is having the government speaking with the industry and putting it and very high up in the level of priorities, and also funds that are going into this as
especially most of the time, especially towards this side of the Atlantic, I guess the governments are the biggest spenders and buyers within healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
Jessica, speaking both from a corporate service provider perspective as well as from someone who participated in nurturing Malta's economic vision for 2050, what challenges do governments face when they try to relay their vision to both the public and the private sector? Because sometimes I do feel that it's a very nicely worded PDF, brochures, but when it comes to companies and the private sector mostly trying to execute it and action it, there's a huge gap.
Very much so. I really want to latch on to the point that Liana made in terms of the cycle within the MedTech sphere. Referencing the economic vision, let's start from a more international basis. The minister as well referred to it. Now there's Vision 2050. But back a couple of years back, I was part of the team doing the Malta Vision 2021-2031. And what we did, especially for the MedTech sphere, was we wanted to kind of see through best practices, what can we learn from other jurisdictions that have a much larger market share, what have they done right, what have they done wrong, and how we can learn from that to implement it better in Malta. And obviously the market share is very vast, so Europe still has quite a dominance. It's around a quarter, I would say, of the global market share of the MedTech sphere. Followed, of course, there's America, US at around 40-45%, and then you have Asia Pacific. So Europe still has a quite influential say, I would say, in the MedTech sphere. And obviously different jurisdictions, here we have a very diverse panel, so different jurisdictions have different variables that would allow startups and corporates alike to choose the jurisdiction on where to operate. And this could go from market access, where you have the US being a major, very accessible sector, slightly a bit more than Europe, of course, but then you have a different regulatory sector, kind of regulatory framework. Even, for example, in Europe, we continuously hamp on the fact that we have unified policy, but then when it comes to patents, for example, you still have to navigate national rules, which is not the case in other jurisdictions. So obviously then Europe is a bit more dense as a network, so you might get much more access and you can get kind of your foot in the door to the investors or to whatever you need, even from government perspectives, and access to funding that is not equity-based. So I think what we've learned is that there are many different models on the international platform, and we try to find ways to apply what can be applied locally here in Malta. And obviously we set a good start, and most of that has been through funding initiatives, as I'm pretty sure Marion will detail it later on in the panel, that are very accessible for startups. In terms of strategic planning and advisory, I think there are a couple of points I do want to mention. Later on, I think we'll be discussing the regulatory and financial framework, and I do have some comments on that, on how I think we could better this, even if it's implemented to the 2050 strategy, hopefully. But in terms on a singular basis, on a corporation basis, what we've seen in corporate advisory and services is that many a time in the MedTech sphere, cash flow is not given that much precedence. As you said, there are many products, I don't want to say startups, because there are corporates that are going into a new product that, to be honest, goes through the entire cycle as a startup would, maybe with a bit more experience. But let's say there's a new product, a new system, a new app. Cash flow, not financial projections, not profitability. Cash flow is the starting point. MedTech is characterized by very long development cycles. You have very high upfront costs than any other sectors, and therefore cash flow, usually we recommend to be in a stage gate kind of staggered approach, where capital is released in interims. And I think that is one of the main points that we need to consider, as well in partnership with government. Government needs to eventually implement policies that address this cash flow funding gap at the upfront cost cycle of MedTech companies, as well as also dissemination, marketing, and being mindful of the fact that that investors in this sphere we found are very technical. So in that technicality, it is a given that they are going to have other companies in the MedTech sphere. It is a given that they're going to have a very diversified base if we want that corporate to have a good level of investment. So the best policies we can implement in Malta is how are we going to retain that investment locally, and how that investment can translate into scalability, so that we retain the startups in our block, rather than assisting at the upfront cost through the schemes that we have at local level and EU level, and then when it comes to scalability, they all go to America. So I think there's much work that needs to be done in terms of retaining, but we're definitely on the right path in meriting the MedTech industry and its growth.
Understood. And we've touched more or less up until now in terms of how countries within their own ecosystems can try to nurture industries like MedTech. Now, moving on to bigger corporations and entities, organizations like Plug and Play. Osama, I know that you've worked with different states. Plug and Play is visible possibly in every country that they could access on the map. What do you think Plug and Play does very well to be able to copy and paste and plug and play actually different models in different industries, and what countries like Malta can do, and eventually what role Plug and Play can possibly play within the local MedTech industry?
Yeah, totally. So I'll preface my answer with this. I don't think there's a simple copy and paste solution, because every market has subjective needs. And I'm reminded of when I was working at the World Bank Group, investing in essential infrastructure and different industries. I was there in 2016 when Saudi Vision 2030 was new, right? And I was like, what the heck is Vision 2030? I'm from Kansas, right? Like, economic development to me is very different from economic development in Saudi Arabia. Yesterday I got a chance to chat with the NEOM folks. We work with them from a plug and play perspective as well. So I think the needs of NEOM or Singapore, where we are very present as a accelerator and innovation organization is high, is very different from the way that we operate in Warsaw, Indiana, for example, right? So I'll preface with that it's different everywhere, but I think I call it the trifecta. Making sure that there is a healthy amount of corporate soft landing spots in given economy or geography. And then number two, making sure that we have an adequate amount of what you mentioned, investment dollars, to be infused into the startups so that they can be really, really successful. Of course, MedTech is a lot more capital intensive than your digital health startups that we typically like to play in a lot. We're very, very active. And then I'll share the example of Warsaw, Indiana, where we work with Zimmer Biomet. We just launched this accelerator program where we're investing in the community there out in Indiana. And if we can get startups to move, we have a startup that moved from Warsaw, Poland to Indiana for this program. I was like, this is the irony, right? They're moving to a place which is 2 hours away from any airport in rural America, right? So if we can get startups to move there, I think we can get startups to be nurtured and moved to a place like Singapore, for example, or Malta. And then the second example that I'll follow with is the example of Alberta, Canada, where we launched this program about 4 years ago. To date, our startups that we've accelerated have raised about over $250 million. This is in Alberta, Canada, $371 million. It's crazy. So I really think that trifecta is a really good model, and then you subjectify it to what the market needs are.
Agreed. No, very true, very true. So you're essentially representing a venture firm which invests in startups. Now, the same question goes to you, Homer, in terms of how can a hospital ecosystem, massive one like the Methodist, I purely want you to relay the enthusiasm I showed back in August when I visited you in terms of where Houston and Texas started from a couple of years ago, where you are now, and where you want to be, and what and how can Malta possibly try to simulate what you've been doing. And I know that when you first joined the Methodist, it wasn't the Methodist it is now. What can we learn from, essentially?
Well, the Texas Medical Center, when I started 12 years ago, is not the thing that it is now. I see several people in the audience actually here from the Texas Medical Center that can kind of speak to that ecosystem. The premise there is you have the world's largest medical complex, millions of patients in terms of diversity in populations. You have these brilliant institutions generating IP. And just like the person to the left of me said, that IP, unfortunately, was going to other places. So we never got to see the finish of those startups, of that technology finishing within the Houston ecosystem for the patients that it was destined to be for. So fast forward, now we have an accelerator, we have venture capital, we have an ecosystem that's been built to ideally build startups that are going to begin and ideally finish in the Texas Medical Center with technologies that are going to treat our patients. Now, the thing that's changed since then is the Texas Medical Center used to be what I call a flat place, meaning innovation doesn't happen there in a way where it's going to be robust. You have to climb some tremendous peaks. And flat places include places that have a lack of an educated workforce, a lack of funding, and a lack of infrastructure to make things happen. Now, I've noticed from some of the talks and some of the presentations I've seen in the exhibit hall that you are starting to grow an educated population. You are starting to bring in the infrastructure. You are starting to bring in the funding. That's actually exciting to me. I'm starting to see the seeds of what I hope will be a tremendous capability to develop technologies for the people of Malta that are going to ideally finish here. But you have to be able to realize that this is a global world that we live in, and we need help. I need help in finding technologies that are going to address unmet needs in the clinic, and those technologies, to me, come from any point in the world. I look at the 60-plus technologies or companies that I've seen in my portfolio, and I don't count large industry partners, it's just startups. They represent, at this point, 42 countries. And so the goal there is to build what we call bio-bridges, to build an exchange of not only resources and expertise, but literal exchange of capabilities. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed at a global stage. We can't do this alone. We're too interconnected at this point. The way the technology is going, you're going to have that happen. And I'm excited for Malta. I see some things here where I'm like, okay, this is leaning in the right direction. They are not a completely flat space. They're a space that's on the rise. And how you manage your peaks depends on how you make your way through those valleys. So I think the peaks that you guys are starting to see are about to really come to fruition.
Agreed, and I think we do need to show some appreciation to Joseph and what you've done with the Malta Life Sciences Park. I mean, I still was a medical doctor at Mater Dei, which is the main hospital right across, and it was this lavish building which no one knew what it was about. Then a cool name, Malta Life Sciences Park, and you were amongst the first, I guess, pioneers to kind of try and inject some excitement into the local medtech and health tech industry. What challenges did you face? Because there's always the first mover advantage, kind of, if you can apply the same term to it. You've started way back before when anyone knew possibly what the biotech industry was locally, especially trying to work with the Ministry for Health, with the main hospital here. What challenges did you find? And would you have done something differently back then?
How much time do we have? All right. I first proposed the park in 2006 based on my experience in the UK working in a science park. So not a lot of take-up at that point in time, but I submitted an application for European ERDF funds and got 30 million, which moves things. And 10 years later, we have the park and it's up and running. What's interesting is that even during the build, people were saying, but do you have already had clients for that? No, we don't, because it's still a formula. We only sort of provide space if someone asks for it. So we're saying, no, we'll provide the space, and then they will come. And it worked, and it worked well. And I think we're overdue to expanding, because we have area large enough for 9 buildings. We've just built 3 buildings. What's happening now is the networking part, which I'm pleased to hear you explaining this. Networking, people think, yeah, it's just coffee and biscuits, surely. And no, you need to work hard at it. And not only that, but you need to sit down and attentively listen to, you call them gaps. There was another word, opportunities, valleys. We have these experts coming in, and they could be academics, it could be consultants from the hospital, it could be from large enterprises, it could be from startups. And maybe some of our tenants as well. But the point is, they do come in and they have ideas, they have issues to meet those ideas, and we need to listen attentively to those, to identify these gaps, to do this connectivity and address them. So our job now is not only sort of, get big things done, but now we need to look at the little things, because it doesn't take much to address some of the gaps. Some gaps tend to be more problematic. But if we do stop and listen, and I guess this is where the challenges are now, because this is the soft infrastructure rather than the hard infrastructure. The lavish building, yeah, it's done, it's the hard infrastructure, but the soft infrastructure, dare I say, it's maybe even more important and needs more effort to address.
Agreed. Jonathan, you're the only MedTech device CEO sitting on this panel. So essentially, you were listening to them. Either they were building castles up in the air, or is it stuff that you actually went through? As a MedTech CEO, and you're coming from Peru, you're based in the Netherlands, you're living 2 different, essentially, worlds, with the Netherlands being as advanced as it could be within the industry, and Peru, which I know that you're doing quite a good amount of work trying to nurture an industry there. As a MedTech CEO, how do you think countries and governments and both the public and private industries can help you to thrive and essentially impact patients at the end of the day?
Well, we, in Labs Health, we belong to 2 ecosystems within Europe. We are in the Netherlands, but we also are in Finland. So even within Europe, you have different types of environments where growth is at its own pace. So when we see, for instance, in Finland, that there's a lot of nurturing in terms of multiple accelerator places and hubs where you can grow your companies. They were trying to promote startups, and it works. There's a lot of academic cooperation to develop. So I develop hardware in the city of Oulu in Finland, in the north, because my head of engineering used to be Nokia. And there's a long story there. He used to be the guy that developed the Aura Ring as well. So very impressive amount of engineering talent in that area. So it's really amazing. So that's something that Europe can offer. In the case of the Netherlands, we are all So all the startup CEOs there's a lot of startups in the Netherlands. The Netherlands is one of the countries that develop and produce the biggest amount of startups in the world for such a tiny little country. Also the biggest agricultural exporter in the world for such a tiny little country. So we're just known for being extremely efficient. And I think that that's one of the things that that I learned the most in the Netherlands is that when we are all connected, the startups, we have something called Tech Leap in the Netherlands, which is an ecosystem created by the Prince Constantijn van Oranje-Nassau, which is the brother of the King of the Netherlands, that binds all the startup CEOs together. And we have something called the Bold Community. We talk to each other all the time. Me and the guy from Bunk and the guy from Booking.com, and it's a really fantastic ecosystem. And we learn a lot of lessons with each other, so we end up being very lean, you know, typical Dutch type of development. Now, what we are not good at in Europe is the regulation. I mean, the CEMDR, everyone knows here is a joke. So I say it very openly because it's the truth. We are based completely on pharma principles to regulate medical devices. How is that possible? But then I also compare it to Peru, and it's exactly the same. You know, in Peru, I also have to when I want to do a regulation in South America, in some of the countries in South America, I need a pharmacist to regulate my medical device. That makes no sense. So going back to the point, I think that because of these situations, you know, the differences in Europe, differences of purchasing, language, culture, regulatory, etc., unfortunately, startups are poised to then deploy in the United States, which is what we're doing. And I feel it's also what pretty much every startup in the health tech ecosystem is doing. So if countries would like to, you know, expand and accelerate startup ecosystems, I would say one of the biggest things that they could do is try to push the regulation to be able to allow us to have a clear pathway like the United States does for health tech startups.
Marion, I've left you last because I wanted them to say what they had to say. Different countries, they're coming from different ecosystems, and obviously me and you have been working quite well together over the past 3 years, trying to encourage startups to come to the island. And I know that Malta Enterprise in general, especially over the past years, across different industries, have successfully nurtured industries and invited startups, not just startups, but even bigger corporations here. What is Malta's national foreign direct investment strategy? And even more importantly, what do you think startups the challenges they face of why, for example, we've tapped onto a bit onto regulation, which I did want to go into, but I guess time is against us. Does that play a role in startups possibly? Because essentially one of Malta's key roles is trying to invite startups from outside of Europe to set up here. Does regulation play a part in them not wanting to set up here?
How much time do I have? 2 minutes? Okay. So, Malta's FDI strategy. At the moment, we are crafting Malta's strategy and vision for 2050. Crucial and pivotal to that is the fact that we are moving from a resource-intense industry to a knowledge-based industry. So what we are after is innovation, research and development, the generation of highly skilled, specialized jobs, and less resource intense. So we're moving away from the facility that needs thousands of square meters to the startups that just require a small space, are employing very highly specialized employees, and are generating intellectual property in Malta. So that is what we are after. MedTech is definitely one niche which fits exactly into those parameters, so to speak. At Malta Enterprise, we have various support vehicles. To support startups, we have the Startup Finance, which is an excellent support measure. However, I want to latch on to what Jessica was saying. Jessica mentioned cash flow. One of the biggest challenges we find with startups, and in MedTech it's even more amplified because of the regulatory frameworks, timelines are longer. Until you get a product to market, the licensing, the certification, the trials, before you start seeing any revenue, a long time passes. Our support measure is startup finance, which is not the only support measure that we use, but this is specific for startups, is a co-financing vehicle. So we always stress that the startup has to have cash flow that it has raised from other sources. In that, simply relying on our funding, which is non-dilutive, so that's great about it, has shown us that startups who rely solely on our funding run into problems. And that's because we are not financing at 100%. There are costs which we are not financing at all. And therefore, we are really screening for startups that have already gone through rounds of funding. Then there are the gaps, which Jessica also mentioned. That's a challenge, because obviously our funding is catering for a startup which has possibly gone through seed funding and is looking at its round A or round B. But obviously, we have to do something about seed funding. There is also funding which goes after our funding, and I know that the government has launched a VC fund. That's a possible avenue that startups can explore. So our funding, complementary with that, is already a good starting point. However, I think more needs to be done when it comes to providing further funding, more VCs, angel investors, and we need to attract that kind of investment here as well. Regulatory is a challenge, and regulatory is a challenge because it poses timelines. In Malta, we have a highly reputed medicines authority. They're doing an excellent job. They're very accessible. Just now, we were having a meeting on our stand where we had a startup looking to set up in Malta. And at the same meeting, we had the regulatory, the medicines authority, as well as the leading clinician who might be a principal investigator for the clinical study. I mean, the fact that we could bring them together on the same table in a matter of 5 minutes, that for me is where magic happens. But obviously, we know that regulatory frameworks take time. Infrastructure, Malta is small. That is a huge advantage because accessibility. I'm just speaking about this meeting. We can do things fast, nimbly, all the stakeholders are accessible, willing and ready, business-oriented. But obviously, then there are some limitations in that being small, there's only one therapeutic hospital, for instance. So that may pose some challenges for clinical trials, challenges that we're trying to overcome and working very hard to overcome. Each challenge comes with its own opportunity, and at Malta Enterprise, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to understand the specific niches, being MedTech, being other niches, identifying the challenges and working with stakeholders to try and overcome them.
I think the main takeaway is that different countries, different ecosystems do need each other. Essentially, it is healthcare. I hate mentioning the word competition when it comes to healthcare. Different industries, they might be competing for businesses, for money, but we're dealing with patients' lives. And we do need to collaborate. I think the COVID pandemic has showed us why different countries need to cooperate when it comes to either finding a solution, vaccine, helping with logistics or whatever. And that is the main key takeaway here. Don't underestimate, or rather don't take for granted why we've chosen these people for this panel. I'd love for Malta to build bridges with Houston. Hopefully we'll be able to meet the health minister later on today. Plug and Play, I know that you already have a program here on fintech, but I'd love for them to possibly pitch in and to MedTech. So hopefully we'll be able to, in a couple of months down the line, look back at this panel and say it all started from here. So thank you everyone. Thank you for sharing your views to us. Thank you.
Dear panelists and moderator, thank you so much for the discussion. If anyone has any questions, if you want to learn more how to tech into MedTech in Malta, please reach out to Marion with Malta Enterprise. And for the next panel, it's very easy to announce, the Startup Nation. I know it's Giovanni's very dear subject, so please help me to welcome on stage our panelist and moderator for the panel, Israel's Role in Global MedTech Innovation. And our list of panelists are Gary Gershoni, founding general partner at Bay Med Venture Partners, Michael Fisher, Vice President Corporate Development at LifeC Partners, Yoav Fisher, Head of Innovation at Health AI, IL, and Angel Investor at Health IL, Jordan Pollock, CEO at Venway, Amir Gross, CEO of CardioValve, Shai Poliker, Managing Partner at Edge Med LP, and Yuval Mandelbaum, CEO at Discure Technologies. Please help me to welcome the panel, and it will be moderated by Giovanni Lauricella, CEO of Lifeblood.
Israel's role in global medtech innovation.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, now it's working. I am thrilled about this particular panel. I just want to let you know that every single person on this panel fought pretty hard to get here by plane and get out of Israel. So if anyone has to say thank you for coming here, it's us to this group of people up here because they fought really hard to get here. So I'm very grateful for all of you being here. Thank you so much. Israel has been near and dear to my heart for over a decade. I try to go as often as possible, and I have a special relationship with every single one of these people up here. I've met them on the ground in Israel over the years. And it actually started off with over a decade ago. I was given the opportunity just to expand the wings and open up a MedTech market for the firm that I was at, and I sat in a coffee shop, Starbucks, nothing crazy special, but it was a Starbucks, and from cover to cover, I read The Startup Nation, the economic miracle of Israel, and I just immediately fell in love, and I knew that I had to be there. I knew I had to go. And part of a chapter, a significant part of the chapter, is actually Amir Gross's father, Yossi's mentioned in there. And as a headhunter, that's what I do. I track people down. I have to find people for a living. And I somehow found Yossi's number, and I called him about 100 times, and he never got back to me. And about 2 months later, out of the blue, someone transferred the phone over to me, and he goes, is this Giovanni? And I said, yes, who's this? It's Yossi Gross. And my face went white, and he gave me over an hour of his time just talking about everything, how special Israel, what he's done, what the innovation is over there, and I just knew immediately that I had to go. And it was a very short time after that I was introduced to Amir Gross through Tal Reich, a very dear friend, and I flew to Israel, met the team, and after that it was love at first sight of being on the ground in Israel, and I met all the wonderful people that are sitting on this stage over the course of the years. So I'm going to stop talking about myself because it's an everlasting love for Israel, and once again, super grateful for these people, but the purpose of this particular panel is highlighting why one of the main reasons you saw in one of the opening presentations as to why Israel is still in the top 3 when it comes to medical device innovation. And you're talking about a very, very tiny country with incredible power, especially with regards to this industry. So each one of these people is going to speak with their own personal experience and their own personal perspective as to how they've thrived and succeeded within the medical device industry within Israel. And starting with introductions and who are these wonderful people sitting next to me, I'd like to start with Yoav.
Hi, everyone. First, I want to reference something you said this morning. No matter what I wear, you're always dressed better than me, which is both inspiring and frustrating at the same time. But I thank you anyhow for inviting me here.
Well, you got to come back next year and try to beat me out.
I know. So I work at Health IL. Health IL is the national ecosystem for all healthcare innovation in Israel. It is effectively the grease and the glue behind the scenes of this entire thing. The goal is to strengthen, support the innovation of healthcare in Israel, both for the citizens of Israel and a lot of the work that we do more and more globally.
Hello, I'm Jordan Pollack, the CEO of Vaneway. We're actually a company within the MedX Accelerator. I'll let Shai introduce the accelerator next to me. I'm probably the youngest person on the panel, and so I will try not to share too much and let the people here with a lot more experience talk.
Shai Poliker, I'm the founding partner of Edge Medical Ventures. It's a MedTech fund, recently started operation into 2024. But for the last 8 years, I've been running a smaller fund and an incubator out of Israel, promoting a venture studio, promoting innovation in MedTech, taking companies from early stage all the way to commercialization.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yuval Mandelbaum. I'm the CEO of Discure. Discure is quite a unique technology developing bioelectronic implants to treat a range of orthopedic indications. We've recently completed our second round, a Series A, in a difficult environment, which I bet we'll discuss in a bit. And we're now in our clinical trials. Previously, I've been involved with 10 other medical device companies and continuing to going strong.
I just want to thank Giovanni for your love and support of Israel, because the feeling is so mutual and this means so much to us. So thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
I work with LifeSci Partners. We're both advisors and investors. We are best known for our investor relation practice, but over the years we've built up investment banking. We have market research division. We have a venture fund. We've got a fractional C-suite service. We have an events business. So all focused on life sciences, probably mostly biotech, but a lot of medtech too. And it's really exciting to be here.
Hi, nice to meet you all. Giovanni, thank you for the love you show to Israel. Thank you for inviting us here. Goes beyond words. You described your love and passion to Israel, but you don't show it only by talking about it. You're showing it by actions, actually. And in these difficult times, actually, without entering into politics, it means a lot to us. Yesterday in the CEO panel, basically, we spoke about it. Malta is a rock, but also Israel is a rock. So there is a lot in common, and we can discuss it later. About the introduction, my name is Amir Gross, and actually I come from a family heritage, as Giovanni just outlined, but actually the book is quite thick, and I think my father is there in 2 pages, not half of the book. But thank you for giving him a thumbs up. Yuval, I think, is also related with this company. It's my father, one of his inventions. So part of the family heritage, actually, I was not wanted in the family heritage. I'm a lawyer. And coincidentally, I entered into the business 2 years later after I was working as a lawyer. And from there, the rest was history. I was able to sell 2 companies with great luck and a lot of work. But for me, working in the MedTech environment in Israel means patriotism. 50% of R&D in Israel is about life science. We have nothing else to offer. So for me, it's a big patriotism. Thank you all for joining this session.
I'm Gary Gershoni. I believe that I'm the only non-Israel-based person on the panel, except for Giovanni. But I'm very connected to the ecosystem there for many years. So I'm a founding general partner of BayMed Venture Partners, which is an early-stage med device, digital health-focused venture capital firm. And we invest exclusively in the US and in Israel. My background is as an interventional cardiologist for many years and a serial medtech entrepreneur, and just in the more recent years, I've moved to the investing side of things. I would certainly agree with everything that's been said before, but I think during this panel, what I hope to do is share with you as a US-based investor and with LPs that are all based in the US, what our investment thesis is with respect to Israel, and hopefully you'll come away with a deeper understanding of why this is a very special ecosystem, and one that perhaps can also be relevant to Malta in the future.
So Gary, you teed it up perfectly for me because we're going to hit all of these on-the-ground Israeli stories, but I think proof is in the pudding as to your investment thesis. As you mentioned, you're based in the Bay, so you're US-based but a strong connection to Israel, and your investment thesis is investing in medical device companies both in the United States and only Israel. We've seen slide presentations. We know Israel is an economic powerhouse when it comes to innovation within MedTech. Why? Why are you so siloed? What is so special about Israel that it is outside of the United States in terms of your thesis?
Well, I would say that, the original connection is that I have ties for a variety of reasons. But when it comes to investing, I will say that it has nothing to do with ties to the country or Zionism. It's pure greed, and it's pure considerations regarding to return on investment, IRRs, all the things that a good investor or VC should be considering. So as we look, and we're focused in the US and Israel because MedTech is our primary focus, digital health opportunistically. And while there are certainly great opportunities in Europe and Asia, from a bandwidth perspective and a deal flow perspective, that's why we focus in these areas. We're based in the Bay Area and San Francisco, so 30 to 40% of all MedTech is really in some way related to the Bay Area. So that makes it very easy. In the old days, VCs would only invest in companies that they could drive to. But with Zoom and a variety of other technologies, we've branched out somewhat. But so the original connection, as I said, was not related to that. But without doubt, the criteria that we look at when we invest in MedTech is available in spades in Israel. So clearly what we're looking for is a large unmet clinical need whenever we're investing, a very differentiated technology. And what we'll say about the Israeli ecosystem is, whereas, say, 20 years ago, I think that what I saw technologically in Israel was more iterative than disruptive. There's no doubt in my mind that in the last 10 or 20 years, the types of technologies that we're seeing are highly disruptive. We're very interested in investing in those type of technologies, whether they go through the PMA pathway, for example, or not. And then the third is the team and the resilience, the adaptability, the flexibility, the ability to pivot. Those are, I think, criteria that we find amply in Israel. And I was thinking about it before the session today. If you can actually achieve your milestones when you're under fire by missiles, when a third of your employees are in reserve duty, and get out of the country when only one airline is flying in and out to complete your clinical trial, when you remove those obstacles, it's unbelievable. So what we've seen historically in Israel after conflicts is the rebound has been quite pronounced. And while this conflict has lasted longer, unfortunately, than most people have wanted, I think that the anticipation is that there'll be a very substantial rebound. So we're somewhat contrarian. We are investing actively now, even during the conflict, with the expectation that the rebound will be quite pronounced after that's over. The last thing I'll say is, while not maybe as relevant as it used to be, capital efficiency is, I think, something that we find in Israeli companies that is more prevalent than in the US. Great opportunities for us to invest in the US, great technologies, certainly a very large ecosystem, but it's become very expensive. Valuations have become very frothy and really, as a result, interfere with our returns. While Israel has become more expensive in general, whether it's real estate, whether it's salaries, where it has not become more expensive is the ability to achieve milestones with capital efficiency. And for us, as early stage investors and having to worry about later investment rounds, cram downs, and all of that, the ability to achieve milestones with less is very attractive. So I would say that that remains a very important criteria as well.
Thank you, Gary. Jordan, go ahead, Yuval.
I just want to touch on the capital efficiency aspect. And I would argue that it is still very much the case. And I think part of that is the amount of experience that we now have in this very tightly knit ecosystem of medical device in Israel. Everyone in MedTech knows everyone else in this space. And we're not, because we see ourselves, as Amir said, as an island or a rock, we don't see anyone in MedTech in Israel as a competitor, because we're all looking at much larger markets outside of Israel, US, Europe, Asia. But so we are very, very open to collaboration amongst ourselves, and we leverage the long-term experience that we now have in MedTech to make better decisions. And what that allows us to do, as opposed to other companies perhaps in other places, we will take more risk at times, working and doing things more in parallel rather than doing things linearly, which is a safer bet. It's the right way to do things at times. It does take longer and it's more expensive. And the benefit of having the experience to know on what to take the safe course and where to bet or where to gamble a little bit to save and reduce those costs, to bet on where to do things in parallel at some financial risk of things going awry, but because of the experience and the know-how that we have in this ecosystem, I think we can make the right bet more often than not, allowing us to move in parallel and move both faster and more cost efficiently than many other companies.
I think it'll happen. It just takes a couple seconds to warm up.
I think all true, and I think we could even tie the session, because whatever he said is so true. But I want to elaborate about the finance, about the shekels, okay? We are still, with all the respect to the efficiency and camaraderie that we have among and so on, we doubled the salaries in the past decade, but still we're 30 cents on the dollar on development. If you need to go on a heart valve company in the United States, it'll be over $100 million. I know what was the budget of Edwards, I know what was the budget of Medtronic, and how much Abbott is spending now on their Cephia. And I know how much costed us, how much cost to Innovalve. We're still 30 cents on the dollar for multiple reasons. So it's not only the efficiency. In the end, we're 30 cents on the dollar. Another aspect about valuation is that, yes, we are on a rock. So sometimes you accept valuation that a company from the Bay wouldn't accept. So this is the negative side for the entrepreneurs in Israel. But you need to move on, go to the US and seek for high valuation and not to give up because you're sitting on a rock. So this is one of the challenges.
Yoav, I want to toss it over to you. You sit in a very unique position within Israel. You see countless companies, but then you also see the holistic ecosystem of where these companies can get plugged into. Talk about what makes Israel special, specifically to your role.
So I had a premonition you were going to ask me this, and I actually wrote notes 5 minutes ago. I will say this. You hear the story about look at the data, look at the data. It's not a data play. Data is commoditized at this point. There's tons of areas to get healthcare data, and there's a big difference between the existence of healthcare data, the accessibility of it, and the relevance. What I've seen over the last 7 years that I've been in this game that is unique to Israel is threefold. The first is that it really is this critical density and this access to this critical density of technical and medical talent together. The fact that you can get to anyone within 2 degrees separation on WhatsApp creates this rapid pace of iteration, the speed of getting feedback, real-world evidence to check your algorithm, whatever. I think that's unprecedented. The other thing that's unique is this kind of symbiotic relationship between all the key players. There's 75 health-specific multinationals in Israel. All of them are scouting with startups, collaborating with startups. Almost all of them are doing clinical trials in Israel. The founders obviously working with the hospitals to do their early validation, working with whatever, and the healthcare organizations themselves who have this kind of built-in methodology of innovation management as an actual practice. How do you discuss working and collaborating with a startup? And then you have governmental support. So that's the second aspect. I want to actually, the third thing is something unique that I've found over the last year, and Gary alluded to it. I have witnessed a dedication to business continuity and commitment to deliverables that I have been shocked with. Major multinational pharmaceutical companies are continuing massive phase 3 trials and moving mountains to do it. You know, like Quant and Accenture, I wrote these all down this morning, Highmark and Laguna, Medtronic and CathWorks, AstraZeneca and Immunai, Oracle and Imaging. These are all things that have happened over the last year. NVIDIA and Pfizer investing in Cytoreason and 80 whatever million dollars, J&J and V-Wave. There's so many examples that to me are shocking, that are unprecedented in the ability to maintain that focus on getting work done. I really haven't seen that anywhere. It's also driven innovation. It's driven things because necessity is kind of the mother of innovation. So I'm seeing new things, specifically in emergency medicine, mental health, rehabilitation, government support programs for this. And some of these things are definitely applicable to the rest of the world. And I think that is really unique and unprecedented aspect of the Israeli ecosystem.
And while we're here in Malta right now, I think definitely you need to be speaking with the Maltese government because there's a lot of synergies going on between these small nation islands with a lot of power behind them.
Yeah, and I want to add, I'm not saying everything is perfect, right? Let's be honest. There's a lot of structural stuff that still needs to be done. A lot of initiatives I'm working on behind the scenes to maintain that primacy. And some of it's dirty. Tax policy, IP policy, all these things Malta as a country also needs to start dealing with if you want to up your game. And same with Israel if they want to maintain their game.
Jordan, you also come from a unique position. Originally born in the United States, immigrated to Israel, and started a medical device company in Israel. You could have started it in the United States, you could have started it anywhere, you started it in Israel. Tell us about your story, and then as a first-time entrepreneur building a company in Israel, to this day, why Israel?
Thanks, Giovanni. So, as Giovanni alluded to, I'm originally, probably my accent gives it away, that I'm originally from the US. I grew up in Chicago. And I moved to Israel about 6 years ago when part of it was that, and I was working at Boston Scientific actually before, which is, and I'll get to that in a second, but that's how I got connected to the MedX Accelerator. Part of moving to Israel was a personal decision. Zionism, really, as you mentioned, your love for Israel is also my love for Israel, and it's being a part of the Jewish people. I always felt like that's our homeland. That's where we have to be. That's where we will thrive. And we won't get into the current situation. So I still think the future is bright for the Jewish people in Israel. And as far as when I moved there, I knew I always wanted to start a company, but because of the success and the ecosystem that everyone else has spoken to has made Israel such a ripe place for starting a company, it seemed like the best place for me to start a company. Part of the advantages that we get as first-time entrepreneurs are access to things like incubators and accelerators, like MedX. There are other ones, there's incentive as well, and there are a few others throughout the country that are actually supported by the Israel Innovation Authority to help start companies. And on top of that, the Israel Innovation Authority is an incredible source of capital for first-time and early-stage companies when you have trouble raising money from private investors. I actually got my first grant from the IAA for 100,000 shekels, about $35,000, 33, really with just an idea on the napkin. And that allowed us to build the first prototype. I then joined the MedX Accelerator formally, where they gave me my seed funding through an IAA grant, plus they're the private partners of the accelerator. And then from there, we've now taken off. I was fortunate to have mentorship from them and to work on advice, direction, and those kind of things, as well as to utilize the rest of the Israeli ecosystem to pick up the phone. Amir has also been someone who has spent a little bit of time with me here and there, and that's been that's one of the beauties of Israel, as Amir mentioned as well. 2 to 3 degrees connection. I can get a phone number of somebody I need help from. They're always willing to spend time to talk to us. So I didn't mention at the beginning either that Veinway is a company with the first device for crossing and opening chronic occlusions in veins. And the venous area is obviously one that's I would say underappreciated right now because it's not the one that's at the top of the focus for medical devices, which is what also makes it perfect for disruption. And so that's where we're getting started there. Thanks, Giovanni.
Thank you, Jordan. Mikhail, you have a very unique perspective because you're on the industry partner side, and you get to see all of these different companies, but also help them out, and correct me if I'm wrong, on the IR side, look at the global perspective. So I want you to touch base on what you're seeing in Israel in terms of innovation, why this is such a nation of the startup nation, and why Israel?
I can relate to all the things that Gary said, but I think I promised to speak also about some challenges. So I'm in a global role. Our firm has most of our people are in the US. We have about 400 people globally, 60 in Europe, and only 6 in Israel. But what happens is that we see so much deal flow from Israel, and we've got so many early stage companies reaching out to us. And I want to touch point on this early stage. The people sitting here at this panel are, mostly very successful and know what they're doing and know how to speak with investors and how to get their story out there and reach out and sleep on the floor. As we spoke about yesterday, if you have to make it happen, and that resilience is for sure by far, something that really drives the industry along with this brotherhood. Yesterday, when we were in the investor panel, somebody said, oh, it's so nice. I come from other industries. I've worked in the real estate investment industry and in others, and when I come to the MedTech industry, everyone's here to help each other. So these VC people are all sitting in the room, and they all just want to help each other. And even if they're not going to invest in a company, they'll send it to their friends, and kind of everybody's trying to help each other. And that's, I think, accelerated in Israel for sure. Like everyone here said, you just pick up the phone and speak with these successful people who can help you along. And I think that Malta or anybody else who's looking to replicate that globally, I think it's that real sense of brotherhood. But I think the challenge, and this ties into cost efficiency, sometimes it's too much of cost efficiency, and I don't want to say cutting corners because it's not, but I think when we speak about challenges, it's especially in the very early stage, it's learning from other people. And sometimes the early stage entrepreneurs, they just, want to move forward. They'll do whatever it takes to kind of make it happen. And we really need a lot of mentorship. And so I think some of the people here have been lucky to have mentors from abroad, but then bringing in talent, I want to talk about that, is so critical. Sometimes I'll advise to companies like, look, you're really Israeli. You want to come speak with US investors? If think about it, if you were building your house, you'd work with a contractor that your friend has recommended, right? It's the same thing with a US investor. They're going to hear about you from their friend. So they want somebody who can speak the language, walk the walk, talk the talk. So there's ways to solve that, whether it's bringing in a new CEO, which is, that's kind of later stage, but bringing in board members or a chairman from the US is super critical and could help with that, with capital raising, because, Gary is one of the nice people out there, but there are a lot of funds, global, no, not so much, okay. But not everybody sees that light and can understand the mentality, and so I think that is a challenge, but there's ways to solve it, and I think that openness to doing that is super important.
Thank you. And Shai, I want to toss it over to you because you've been an operator. We've known each other for a while, especially when you were an operator over at Endostim, and then you went over and started the accelerator, and now you have a fund. You clearly not only live in Israel, but you believe in Israel with the technology and also the investment side. What's it like being an investor in Israel? Is it Israel for Israel, or do you also look at outside opportunities, or what's the purpose of creating the accelerator and the fund?
So first of all, I think, and some of you have alluded to this before, Israel right now, because of the situation and because of the lack of funding in general for MedTech, it's like, it's like a cookie jar for MedTech investors. You can find amazing technologies, amazing people at ridiculously low valuations. So it just this is the time to be greedy, exactly as Gary said, and this is the whole concept of our fund. So although we are open to investments from anywhere. We are theoretically geographically agnostic, but so far, and I believe also in the future, the majority of our investments are going to be in Israeli companies. And I sympathize with what Michal was saying about the challenges of connecting Israeli entrepreneurs to the US market. I think that's probably the biggest problem that we see, not just with investors, but even long before, when they just get started, the distance mentally and geographically from the market, and it shows sometimes. So the way we chose to handle this, as you know, is a little bit different. We almost never invest in entrepreneurs coming to us with an idea. We start with a problem, with the unmet need we get from some multinational strategic partner, and we gather a talented group of Israeli entrepreneurs or a US physician or European physician, or like a group that can solve that problem. And we found this to be the best way to utilize the really amazing talent that you find in Israel in terms of technology and steer it in the right direction, solving the right problems. And then later on, when the company grows and needs to make their first clinical trial steps and commercialization steps in the US, we are trying to serve as a bridge with our office in the US to help them to kind of cross that bridge. So we are definitely aware of the kind of the gaps that you can find in Israel and try to kind of be the answer, not just with funding, but also with kind of support with our collaborators around the world to those entrepreneurs. And I think Jordan is one of those great examples.
Thank you. Thank you. Yuval, I want to toss it over to you. We've known each other for a while. You were actually the chief business officer for Rainbow Medical, Yossi Gross's accelerator, when we first met. You then took over, watched you become a first-time CEO for Discure, watched you become a father a couple times over. We've hiked off the Dead Sea together, had amazing experiences together in Israel. I'm super grateful for that, by the way, awesome memories. But I've also watched you succeed in a very challenging time, where you recently just raised a Series A of 16 million. And by the way, I want everyone to applaud that this gentleman just raised 16 million in this past year. Please. I want to talk about what makes Israel special for you. Were you able and possible and capable of doing that during a time over this past year for sure, and everything else that you have going on, some of the experiences that you had from the feedback of the investors? Just talk about that, because you've clearly been able to jump over mountains many times over, and I think it's a testament to the Israeli people.
Thank you, Gio. And I agree. I do think it ties to a few things that both that Chai said and you said, Gary. I think it's less the valuation. I'm kidding. We do have a very difficult environment that we're currently in. Obviously, I think everyone here is aware of that. Investors, as a general rule of thumb, focus on reasons not to invest sometimes, and not necessarily why to invest. And being in what is effectively a war zone is a big glaring red flag reason why not to invest. And that presents a lot of hardship for a lot of good companies that are out there trying to raise capital. And it's not as if it was a bed of roses before October 7th. Capital markets have not been great throughout 2022, 2023. We also had our own political disruptions in Israel prior to October 7th with some political instability, which did not help the fundraising efforts that have been difficult everywhere, but even more so in Israel. And so many companies in Israel, like other companies elsewhere, reached late 2023 kind of with their tongue out, starving for cash. And then we had that October 7th terrible event that made things just even so much worse. So I do think on the one hand that indeed there are opportunities for sure for investors. There are good companies that remain good companies, and I'll speak in a minute on why I think those companies will rebound. And I think that is really the key part of this, not just the opportunity with valuations on the floor, but the fact that, as Gary mentioned, if we can come through and achieve our milestones for Discure, it has been a terrific year, aside from just fundraising, just on execution, hitting our milestones ahead of time, under budget, throughout the last couple of years, with all the difficulties around it. And it will become easier once things lighten up and become brighter, but I don't know what to call it exactly, if it's gratitude, if it's loyalty, but we come to this with a lot of passion. We're very passionate people, I think. We're very resilient people as well. We've been through hardship, throughout our history of the Jewish people. We've kind of been selected by force to be this resilient bunch that have survived these different challenges over the history. And I think that also shows in the people of Israel, and especially in the entrepreneurs in Israel. And if a group like for us, we had a very difficult time fundraising in 2023. It was tough everywhere. We did come very close, had the documentation in place to close around the middle of October 2023. Then October 7th happened. About 60% of our investors said, they called saying, well, we send you our prayers, but we can't send our funds, sorry. And that was tough. we didn't have too much runway, so we had to kind of buckle up and start all over, looking again for a lead investor. And we found truly bold investors who are willing to take that chance on the company and move forward and invest despite everything else, because they believed in the team, they believed in the company and the technology. And I think that will come back to them in the form of us feeling a great deal of loyalty to them and determination to meet that expectation and their belief. And I think that determination is really what is going to make the change and going to bring forward that ramp up after 2024, when hopefully this war ends and we go back to normalcy. But I think that resilience will stay, and that determination and desire to prove these people right who trusted in us. And I think they will show that they will see the dividends in the IRR and the return that they see.
Maybe
Thank you,
one comment. I think that another group that is important here are the strategics. And I think because this is, the MedTech industry in Israel was not born yesterday. It's been a while that Israel has been producing very disruptive and amazing technologies. You could see that resilience also with the strategics. They know Israel will come back. They are still there. One of our LPs is a large multinational company, and we've seen, the Medtronics, J&J, Boston Scientifics of the world. They are still, definitely invested in Israel and continuing to and that's something that I think will continue to support the industry. So I think that's kind of the reliability that was built over time now is working for us.
Thank you for that point. And besides,
Can I shuffle the cards a bit?
I'm throwing it right over to you right now. You're going to bring us home. I just want to say that this man, Yoav, is going to be single-handedly responsible for building the bridge between Malta and Israel. So keep an eye out for this guy. But I want to throw it over to Amir Gross and bring this home real quick.
No pressure, right?
No pressure.
Okay.
I want to shuffle the cards a bit.
Shuffle them.
I listened to all the distinguished panel. I'm 20 years in the business. When I met you, you were young. I was also young. But past 20 years. In these 20 years, I raised, for a number of companies, over $150 million. In the last 20 years, it was always difficult. It's an inherent situation in Israel, okay? So forget about October 7, we had COVID, we had the Reform Act that also was not helpful on our behalf, because the head of the Association of the Healthcare in Israel, which I never appointed her, she said, no one will invest anymore in Israel. She said it. So guys, the valuation depends on you, on us, okay? Because I see my colleagues doing fintech, insurtech, gaming, cyber, whatever. They never have problem with valuations. Never, ever, okay? So something is within us. And what is the problem within us? Goes as follows. We have, in the world, globally, by far, more money than good projects. By far, more money than good projects. In Israel, it's the opposite. We have more good projects than money. So we have inherent problem. What we do, we buy a ticket on a plane. Some can afford economy, some can afford business, and we go, and we kick tires. You go and kick tires, and you present your technology in the best way you can, explain why your valuation is high, and this is what you will get. But if we ourselves We'll say, oh, we have problem, oh, we have so many problems. In the last 20 years, we always had problems, okay? Always. We had this issue with Gaza, then this issue with Lebanon, this issue with COVID, this issue with Gaza, this issue with Lebanon, this internal issue. Guys, every year there was an issue. During COVID, I was selling a company via Zoom. Everybody said there is an issue. During COVID, I was running clinical trial in Europe at the time that I almost hired a private jet because we couldn't do it. I said, okay, I'm spending $500,000 a month and nothing is happening. A jet is $50,000. We go on a jet and we do the trial. Eventually, we didn't do it. The team was very upset because they were already ready for the jet. But no, because they opened the airport in the end. But
and that's an example of Israeli creativity and getting around an obstacle.
Yeah,
exactly
but
right.
what I'm saying is we really have great teams in Israel. We really have great technologies in Israel. We don't have the funds. So what? We go out, get the funds, and we don't need to be so cheap on ourselves, okay? You can raise in high valuations. It all depends how you tell the story. If you tell the story, I cannot have a call now because half of my team is in reserve army. If I cannot meet you next week because I'm afraid to fly, because maybe blah, blah. We create our own excuses, okay?
Just don't raise your valuations until I finish my portfolio.
No problem.
Okay, just wait a little bit.
No problem.
Same here.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the love of Israel, for the love of this amazing, distinguished panel, please give them a round of applause for everything that they've been able to accomplish and for them being able to come here from Israel today. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Giovanni, and the applause all deserved to you for your love to Israel, because Gary asked me, what the hell the guys love us so much? Thank you, and thank you for bringing us to the highlight.
Thank you, Jerry.
But I do see the synergy between Israel to Malta, and I do see that Malta can learn a lot from Israel, because eventually it's the same.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
5 p.m. Since we're both
Let me check.
Now we know. Sure. Great. No, wonderful. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have 50-minute break for lunch. So please, if you have premium or platinum passes, go ahead to check out the investor lounge and come back, because we're going to have a reverse pitch where you will be able to interact with the VC panel. Thank you. See you at 1:45. I am gonna start introducing now, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming back. Please take your seats because it's going to be a very interactive and interesting panel on reverse pitch. So tonight we have 8 investors on the panel. They're ready to answer your questions and they're going to be moderated by Malik Nasser. However, also, when you see the slide of the panel on the corner, we're going to have 2 QR codes. Feel free to scan the QR code. You can do one. You can answer on the poll questions that are going to be showed on the screens a little bit later. So we're going to see how our audience resonates with our investors think. And now, please, let me introduce the panel. Our speakers today are Joshua Phillips, co-founder and managing partner at Catalyst Health Ventures. David Kariakis, managing partner at Windham Capital Partners. Diana Saraceni, General Manager at Panakes Partners. Jyote Kanapan, Senior Associate at Intuitive Ventures. Soo-Young Park, General Partner at 1004 Venture Partners. Gautam Keynes, Partner at TCP Health Ventures. Sasha Berger, Investment Director at Neom Biotech. And Hirak Parikh, Principal Venture Investments at Johnson & Johnson. And the panel will be moderated by Malik Nasser, co-founder and Vice President at High Life. Please enjoy the panel.
Thank you.
Reserve pitch, venture capital.
Thank you, Yulia, for the introduction. So today, our reverse pitch, the most anticipated session. Thank you guys for being here. We're going to learn more about our investors, understand what is their strategy to invest, and also understand what is the decision process behind their investments. Probably the best thing to do is actually to start with an introduction. So each one of the panelists is going to give us, in a couple of minutes, a short introduction about what they do, how do they invest, and then we can move on to other questions afterwards. So let's start with you, Hirak.
Hi, Hirak Parikh. I'm part of Johnson & Johnson's investment team. I'm based in Boston. So we invest in things that we are in businesses in, so orthopedics, surgical devices, vision, structural heart, atrial fibrillation, and others in MedTech. Thanks.
Hi, Diana Saraceni here from Panakes. At Panakes, we run a venture capital company with 2 funds under management, about 300 million. We invest primarily in European company, but also beyond Europe. We invest mostly in devices, but also a bit on the biotech side, with ticket size in a range of 1 to 10 million. And our sweet spot is A rounds and B rounds, but we are also open to seed and later stage.
Yeah, thank you for including me. I'm Dave Kariakis. I'm a managing partner with Windham Capital Partners. We invest predominantly in medical devices as well as digital health and software, and uniquely the convergence that we're seeing between those 2 verticals, so helping to reduce the silos that both operate in and help enable those technologies, predominantly in commercial stage, late clinical stage. So thank you.
Thank you for joining our panel session. I appreciate all of you to be here. My name is Soo-Young Park. I'm a general partner of 1004 Venture Partners. We are early stage global fund investing in transformative technologies, support to healthy aging. Our investment focuses in healthcare, wellness, and frontier, as well as infrastructure. I'm looking forward to discussing more about it with you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gautam Kent. I represent TCP Health Ventures. TCP, or the Capital Partnership, is an asset management firm based in London. At the group level, we manage $7 billion of assets, primarily focused on venture capital technology investments. Specifically, TCP Health Ventures is our healthcare investing arm. We've been making healthcare investments for the last 8 years. We've deployed $200 million of capital particularly Series A, Series B rounds, pre-clinical stage companies. That's where we start investing from. Once we are with the company, we like to follow on and be with them for a period of time to support them. We see ourselves as building companies for large strategics, so we invest into strategies which are favorites of large strategics, be it cardiovascular, ophthalmology, remote patient monitoring. And our eventual aim is basically get an FTO approval closer to that stage and sell it to a large strategic. That's how we define our strategy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. So my name is Sascha Berger. I'm the investment director for Bio and MedTech investments for NEOM. Given that this is a global conference, so I can add to that because I'm based in Saudi Arabia. NEOM is a project which is quite ambitious, visionary, developing the city and the land of the future. So new technologies are highly welcome, and that's my job in investing with a global mandate in cutting-edge innovation that can be early. Our focus is on A and B rounds because we have patient capital and can follow companies in their journey of growing and disrupting their respective fields. And I'm very much looking forward to engaging and pitching to you guys here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Jyoti. I am an investor with Intuitive Ventures, or the corporate venture investing arm of Intuitive Surgical. We are structured somewhat like an independent fund, so a little bit dissimilarly to other strategics. We invest with a financial focus, meaning that our team does not put strategic terms in our term sheets, and we invest really broadly across the entire ecosystem of minimally invasive care in digital diagnostics and interventions and device. We're typically early stage. Series AB is also our sweet spot. Initial check size is usually $500K to $5 million.
My name is Josh Phillips. I'm the managing partner and co-founder of Catalyst Health Ventures. It's great to be here. Thank you for joining us today. Our fund, Catalyst, we invest in early stage therapeutic and diagnostic medical devices. We typically get involved right around the preclinical to clinical transition. And we are generally, in terms of our style, we are generally lead investors, very active part of the team. Typical areas that we've invested in, although it's not necessarily by design, we've done quite a bit in cardiology, interventional oncology, and even ophthalmology and women's health. So look forward to continuing this panel.
Thank you, Josh. So that was just a brief introduction for everyone, but I think we're going to get more into details. Now you're pitching your fund to the entrepreneurs, and I'd like to know what makes your fund special, and what do you bring, I would say, beyond capital? Maybe Soyoung, I know you're very active on that side. We can start with you.
Sure, thank you. So 1004 Venture Partners is aiming to become a one-stop shop, which means we want to invest, or we also want to provide coaching, mentoring program. We have a separate companies for 3 different companies. One is, of course, investment. The other one is mentoring coaching system. The final one is actually helping you prepare the exits. We have all expertise on these 3 areas and also experiences. With that said, we can help you to grow, combining with providing all the ecosystem, and as well as the exit preparation. When I'm hoping to become a shopper of the buyers when you are able to exit.
Gautam, any words about TCP?
Yeah, so for us, I think we try to add value in sort of few ways. I think one of the interesting aspects, especially for early stage companies, is institutional level reporting and governance. And I think that's very critical for us, having a board pack, a format for that, particularly setting up the board calendars in advance, and so that everything is done in an institutional manner, so to say, which sometimes I think a lot of these startups, do not sort of, because of the pace of change or the pace of activity which happens with them, these tend to be overlooked, but that's very critical for us, as in the institutional level reporting, the board and governance, and eventually that leads them sort of becoming more structured in terms of their planning their projects and monitoring timelines and all of it. That's one thing. The second thing that I will add is once we invest into a company, we can sort of take them and sort of do follow-on rounds. We typically lead the follow-on rounds as well until an exit happens. That's our second sort of value add in terms of our investing.
So you are involved in structuring the companies also? The board members, the leadership maybe? Are you proposing specific names to the leadership? How does that work?
Not on the team side, but I think it's more on the institutional process, so to say. Like when the board meetings happen, what is the format of a board pack as well? So we even get to that level of institutional reporting with our portfolio companies, so that the performance is tracked on a quarterly or a monthly basis, including business MIS and all of it, and which many of the startups typically do not find time to sort of focus on those areas, and that's honestly for us is an important aspect.
Is anyone here actually involved in structuring the company's leadership? Can someone say this about, or this is not something you're involved in? Maybe Diana?
I think all of us are, right? We're very kind of hands-on, early stage, that requires investors to be involved in the definition of the leadership team. But to Panacas, if you want to address the question, we're different for, I think 3 things are really key for us. One is the sector expertise by partner, and that is pretty visible already when they pitch us. The companies get immediately directed on the one partner that has KOL network and specific sector expertise and can really challenge on the topic specifically. And we're 5 of us. The second thing is we have 12 strategics invested in our funds, and that is quite unique as well. There's small, medium companies, but all of the other LPs are bringing a lot of expertise on board and network. And probably the third thing is that we 5 partners are a blend of entrepreneurs who made it already and are a success and have a lot of operational experience, and people from the investment world. I'm on that side of as a background, and that drive more of we're gonna make money out of this. So it's a good blend and it works.
I see. Josie, maybe one word about how Intuitive brings additional value, I would say, beyond capital.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really lucky to be affiliated with a corporate parent that has a lot of strategic resources that are very relevant to the companies that we invest in frequently. This can include anything from reimbursement and regulatory advice to commercial scaling advice to KOL networks, and frequently even clinical sites that many of our portfolio companies have run trials at. A great example that I love to cite is that one of our portfolio companies actually ran an animal study with the Da Vinci robotics system on Intuitive campus. That was fully funded by Intuitive Corporate as well. So we have a really wide variety of resources we're able to use. That said, as a venture group that operates independently, it's really, really important for us to make sure that we are using firewalls to the extreme degree. So we're making sure that there is no IP pollution or any concern on behalf of our portfolio companies about sharing of information that they don't want explicitly shared. So we are very, very careful about making sure that anything that is shared with our ventures team is not shared with the rest of the corporate without the explicit instruction of our CEOs.
Josh, maybe one word, yeah.
Sure. So if you are running a medical device company that is bringing a really transformative technology to the market to address a major unmet need, I'd suggest you call us. We only do 1 or 2 deals a year. We are super selective at what we do. And so when we do decide to do one, I think we can help in terms of bringing a syndicate together and that other people look at us as a lead investor. As a lead investor, you ask about forming management teams. A lot of the companies that we have are relatively early stage. And we pride ourselves as being the sort of linchpin between the management and the investor group. And what we've seen over 20 to 25 years of doing this is often a syndicate can start pulling the team in different directions. And interests of one fund may not be the same as the interest in another fund. interests of one partner maybe not be in the same interests of others. And so what we try to do is to keep that team together, to ensure that the management team is not being pulled in those different directions. So working closely with the teams, we've very good relationships with the major strategics, as well as our network. So we are a lead investor that really can help you, get your round pulled together, and then beyond that.
So Josh, you're saying that you're also involved in managing the other investors in order to maintain focus on the team and not spread them apart. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't usually happen right away, because when you do your first investment, everybody's on the same page. But, MedTech can take a long time, and over time, funds change their opinions on a particular deal. Everyone's looking at their own portfolio, and maybe this company isn't in your portfolio as important as it is in my portfolio. And when that happens, you can start getting people pulling in different directions, and that's where we've seen a lot of problems as a result of it. So our job often, not 100% of the time, but often, is in making sure, is kind of, I will say herding cats, bringing people together to keep everybody going on in the same direction. We're not always successful, but we try.
Sasha and, Gautam, go ahead. Yeah.
Just to add, I think this is on behalf of probably all of us. Typically, like as investors, we are not operators, yeah? So we are, so to say, transaction people. And I think this points to the point about value optimization and exit discussion. So that's where we try to add, and this is probably true for all of us, sort of get actively involved in those conversations, including hiring of investment bankers, certain cases, what will be the structured process like, how will because many of the MedTech transactions typically have milestone-linked performances, so we get deeply involved in those sort of value optimization analysis, and that's probably, I think, one integral part of our value add for all of us.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit of my stance. So I don't want to be an operator. I believe our CEOs are superior on the operation, and we believe them. What we like to do is I want to ask if there's any help. I want to be the person who actually provides that help you need. We invest in you because we believe in you. We don't believe you will make your company failure, so all our role is to help you, support you, and then ensure that you can actually go out to the market or the investment for the next round. That's my stance.
So does support include, in your case, coaching, mental health support for leaders? We know that's very important. Does that encompass all that?
Yeah, of course, the mentorship program is slightly different. We actually partner with the leaders of each ecosystem. So for example, Deloitte, Cooley is the law firm, most prestigious law firm in the Bay Area, and also the investment banks. So we actually kind of provide office hours to the founders we select, and then you can actually gain probably 1 hour per month each of this ecosystem. That's the program we provide. For us, just talk about a little bit about Silicon Valley. We used to invest only the companies in Silicon Valley. The reason is because we want to visit them and we want to build a relationship. So every kind of Wednesday, about 15 minutes, we talk to founders. How are you doing? Is there anything we can help? So that's how we actually kind of maintain the relationship and then help them find out problems readily and then find out solution if we can help. So that's more like relationships building, but also kind of checking in as much as we can. But now it's not very regional. Now we don't really invest only the Silicon Valley. So we are setting up some small chat time, and then we can check it out virtually. And also, in my case, I actually visit them. So that's the reason I travel a lot as well.
David, did you want to add something?
Sure. Yeah, a lot of good reasons to take your money, everybody up here. So what we try to do at Wyndham is we try to materially add more value than the cost of our capital. And by doing that, we tend to, with our competitive spirit, try to be your best salesperson, beat the quotas that you set. My background, I helped run the innovation and investment arm for the third largest nonprofit health system in the US. My colleague helped run corp dev for J&J, one of their largest device businesses. So having that experience living inside of your strategic or your customer, we can become the voice of your customer, help facilitate these introductions for you, evaluate an unbiased, non-influenced sales cycle with a friendly on the other side to then repeat and pressure test to really help hone the value proposition to help enable scale for the business. So uniquely, we both have had success investing in pure medical device as well as pure software and digital health. And so that unique area between and the value that each one and the diversified view we find to be differentiated.
All right, so if no further comments, let's, Hirak, do you want to add anything? Maybe we didn't. You must have a different perspective in J&J, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, our perspective is, we are really sort of the end stage for a lot of these companies. So after, you make progress, that's kind of, when we invest, our goal is to really acquire you. So, we are trying to set you up for that sort of success in terms of like what would it take for, the corporate, like to get bought by J&J, for example, right? So, I mean, J&J is a very big company, but we're not very good at innovation. The startups, you are very good at it. What we are very good at is scaling. We're very good at selling it. We're very good at putting it with all our other products. So that's kind of when we put the money in. And as Josh mentioned, it takes a long time, right? From the time we make an investment till we acquire a company, for example, WeWave, it took about 7 years only since we made the investment and J&J acquired it. But in the meantime, we bring other investment, we put you in touch with all the resources within the company, like supply chain, manufacturing, could be KOLs. So, we bring to bear all the resources of a big corporate, but our lens is with the intention that, you're doing great as a startup now, but how do you transition from being a startup or a company to something that can be part of a bigger entity, if that's sort of the end state for your company.
And Sasha, also, I think your perspective is quite different now with Neom. What does Neom bring in addition to capital? Is there anything that you would say that's different from what we've heard?
Well, of course, yes, I'd say so. But I mean, maybe let's challenge the notion of we're all different to a certain degree, right? All the investors are a little bit the same, right? So yes, we're trying to each pitch a different story here, slightly different, but in the end, it's investing money, and every investor is hoping to make more money than he was investing in the first place. Where it really makes a difference is also the personal level, right? This is a people business, so people engaging with you really believe in this. I mean, we said this before. Also go the extra mile as an investor and fighting for your portfolio company when it becomes a challenging situation, and there are many challenging situations in growing the business. So that then is not necessarily tied to the institution you work for, but it's also a very personal element in this business. But coming back to the question of what is Neom and why are we different? Well, first, we can provide capital. That's always something helpful in this space. But beyond that, there's a project which is quite visionary, and with our investment, you would become part of that journey. And that there are endless opportunities and engaging on different levels where we can provide access to completely different population, different other stakeholders, testing technologies, being in for the long run. So there's quite some unique elements because this is not just capital, this is a strategic investment plan which we have and follow.
It's interesting that as an investor, you're bringing people with you on a journey. So that's actually an interesting take because you have a story to tell within the Neom ecosystem that's being built. So we've asked a question to the audience. Let's have a look at it and comment it before we get the results. Julia, okay. So what is the most critical factor MedTech startups need to prioritize for securing investor funding? So we have strong regulatory pathway, product market fit, scalable business model, clinical trial data and validation. I'd like to hear you guys about, would you actually vote the same as the audience, the product market fit, or do you see something that's not in this list and that's more important? David, what do you think?
So there are far easier ways to make money than a healthcare startup, particularly a device business. So I think all of us are here not just to make money, but to have an impact. And there's no other segment in the economy that can impact your neighbor, help them and yourself in a vulnerable state, have that security and health and live the best life that you can. When I evaluate a company, I feel you have to have some sort of structure to it. And so what I've developed over the years, it's kind of 8 buckets of risk. And I'll try and remember all 8 on the spot here. But management, market size, competitive dynamic, regulatory, reimbursement, supply chain, manufacturing, and then clinical trial risk. And I'm amazed I remembered all of those. But I find that you can take 2 yellow flags out of those 8 as we're evaluating it, because you can work to mitigate a yellow flag with some support and focus that time and attention on helping the team build around it and solve those problems. 3 becomes a hard. Having a red flag and a yellow flag, you might be able to do it, but you start then having to change the risk-reward profile and how you price a deal. There's always a valuation expectation or deal to be structured. And I find that you're able to quantify the risk. There's always hurricane risk or fire risk or a pandemic that you can't really account for. So there's at least a bit of a strategy and structure to how I go about evaluating an opportunity and then trying to roll up my sleeves to help address those issues before, during, and after the investment.
And David, you're talking about like a formal process. Do you actually like go through the process, or is it like a mental thing that you go through quickly when you see a project? Is it something that you document actually?
Yeah, so we do have a rigorous diligence process. That is more of my mental process, and I'm working on bringing it to paper, implementing it, but that is part of the process. The other is actually making introductions to customers, health systems who we partner very closely with and have worked with historically, or strategics, allowing a sales cycle to unfold, and then pulling the unique insight, what sales cycle, who's the decision maker, what was also decided in the process, who are the champions, how are they incented, how are they thinking about it, and what's the value prop that they resonated most with them, and how do you compare that on the other side to the sales leader, and then continue to hone that. Then pressure test, is this something for an academic medical center, a large IDN, or community hospital, by introducing and running that sales cycle over and over. So even if we say, no, it's not an investment for us, we at least are adding value and trying to relieve the bottlenecks in the market and add value.
I think just one of the points I want to add here is basically as part of our strategy, we look at projects which are critically important to the big strategics, because effectively that takes care of the reimbursement risk, the market risk, the product market fit. If a Boston Scientific or a J&J or a Philips is already in that market, we closely follow what they are doing, and we are happy to be followers, as in for our companies in replicating and creating companies for the large strategics to be acquired. So that to me is one of the critical factors for us. And once you take care of that, I think a lot of these factors are already taken care of. Yeah.
For my standpoint, all of these are important. I'm sorry to say this, but we are not looking for a company, really, really good at market adoption, but technology sucks. These people are amazing marketers, but they don't know technologies. They're not going to work. I believe all of you know. We are not looking for one outstanding of one of these 4. It is like a pageant contest. You should be 100%. Everything is all covered. I saw some cases, there's a really, really good technology, top-notch technology. We don't know if they can enter. Commercialization can be a little bit questionable, but team is amazing. We love these people. We believe in these people. Sometimes we enter. But most of the case, please understand, we actually deal with so many similar companies who are targeting same market. Maybe different approaches, but same market. Then we actually kind of evaluate one by one, compare each of them. What is the MOAT, which is competitive advantages? Without all of this, I don't think you can win that contest. So what I like to say is, on the top of this, what I want to see is your vision, what you want to do, what kind of impact you want to bring to society. Are you really want to just make money? I believe that's not your vision. I want to see how much, how fast, how cheaper you can actually bring your vision to the world so patients and family, caregiver can be benefited from you. That's what I also want to see.
I just have one thing to add here. I certainly agree with the premise that, you know, all of these factors are important. Every investment is a holistic evaluation. But the one thing I don't want to get lost in all of this, these particular four do a good job of being relevant, more relevant at different stages of a company. I don't want anyone here to walk away with the assumption that, you know, when you are raising a seed round, you need to have all of this already perfectly figured out. You need to have, you know, run all of your animal studies already, and you need to have your pivotal trial design and everything done. We as investors understand that there are different degrees of risk associated with different stages of companies. What we want is a nuanced thought process with regard to every one of these aspects.
So I would argue a little bit different from that. As a Series A investor, sometimes even company formation, setting the team aside for a minute, it all starts for us with product market fit, because everything else there falls out of that. So if you don't have a market, that's a problem. And if you don't have the product to fit that market, that's a problem. Everything else there comes out of it. And we actually want our teams to have thought all those things through beforehand. If they come in and they can't tell us, you know, what the clinical trial pathway looks like for an EFS or for a pivotal, they haven't done their work. And that informs us on the team. So we're also looking for very passionate teams and passionate founders. To us, that actually sets them apart, but it also means that they understand all these things. They've looked into it, they've spent all the time, and they've figured out how to go forward. But starts with product market fit for us.
Yeah, I fully agree with Joshua and Josh. The product market fit in the early days is the most important to me, and so I fully agree with the outcome here, provided that it means that there's a large enough market in the product market fit, which is probably the scalable that came out as a second.
Implied,
yeah, because in devices sometimes there could be like very good product market fit, but then you end up with the market that is too small in that sense. So the other thing that's not in here and would be my second best is execution risk. And that, I mean, the way it comes in is if you really see the passion coming out and they have studied and they know it all and they know it well, that is for us is the risk is well addressed. So it goes with people and with money around the table as well, because if you can build up a large enough round that allows for some mistakes to be done along the way, that is something you would go for. So
a entrepreneur's ability to succinctly communicate a very complex vision and problem, and how or solution to a complex problem. You're talking to, and you're on this wild and crazy journey, very difficult, but your ability to do that with an engineer, with an accountant, with a sales rep, with an investor, just the diversity in personalities, and having that message resonate succinctly across all of them, that's where it all comes together and really starts scaling, and you have a growth from there.
I hope we don't sound crazy here. We are, at the end, when we believe in you, if you feel like, oh my God, you know what you are doing, and you have a grit, you have ability, you have a team to execute it, what you said, and we want to support you. We are not here just to evaluate all the time. We definitely want to support you, but we want to evaluate. We can support you. Not everybody has the same expertise here, so we basically kind of invest in the companies that we can actually add the strategic value more than anyone else.
And maybe just to add some controversy here, for the fun of it. No, but truly, I mean, I'd like to challenge the notion of product market fit, because for truly disruptive technologies, there might not be a market today. And of course, many of my peers, and also in my previous life, I was very much focused on, okay, how can I get this to the market? What's the immediate application? Who will buy this? So I can calculate the addressable market and so on. But for true innovations, there are not many of these, right? There is no market before. You can think of it, right? What this technology could enable, and that's the beautiful part of my job today here is to think about these things, right? Which can create a complete new technology field, a new way of delivering care, and that may be 10 years or even more down the road, and that will be a super risky path. But that is actually what of course excites everyone. Most of the investors cannot follow that because you have a closed-end fund structure. You have to deliver returns to your investors. So that's the beauty of investing from a balance sheet with a long-term vision of engaging with these exciting technologies.
One thing we saw with the recent investment is that if there isn't a current market, MedTech investors get really scared because that means there's no established reimbursement. It means there's no pathway for clinical care. They get really scared. And we find that we will do those deals, but you have to figure out, to your point, you know, there's no existing market, but what could it be? Is it taking away from drugs? Is it because drugs become ineffective over time and we have a device that can actually address what the drugs can't do? Or is it because no one's ever had EEG for more than 2 days, and now we can have it for 6 months, and what could be because of that? So you're right, that brings in a whole lot of risks, and in general, a lot of MedTech investors don't like it because they want established reimbursement and established pathways, which is great.
Yeah. Perhaps the way of reframing this is, you know, there's an entire category of technologies for which you're looking for product need fit. But in that specific case, you want extra rigor when it comes to all of the factors that are necessary to build a new market. And that includes new reimbursement and regulatory pathways. That includes new sales pathways.
Yeah. And a lot more time.
And a lot more time. And capital associated with time.
Yeah, basically the healthcare market has a lot of unmet needs. Probably we cannot catch up all the unmet needs within our lifetime, in my opinion. So I totally understand the new market, growing market, a new opportunity. Of course, I see a lot of them through the new platform which called AI technologies. So I actually think a medical device should be combined with the AI technology and then bring a new value in the future. So that's the one example of the growing new market. And on the top of that, we see so many unmet needs. I'd like to ask you to think about how can we prevent it rather than just kind of serve the existing problem. Sometimes it sounds like a bandage solution to me. Rather than that, we want to see you are more focused on the prevention and you actually bring up this kind of a solution to everybody not to have a serious problem in the future.
Since we were going into new markets, and I think, Sasha, you brought up this point, so if there's no market, then what happens to the market fit? But the question then is, how do you decide? What is your decision process, especially in these situations? If you can walk us through it a little bit, how do you decide for yourself? How do you decide within the company? I think people are interested in knowing, what makes them win with you. So what's the process you go through to decide? Gautam, you can start, Sasha. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a challenging piece, of course. The ingredients are all the same. So the technology has to be truly disruptive. And I don't want to say that this is not a little bit of improvement, not a me too, but it has to fundamentally change the way you can deliver care. As I say, if you go from a drug to a device, that's a shift, of course. But if you can go from a device to a completely digital solution, you don't even need the device anymore, that would also be quite disruptive in certain senses. But ultimately, in the end, it's people doing that, right? So that's where you come down to the very simple basics of investing. You have to have passionate people who can execute, right? And the more risk you see in the technology, the less risk you want to see on the people side doing that. And that is then where we probably all align on.
That's a nice equation. Yeah, kind of balancing risk between technology and people. Yeah.
We do a lot of work to determine, is this a push market or a pull market? And if it's a push, how do we solve a lot of the bottlenecks to create a pull? And some of the newer markets, new verticals are certainly a push, but you also have to see there is a problem. It's not being addressed today. And can you streamline that in a way to create a lot more efficiencies? You really have to own the ROI on the back end and get credit for the work that you're doing and make it easier. And so identifying those opportunities, being crazy enough to go along with you, but balancing that craziness with actual reality and starting to pressure test. And you see in these push markets, those early adopters and those visionaries on the other side. And if you find one that is, or enough that are capable of convincing their peers, then you find a really unique opportunity where the market pulls you aggressively. And it may take time and patience. It's certainly a virtue that's required for that. But when it happens, it's one of the most amazing things in healthcare that we can do.
Hirak, I'm also interested in J&J. Like, what is your decision process? Must be probably different from others, maybe more cumbersome process. I don't know. What is the decision that? How do you go through it in order to decide you're going to invest, acquire?
Yeah. So I sort of thread some of the pieces here. Obviously, we have businesses that we are in, and there are things that have a product market fit that we're looking for. These are which I call sort of bread and butter investments. The things that are going to keep things moving as of today. But part of our job is also to look to the future and figure out what healthcare is going to be 10, 15 years from now, right? It's not going to be how it is today. We had a pandemic, things changed a lot in terms of what assumptions there were. So we're very sensitive and we're very thoughtful about how we go there. I mean, to give an example, right? Maybe 15, 20 years ago, there was a small company called Intuitive that had a robotic company that J&J completely missed the boat, and so did Medtronic, right? So, there can be disruptive things that Sasha is talking about that if you're not careful or if you don't take that risk, it may end up eating your lunch, which they are, good for them. But, so that's sort of our job in the investment team, is to try to figure out what are these adjacent spaces, what are these white spaces that could be super disruptive in the future, and we keep an eye on that, which is kind of why we like to co-invest. So we are strategics, but we try to invest with a lot of the people on this stage because they all understand something about these markets that we want. So we don't think that, hey, we are J&J, we are so big, because innovation comes from anywhere. It comes from many different things. It can happen very suddenly and very quickly. So our goal with at least JJDC is that we can go and acquire and spend billions of dollars on a company that we like, right? We can always do that. But the question is, are we making some of these investments early and having all this optionality, because we don't know how the future is going to turn out. Sometimes there won't be a fit. Sometimes there'll be some regulatory hurdle, right? But again, instead of like putting all the eggs in one, say, R&D project, now we've got optionality on 10 investments that we can follow, and we can keep putting money in. So that's how we sort of look at sort of answering. I mean, all these things are important, but how we kind of figure out the exact balance. And I'll be the first to admit that we don't always get it right. Sometimes we fail miserably, and sometimes we succeed really spectacularly because of some of these early investments.
So we're having a good discussion, but I think maybe there's some questions from the audience. Yusuf, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks to the panel for pitching what they bring to the table. So we're going to be at a point in a couple months from now where we might be working together. And one of the most common things I hear from founders is that they promised me X, Y, Z, open doors, a lot of the things that you've pitched. But once the terms were closed, not a lot materialized. So can you give us some tips to differentiate between those who kind of promise a lot of things but don't deliver, and really figure out like what are the real deliverables we can expect? Because I hear a lot of times expectations, round is closed, a lot of disappointment, and it's being mostly hammered at board meetings on financial metrics. So curious to hear like how do we cut through the noise and the promises and know what we can really count on after we close the round.
I sort of alluded to this point earlier as well. That's part of our sort of tracking system, as in getting an institutional governance framework within the startups that we invest into. We sort of, to the extent we decide on a quarterly basis what are the milestones that need to be achieved. We track them for the last quarter and then project them for the next quarter. So I think that's really the key, tracking each of the key milestones, the important ones, on a regular basis, and of course there will be misses, but the point is to be finding out why the misses were there, and rather than that's the whole point, like finding solutions to those problems and keeping a tap on those milestones. That's how we sort of monitor that very closely. That's very important for us.
A super tactical thing, always ask for references to CEOs of portfolio companies. They are going to be the best resource for other entrepreneurs to speak to. And frankly, we all make our livings on reputation. So it does matter to us.
Absolutely. I can't believe how few actually do ask for references. But I think we also use the diligence process as a way of getting to figure out if we can work with you for a long period of time. And we try to be very clear and have a common understanding, not only with you, but with the rest of the syndicate on exactly what we're going to be doing and what our objectives are. Often we're tranching rounds around specific milestones. And to just make that clear to everybody. So, I think that whole diligence process is really the time to figure out the same thing we're trying to figure out about you. Can you work with us? And you should call references.
So for the early stage companies, it's really hard to find out from the quantitative analysis. During the due diligence process, we definitely perform quantitative analysis as well as qualitative analysis. Qualitative analysis actually works better for the early stage companies. So we meet a lot of KOLs, and inside your network, also our network. And then, of course, validate the technology, of course. And then team is purely on us. We actually check your reputation, what kind of people you are. I always visit the office and meet the employees as well to ensure the employees look happy. If they feel miserable, I believe he's not really saying the truth. So that's the kind of one qualitative analysis we perform. And the quantitative analysis, you provide your revenue projection. We actually sometimes ask, please provide your traction, like LOI or MOU or your partnership, how you can support your revenue. Of course, we cannot measure 5 years later how much your revenue can be. You just kind of need to rely on you. But still, we actually guess based on the market, we actually be able to calculate what kind of revenue, what kind of market penetration can be possible. If they bluff, we actually can find out pretty easily than you think.
Any other comments regarding?
So let me just make one comment. I think what you're saying is really important, and a lot of founders are very concerned about that. Is that when the VCs invest, they're going to get rid of me, and this is going to sort of get rid of that. But I think the way to think of it is, we all have responsibilities to the money that we have taken from where. So our responsibility is to ensure that we're investing in a technology. And to David's earlier point, we want to make sure that this gets to the patients, because if that does, then we're all successful. So the question that you need to ask yourself is, as a founder, is some decision being taken that's in my interest, or this is the best decision for the company? So those sometimes can be intertwined with an early stage founder, but they are different, right? What's probably good for you as a founder may not be in the best interest of the company. And I think most of the people on this stage would agree that we're not trying to replace people, because it's really painful. It takes a lot of time and money. That's the last thing we want to do. But sometimes it's in the best interest of the company and the shareholders, that if you're on the board, that you're representing, who may not have a voice on the board and may not have the executive ability to do that. We are representing those. So maybe that's one way to think about it, is who is this good for, right? Is it good for the founder or good for the company?
All right, next question.
Hello, this is I'm Donald Hickey, Pump and Heart, which is in Galway in Ireland, and we're developing a device to treat diastolic heart failure. So my first question is, and this touches on a number of things that were said, is how regional focused is investment? So do American VCs, which American VCs will invest in Ireland, for example, but not just Ireland, in other European countries? And also then, how many of you would invest in companies that just had preclinical data?
I would say, as long as Guinness and Irish whiskey is brought to the board meetings, then I'm there. You got me sold. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Yeah.
You wanted to know who would invest at a preclinical stage. Maybe we can just say, who? Here we are.
Case by case.
I love Irish whiskey and Guinness as well.
I don't believe innovation comes from specific geography or specific prestigious school. Innovation came from anywhere. Anyone think out of the box can bring the innovation. We are looking for opportunity. We are not looking for just a top-notch name brand. So if you can bring something really, bring a huge value to the society, I'm interested in.
All right, any other? Okay, just one more question. Last one.
Thank you. I'm Georgi from Kelvin Health. So my question is how to provoke transparency when you get a pass from an investor, because, when we speak or when you speak at panels, it's always about the moonshots, the impact, the vision, the team, whatever, and you get typically the feedback from investors that you have a great vision, you have a great team, you have whatever, and then we decided it's a pass for now, but you can't get any other information, and this is kind of confusing sometimes. Sometimes it might even derail you from looking for other ways for funding, like grant funding, etc., etc. So again, depending on how comfortable you feel to answer that, but what's the typical reason, even after the conversation has escalated, it's not just the first meeting, it might be up to a board meeting, like an investment committee or something, but then rarely you can get honest feedback. And I'm not talking about feedback, I'm talking about honest feedback. Maybe if you think the management team is not experienced enough, why don't you tell those guys? I think this is a valuable feedback, and we rarely see that.
Can I take it?
Yeah, sure,
I think the point is providing feedback can be unpleasant and can create bad will. And there's nothing due, right? We are investors, not consulting company, and eventually it's not due. Having said that, for example, at Panacas, we always do it. And it's not easy to say, well, we don't think the leadership is adequate. We don't think your data is worth believing in it. We don't think there is a market. But market size is easier to say. Like, market is not big enough. We don't believe in your market calculation. We just don't believe in what you believe. It's not the easier thing to say. We always do, but it's always going to be verbally. So my recommendation would be ask for it at the end of the meeting, not in writing afterwards, or don't like try to chase investors because you want to talk to them and hear for it. It's not due. I mean, it's an extra thing that we would do to help you, but it's not part, we cannot invoice you for that in the end, right? We just are taking a risk to create a bad will situation. That's... okay.
Yeah, let's hear from some other people. Sasha, what would you say to that? When you're not investing, would you give directly the direct reason, or would you, dance around it to not hurt anyone, or?
Well, I mean, I don't think that there's the one answer, because it depends on the relationship you've built, right? I mean, if it's just one of 100 pitch decks you receive and you simply don't have the time, right? You just see it doesn't fit at all, so then you get a quick doesn't fit. If you have engaged for a long time, you had 3 meetings in person across the globe, then I would expect also from the company that there is a deeper discussion. I know that some are of course afraid, because if you say no, right, then you can get challenged, right? So why did you say no? And then it starts, start getting calls, and so that of course is not necessarily the most pleasant part of it. But every experienced investor has no so many more times in his life than said yes. So everyone is experienced in that, and should not be afraid of giving that feedback. Again, often it's not a point of not goodwill. It's simply a matter of lack of time. So the more you have engaged, the more honest feedback you should be able to receive, and that's also something you should request.
No, we always do that, but I mean, sometimes it's easier to say it's too early for us. That leaves a good relationship, and it is. I fully agree, and it doesn't help the company. So we always do, but sometimes we wonder why do we do it? Because in the end, it would be easier for us to say it's early stage, it's too early, keep us up to date. So I mean, what's in it for us to share the feedback? You have to think of that. I totally agree, and we do it once again.
So,
if you were in touch with us, you got the feedback, at least during the meeting, not in writing. We tend not to do it in writing because that takes a lot more time, but we do it.
All right, thank you for the question, and we need to leave the stage for the next session, but that was a fun discussion. Thanks, David. One last word maybe you want to have?
Okay.
All right, thank you everyone. Thanks for listening, and I'll leave it to Julia for the rest. Thank you.
We took a lot of pictures while you were talking. Yes, not me, photographer, but we do, yes. Ladies, let me help you. Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you just saw our VC panel. You know their faces, you know where to ask the question and continue the conversation. And I would just kindly ask everyone who is staying in front of the stage, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to continue talking, please go towards the end of the hall. I would appreciate maybe some of my team can help to escort people so we can have another presenter, our next presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you want to continue your conversation, go towards the end of the hall. After the curtain, there are some one-on-one meeting areas. Please enjoy the conversation. All right, and now I am very, very excited to introduce to the stage a passionate entrepreneur who is gonna do right now her technology presentation. Please help me to welcome on stage Dr. Margaret Calmetta, CEO of Rapid Nexus.
Technology Showcase by Rapid Nexus.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you, although I can't see you. It's too bright up here. I'd like to introduce to you the world's first neuropathy healing and peri-wound healing product. We made a technology that is aimed at the diabetic population who suffer from chronic non-healing wounds. And the reason that this technology was developed is to prevent amputations. In the US alone, there are 1,380 amputations every day. Just because someone has diabetes, we're not counting people that have accidents, simply because people have diabetes and they're unable to heal. The market problem is very simple. The industry makes products to plug up the hole. When you make products to plug up this hole, you're not effectively making a product for the diabetic patients, because their problem is actually surrounding that wound. Their problem is neuropathy, and due to neuropathy, much like a patient in a wheelchair that has a spinal cord injury, neuropathy is similar. It's a nerve injury. And so people in a wheelchair, for example, their legs get smaller. Why? Because they don't get the impulses from the nerves into the legs. Also atrophy, but the legs get smaller. Same thing with these patients. Their peri-wound surrounding the wound actually shrinks, loses volume, and becomes inactive. This is a very high unmet medical need. Healthcare in the United States spends $360 billion a year treating these patients. That's because they have non-healing wounds. The wounds fester for years, sometimes decades. At any point in that time, the patient can receive a toe, a foot, or a leg amputation. There are 20 million patients suffering from neuropathy in the US, and 6 million that experience non-healing wounds. Pre-pandemic, we had 500 amputations per day. Post-pandemic, we're up to 1,380 amputations. The reason is during the pandemic, people have been afraid to go into the doctor, so their wounds became worse. Also, diabetes has increased in number, elderly have increased in number, and the obese population as well. So the solution is based on electromagnetic principles. We are not following chemical or biological principles in silos. We have made a system that's an electrical chemical system, and the product contains, it's a gel product, it contains nutrients, it contains also antimicrobials, and the handpiece delivers the electrical stimulation. The tissue that delivers the electrical stimulation is inert, unable to heal, so we are aiding the healing process. Also, we are depositing the raw material into the tissue where it is assembled inside the peri-wound space. That way we make the peri-wound active, able to heal, increase its volume and density. So this patient took us 40 weeks to complete in our early days. And this patient was diagnosed for an amputation. He decided that he's going to enroll in our study because his mother also had an amputation. She passed away shortly thereafter. So he was seeking a different solution. So he enrolled in our study, told us 3 other friends of his from the hospital had undergone amputations and actually passed away. So the life cycle of a diabetic patient with a chronic wound is a very difficult one. They are unable to heal. They live with an open wound. At any point in time, it could get infected. Infection can lead to sepsis, and so an amputation is diagnosed for them. In our feasibility study of 39 patients, we enrolled patients that are of the very high complex Wagner group. And these were Wagner 2, 3, and 4 cases. Just to give you an example, clinical trials by industry are being done on Wagner 1 and 2 cases. These are very easily predicted to heal. So a company may invest $1 million in clinical trials, pick the patient population where they could find the best healing results. However, the diabetic patients are going without a healing product because of this type of scenario. My background is actually oral surgery. I made a product that is 500% faster in healing. It heals bone and tissue. And when I met a gentleman that had all of his limbs amputated because he had diabetes and non-healing limbs, it was one of those moments where, you know, when you believe that you can do something and you don't do anything about it, then, you know, how can you move on into another field selling products when these patients are actually passing away? So I took it upon myself. I hired a team in Costa Rica and took 2.5 years to transfer this technology into this space. The patients that we enrolled were 2 groups of 39 patients, one group of 17 and another group of 22, so altogether 39 patients. They had previously undergone the standard of care using standard of care products and antibiotics when they were enrolled in our study. And all of the patients enrolled had diabetes. A lot of them also had poor nutrition, dementia, aging, and peripheral vascular disease. So our patients, after this feasibility study, they started telling us that they're feeling their limbs again. They're feeling their toes. We were very excited about that. So now what we are doing is we're conducting another clinical trial, and we are doing before and after biopsies to actually do a nerve count. When we look at this limb here, we can say safely that if this patient had their feeling restored in their limb, and he's reporting this in the questionnaire, then we can safely assume, yes, there is some nerve involvement. We want to see how much nerve involvement is there also. We want to see, is there muscular involvement? So we're also conducting, at this time, a diabetic rat study, where we're taking a piece of the muscle off of the scapula. We'll have those results before the holidays. We're also doing nanostring study on a diabetic mouse to get all of the gene information about the exact mechanism of action. So we have a big savings to the healthcare industry. The healthcare industry is spending a lot of money on a single patient. Let's take it through, and if we count the amount of chronic wound healing that they're receiving, it goes on for years, and add those costs. And if they get an amputation, that's about $100,000. If they get a limb replacement, that's another $100,000. You add all those costs together with all those years of treatment, and by the way, they get recurrent amputations. And so the cost is tremendous. It's a $380,000 cost. If they were to use our system, there's a tremendous savings. We'd be able to close that patient in under $10,000. This is just a little graph just to show you the patient experience and the insurance experience. So patients, they go through phases of treatment. All along every single phase of treatment, they're very afraid of an infection because it could lead to sepsis. Doctors are worried about that as well. Insurance companies will pay $50,000 yearly to do treatment on the patients, $18,000 if they have to go into a hyperbaric chamber, which, by the way, doesn't prevent these amputations either. And the cycle keeps on going. There's a little bit of description of the amputations as well, and their cost, $120,000 per amputation, and a lot of recurrent. This case was diagnosed for a partial toe amputation. We did 2 appointments of 45 minutes and averted that amputation. The pictures that you see in the before photo is before treatment. The same day, the second photo to the right is after treatment and after removal some of the loose necrotic tissue that was generated during the treatment. The next photo is a photo 1 week later. Another treatment was done. So only 2 treatments of 45 minutes, and 3 months later, you see the photo to the far right, that amputation has been averted. This patient is the original, same one that I showed earlier, but this shows it a little bit more in stages. And here we can see the peri-wound neuropathy changes. This is what makes us believe that we do have those nerve changes, especially when the patient reports that they have feeling in their limb where they didn't before treatment. As I mentioned, we have more studies underway to specifically tell us how many nerves we're growing and if we're generating muscle as well. This was, I think, the worst patient that has showed up for our study. He exhibited 2 wounds on the same leg, and the circulation was cut off by the knee. He was riding horses, doing farming, and the buckle kept on hitting him below the knee. The circulation went offline there, big gap, and the entire leg turned very dark. So I'll just be going through the sequence of what we did. Pardon me if I should have mentioned that this was going to show a lot of pictures of wounds. So this is, during treatment, one of the things that became apparent to us is this patient is able to do this treatment at home. So when I was not in Costa Rica, I was instructing him from long distance what to do. He easily did the treatment himself. And as we go through, we notice that the foot is now turning into a normal color. And then there's pink that's starting to spread. So we averted his amputation. This is the other side of his leg. The other thing that is happening here is we are actually healing this without a graft. These patients are not eligible for grafts, number one. And these wounds are closing from inside up and from the borders inwards. This is my favorite picture. It has me enamored. I keep on looking at this because to me, these blue areas are circulation. These are filled with blood. And there are many layers that I could see in this. And this is why we're doing the rat and the mouse studies now and the biopsy studies to identify what's happening underneath. And as the healing progresses, then we start seeing the changes in the peri-wound. Effectively, he ended up with a very strong leg after treatment, and he regained his sensation in his leg. So our team is myself and my co-founder. I have run practices and sold businesses for probably about 20 years. I've had 5 exits. My team co-founder, she's had 3 exits. All of those were along with me. Our advisory board member comes from a space of medical device, and he's grown 8 companies and has been able to help get them acquired. His expertise is commercialization. And also Mr. Deepak Yahoo, who we're very excited is on our team right now because he sold Kerecis for $1.3 billion last year. He comes from Alira Health, that he co-founded. Now he's on his own. And so together, we are working very hard to bring the solution to the patients. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is I'm glad I sat in on this presentation just before, because when we look at this patient right here, I'd like to tell you about our future plans. So right now, our plans are to get the wound system into into commercialization, into the market. We have a pathway of codes that already exist separately on the 510K of the wound healing product and the 510K of the medical device. And additionally, we're following a breakthrough designation path where we put the 2 devices together and we get new data. And this is what this generation of the nerve and muscle data is all about, is for our breakthrough designation de novo pathway. In the future, we would like to use this product on patients that have not developed wounds yet. If someone has diabetes and they start exhibiting neuropathy, we could get this to them earlier rather than later, before a wound opens up, and have a treatment course for them throughout their lifespan to control not only the wound not opening, but have them experience a better sensation and a better life, and not have to deal with this problem to begin with. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Calmetta, for showing us incredible results of the treatment that you are producing. And now ladies and gentlemen, today we have been talking about Malta, we have been talking about Israel. I would love to take you on a journey with me to go to US, specifically to Houston. Please help me to welcome on stage our next panel, Why Houston MedTech. And our panelists tonight are Justin Bird, Associate Professor at MD Anderson Cancer Center, Department of Orthopedic Oncology. Robert Shaw, Board Member, Chair, Life Sciences Committee at Houston Angel Network. Megan Pitcher, CEO and co-founder of Barioton Health. Homer Quintana, Director, Center for Rapid Device Transition at Houston Methodist. Albert Wan, serial entrepreneur. And Swarna Balusubramaniam, founder and CEO at Nolus Technologies. And the panel will be moderated by Giovanni Lauricella, CEO at Lifeblood, and John Sosa, Senior Recruiter and Medical Officer, also at Lifeblood.
Why Houston MedTech?
Why Houston MedTech? So we talked about, well, we are in Malta, we're still talking about Malta, and we're going to hopefully build a bridge with Homer's help here between Houston and Malta, as well as Israel and Malta. We're going to keep on building bridges from Malta with also the help of Dylan Attard here. This is a panel that I'm very excited about. I'll get to the punchline. It's my home, and it's now my new home, and I'll tell you why. We had Dylan Attard come over from Malta in mid-August to show him what is actually happening in Houston. And I have to tell you my transparent story. I fell in love with Houston 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago at this point, and it was about a little over a year at this point that I decided that we were going to move. And if anyone's moved before, you realize the pain of moving. And not only did I move my family, I moved my firm. And we didn't have to. So that's the true punchline. That's also the power of what I saw in Houston and what I totally believe Houston represents and will represent for the medtech industry. So we have a very distinguished panel here that covers a gamut of what represents the ecosystem going on in Houston. Not to mention that I only found out a few weeks ago that we actually even have a wine region right north of Houston. Most people think it's in Fredericksburg, Texas. We actually have one right there. So if I wasn't going to move to Houston for what it was, I would definitely move there for the wine industry. It's pretty awesome. So come and check it out. But it has a lot of attributes. And when I looked at my wife and I said, listen, why are we really going to move? And are you on board with moving? And she goes, just don't move me anywhere that snows. And I said, okay, fine. Minneapolis, Boston's out. We do a lot of work over in Europe. So for that matter, California and the West Coast is out. But it has to be driven by MedTech. And we started really doing assessment, but it wasn't that hard to find Houston. And what we're going to talk about is a major draw of having the patient populations by the largest hospital and medical center in the world, which you may or may not know. And we're going to talk about getting the word of Houston out there. A lot of people think sometimes it's a flyover state, the coast this, the coast that. But I will tell you, a line that I have heard over and over again is that if you arrived in Houston 10 years ago, you might be too early. And if you arrive in Houston 10 years from now, you might be too late. The time is now, and the energy and the inertia that this town and this city has, which is the 4th largest city in the United States, is absolutely incredible. So a lot of energy is going to be going in to building up this ecosystem and actually leveraging already what is there and getting the word out. So without further ado, I'd like to distinguish this panel by having them introduce themselves, as well as my wonderful co-host over there, John Souza from Lifeblood, starting with Homer. Homer, please tell us a little bit about yourself and why you stayed in Houston.
Thank you, Giovanni. So I am the director of the Center for Rapid Device Translation. My job is actually really easy. I get to see novel technology that's going to impact patient care and facilitate that technology's R&D to reach those patients. So everything from startups to industry partners. And the thing that kept me in Houston, and I've had an opportunity or opportunities to work all over the world at this point in the medtech space, is there is a magic there that really doesn't exist in any other place in the world at this point. And it's not just the patient populations, it's not just the institutions, it's the innovation culture that exists there in the medtech space that I don't think is matched in any other space. There are places where you can get medtech or just tech in general across and into a space, but I don't think the passion that you see in the people that are engaged in that process is showcased as well as we see in Houston.
Thank you. And Bob, you've been all over the place, but you've now been back in Houston for a while. Tell us who you are, what you do, and why are you staying in Houston?
Sure. I'm Bob Shaw, and I'm I chair the Life Sciences Committee for the Houston Angel Network. I've been involved with angel investing about 8 years. Prior to that, I was in healthcare leadership and C-suite in several different places, as Giovanni said. And we left Houston in 2001 and came back in 2014. And it's kind of interesting, the 10 years too early, 10 years too late. So I guess I got there in time, but it's a very different place than when I left in 2001. And the culture and the environment in Houston is so unique. Having moved around quite a bit, I really realize how different Houston is. In what I call, it's a can-do town. Anything they set their mind to, they seem to be able to accomplish. And so, and a lot of that's through innovation and energy, and you know, we have major industries in the energy business, the port system, NASA, and tech, more tech now. And of course, the whole life sciences, biotech, medtech space in the medical center. The medical center is huge. Just to give you an idea of the size and scope, 160,000 people go in and out of the medical center every day. And so it's like a big town, so to speak, that you're operating within. 750,000 ER visits a year. I think 13 million patient visits, if I remember the number right. So we've always kind of based out of Houston, so that's why we came back, and that's why it's our, I call it my final resting place, so to speak. That's where we plan to live the rest of our lives, and very exciting times there right now with these partners here on the podium. We've just, there's so much going on and very collaborative too, by the way. We have a tendency we have a tendency to work together. I think that's a key element in Houston as well.
Thank you. And sometimes you look at me funny when I call you Houston's golden boy, but Albert Wong started, developed, and exited your company in Houston, and we're going to get that story. And actually, we have Northgate here, who has already given the other side of that story, which is pretty cool. But tell us a little bit about who you are, what you've done, and why Houston.
Thanks, Giovanni. I guess just to build on that, my name's Albert Huang, was the previous, or I guess will always be the founder and CEO of a company called Allotrope Medical. Like Giovanni mentioned, I came up with the idea while working late one night in the operating room at Houston Methodist, and then decided to build a company in 2016 and focus on that full time, keeping it, and it was never a question whether I should put it somewhere else or in Houston. It was always Houston based. The next company will be Houston-based as well, and had the opportunity to spend time even in the Bay Area amongst all the entrepreneurs there, Y Combinator, things like that. But everything kept pulling me back to Houston because the ecosystem is there. Our first investors were Houston Angel Network. Over the course of about a decade, watched and grew the company along with everything else developing in the ecosystem there, and it's been really exciting to see all that. And you know, the company wouldn't have gotten to where it was, wouldn't have gotten to the point of being acquired by Northgate Technologies about 1.5 years ago. I truly believe that we weren't in Houston at all.
Thank you. And Megan, tell us who you are, what you're developing, and your Houston story.
Thanks, Giovanni. So I'm Megan Pitcher. I'm CEO and co-founder at Baritone Health. We're working on a wearable technology that does sleep apnea diagnosis, showing the underlying cause of sleep apnea. My Houston story, I've been in Houston my entire professional career. My first job out of college was at a biotech company at Lexicon Pharmaceuticals. Did graduate school there, worked in intellectual property there. I think what keeps me there is this incredible talent pool. So we talk about all the patients that come into the Med Center, but the people that kind of come to Houston, have their first job there, build their career there, develop all these different skill sets, hop around between hospitals and medical systems and stuff. It's incredible. And so then you have the situation where you can have a conversation with someone and you could spark this really great idea, spark innovation from there, figure out how to solve a problem that you're having with building the device like we're doing. So that's what really excites me about Houston, is kind of being able to live in this network and grow in this network and meet people that are incredibly talented that can help us grow the company and get it to hopefully where Albert is in a few years and get it exited.
Thank you. The Swarna, tell us about who you are, what you've been developing, and what's been keeping you in Houston all these years.
Giovanni and Dylan, thank you so much for inviting me to be here. And I feel notorious already with the D in front of my name. So my name is Dr. Swarna Balasubramaniam, and I am a board-certified colon and rectal surgeon, and for the past 5 years have been the founder and CEO of Nolius Technologies, where we're developing a single-use medical device to treat an unmet clinical need called postoperative ileus, the intestinal paralysis that keeps people in the hospital for a long time after surgery. And my Houston story starts back in 2007. So I grew up in Boston, went to college there, and then medical school and training in Minnesota, lived in Los Angeles, New York City, and came to Houston for a job. And it is the best place I've ever lived. And people find that very interesting because I've lived in a lot of great places, including the Upper West Side and Beverly Hills, and this is fantastic. And I tell you why. And it's because the lower cost of living allows people to take risk in Houston. So, when you are strapped to the point where your income just covers your rent and cost of living, you can't take a risk. And being in Houston has allowed me to save enough money that I'm able to take the risk to build my startup. And that is a huge, huge thing. I mean, there are many things that Houston, has going in its favor, but I would say that might be the #1 unsung thing about Houston. So I'll stop there and we'll talk more.
Thank you. Justin, you're not originally from Houston, and you've been there now for a while. So tell us who you are, what you do for the ecosystem, what you do for MD Anderson, and what kept you in Houston.
Yeah, thanks, Giovanni. My name is Justin Bird. I'm an orthopedic oncologist and a spine surgeon at MD Anderson Cancer Center. I started out on the East Coast. I'm from New Jersey originally. Went to medical school in New York City at Mount Sinai. I did my orthopedic residency there. Thought I was going to go into sports medicine, but I gravitated towards oncology. I then had an opportunity to spend a year in Liberia, West Africa. And that experience really got me thinking about medical technology, because I was thrust in this environment where I had little to no resources, and I realized I was taking for granted a lot of the resources that I had in New York City as a resident. And when you're in a place where you don't have resources, you start to try and figure things out. And I started to tinker and make devices that I was using in New York that I didn't have in Liberia. And so really started to think about that process of invention and innovation and how we get devices into our hands. And then I left Liberia, came to Houston for further training. So I did fellowship in oncology at MD Anderson and then another fellowship in spine surgery. And I thought I was going back to New York City for a job. My wife is a urogynecologist, and so she was also trained at Mount Sinai. So we had plans to go back to New York City. But we got to Houston, and particularly MD Anderson, it was a very special place. It was unlike any other place that I had worked at. It's a very mission-driven organization. We have many of our former patients or volunteers that you see every day, so they've lived through these challenging times, and now they actually just volunteer their time to take care of other people. So it's that kind of place which I gravitated towards. I think Megan mentioned, the talent pool. So I was also really excited about the people that were working there, and they had come from all over the world to come to work in the Med Center. And then I started to kind of do my research on how the Med Center actually came about, and it's a very interesting history. It was a surgeon by the name of Ernst Bertner who actually had the vision to create this medical center for the world, and I think that's resonates with me. The idea of coming to Houston to do something very important for the world, I think is part of the Houston culture and the ethos. And so I really enjoyed that environment where you can have these big ideas and you can launch something that's going to have an impact on the world. So that's why I'm still in Houston. That and my kids don't want to leave.
Very nice. So I'm going to toss it over to John and what his thoughts are on Houston, and then he'll have the first question for the panel. But while he's asking and answering, I just want you all to think about one unique thing about Houston that you think the world or outsiders don't necessarily know that is pretty cool about Houston. And when the mic comes to you, just throw a cool Houston fact out there if you don't mind. So go ahead, John.
Sure. Thanks, Giovanni. So really great to have everyone here on the panel. Obviously, after hearing all that, it's hard not to fall in love with Houston, but I definitely fell in love with it the first time that I went and kind of organized a bunch of meetings to learn more about Houston and meet the people there. And really the culture of collaboration is second to none, and that's paired with all of the facts that you can kind of see on paper with 3 major universities, major medical centers, the largest medical center in the world, patients traveling from literally all over the world with every type of pathology that you can think of or has been discovered at all various stages of progression. The opportunities to help people and to innovate are really unparalleled. So coming from a clinical background, that's really something that I hadn't seen anywhere else. So the question I want to ask you guys, and maybe Homer can kick us off, in the next 12, 24 months, what's the most exciting thing that you see on the horizon for Houston?
So just fun fact, I think something novel about Houston that everyone should know about is Rice University was where President Kennedy said we must make it to the moon. The moonshot began maybe a half a mile from the Texas Medical Center. And it's all intertwined. We're actually back in collaborations with Rice to talk about things like human performance, to talk about things like neural system restoration or brain-computer interface. There was a discussion earlier, you've got the Neuralinks of the world. Well, we have an academic institute. There are some brilliant minds that exist across the street at Rice University and at other academic institutes within the 2.5 square miles that comprise the Texas Medical Center. So Just as a general notion, Houston Methodist itself is a 105-year-old hospital system, but we are not a degree-granting institution, so we have to affiliate. And that affiliation allows us access to some very brilliant, creative people that can come up with novel ideas in collaboration with our clinicians. Everything that we do there is translationally driven, which means that at the end of the day, we have to have something that's going to reach the patient. We're not just inventing things or discovering things for the sake of discovery or basic science. There's a mission there. So the things that I'm excited about actually revolve around the space that I mentioned before, the neurosystem restoration. Our oncology center, Neal Cancer Center, is doing some tremendous things to not compete with the gorilla in the room that is MD Anderson right across the street from us. That's the #1 hospital for oncology in the United States. We understand that. But to be able to bring novel care and new approaches to patients that need it just like anyone else. And so some of the things that we're seeing through simulation, through training, and I saw Dr. Bird on Monday conducting a training or education procedure at our simulation center. That speaks to the collaborative nature of the world that we live in. The thing that I want more of is more collaboration. You need to have these spaces where innovation collides, great ideas come out, and then there is a playground or a rule or a framework in place to allow that to turn into real things.
Does anyone want to riff on that, or want me to throw out my next question?
I think, all right, there we go. Thanks, folks. For me, it's not a specific 12 or 20 month like singular event or number of events. I think it's exactly what Homer is talking about, right? For the longest time, especially the medical center, when I wanted to describe it to people, I said all these hospitals were great unto themselves, but I considered them frenemies. They're always competing against each other. It's like Baylor versus Methodist versus MD Anderson, things like that. But the spirit of finally everything opening up, coming together, I think it's, maybe hesitate to say like our generation of clinicians, new blood coming in, lifeblood coming in, and things like that are what's really building this collaborative atmosphere. More and more startups that were born and bred in the ecosystem are getting more and more mature, more money's coming in from outside. Initiatives from Han are funding a lot of these new companies as well. So it's really, you're starting to see this building and this momentum actually happening that I think over the next 12, 24 months are truly going to get exciting. And then the other thing about Houston is it's an amazing place for food. Actually, so much so that next week is when the first Michelin stars for Houston as well as Texas will be announced.
November 11th.
That's right. So,
if you like Michelin star food, November 11th, come to Houston.
Or barbecue.
I was just going to kind of add to what Homer said about JFK and his speech. So I actually, unfortunately, I live right across from Rice University, right across from the stadium. And so I think about it all the time that JFK back in 1962 gave that speech and talked about, going to space and going to the moon and really trying to get the energy of the nation to go and do something very difficult. I'm also fortunate to work with an astronaut. So in our department, Bobby Satcher is a former astronaut. And we have a number of astronauts floating around Houston, excuse the pun. But it's really exciting to just meet these folks who have been very courageous and gone and done some pretty amazing things and brought it back down to earth and still interact with us humans. But it's a great environment. I think the idea of what's happening now that's exciting is the collaboration and really the idea that if we work together, we can actually do much more than if we work, separately. And we have been frenemies for a long time, but I think from an innovation standpoint, I think the institutions oftentimes look at each other as kind of the frenemy. But in the lab and clinical care, I think we all know how to work together, and we really enjoy that. So we're talking to our institutions to see it our way and allow us to actually be more collaborative.
And I want to throw something over to you on, for MD Anderson and Houston for that matter, or Houston Methodist, when you think about companies that need access to patients, when you think about innovation that's going to occur or is occurring within MD Anderson and some of the other major hospital systems, what is some of that past, present, and future? What are you guys going through right now?
I think, well, it is an exciting time. I think for MD Anderson, for many, many years, it was all about drug development and diagnostics. And medical device really didn't exist here or there. So we had to uncover kind of the history and realize that we have some very impactful inventors. Dr. Gianturku is one who was a radiologist who came out of retirement because one of his buddies was at MD Anderson and said, come and work at MD Anderson to teach the residents. And while he was at Anderson, out of retirement, he started to see these problems and address them and start to invent new technologies. So IVC filters and coils and things like that that are still being used today. So we're unearthing that so that we can kind of get that message out there that med device is a real thing and we should be involved in that too. As a surgeon, that's what I use. These devices are really critical. And again, going back to my experience in Liberia, not having the devices, what I see happens to people when they're struggling with these problems. So I think, focus on medical devices, smart devices. I think people were talking about, the device is not just a simple device. There's a lot of data that you can generate from these devices. If you are intentional about it, you can capture that information and really leverage it.
Swarna, you have something to say, Bob?
Just one item. The thing I'd like for you to know about Houston is it's a generous community. And by that I mean everything that's been talked about here really was created by people of great wealth. The oil and gas business really created a wealth in Houston that is unbelievable. And then as it diversified, it even diversified into greater wealth. And those have been very generous people that have impacted the arts and definitely the medical center and the whole healthcare environment within Houston. None of this would be possible without those kinds of contributions that have been made by the community. And it really allows us to do some things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise off of patient revenue. I think you and Homer would agree with that as well. It's a really, it all started, if you go back, way back, with MD, Monroe D. Anderson, who gave 143 acres to form the Texas Medical Center. And from that, and 3 institutions went to the medical center. And it was really in a swamp. It was a mosquito-infested swamp that they developed into what today is known as the Texas Medical Center. And it's kind of an incredible journey over those years. But the diversity and the generosity of the town really makes the difference in Houston, Texas.
Thank you. And Swarna, I want to throw it over to you. So you've lived in a bunch of different places. You've been building Nolius. Talk about, well, first, your one unique thing about Houston that you want to share. And then also, where could we go in Houston?
Great questions. But the most surprising thing I found about Houston is it has the biggest rodeo. And so that's a little known fact for people outside of Houston. And it was a surprise to me too, because I'd been to the rodeo in Cody, Wyoming, and I was like, this is awesome. And then I came to Houston, and I was like, wow, that was just a little bitty rodeo compared to what happens in Houston. So.
And that takes place in March, right?
Yeah, come on down in March if you want to check out the rodeo. So you'll get a real Western experience. But back to the question about where Houston could go. So Bob is absolutely correct. There is a ton of wealth in Houston. And without that kind of wealth, it would not have developed into a city that is not only the 4th largest, but nipping on the heels of Chicago to be number 3, which it will be soon. Chicago is not growing, and Houston is growing by leaps and bounds. But, I've raised, of the money I've raised, 2/3 of it, about $2 million, has been from Houston. But it's really been people I know and people I've had to educate to invest in, medical devices. So there's a history, of people in Houston with a lot of money investing in hard assets, real estate, oil and gas and such. But there isn't a history of people being, having the diligence and education to invest in, IP-based assets, so to speak. And so I think there's a real opportunity to develop that and basically turn Houston into a town where that wealth could be deployed to support innovation in a way that really hasn't been yet. And so I think, there is all the right ingredients, but the cake needs to be mixed and baked.
So, Houston is full of incredible history, from announcing the moonshot to Michael DeBakey, one of the foremost cardiac surgeons back in the day, who invented extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, or ECMO, which has saved countless lives. It's really a town of risk takers, and that's evident in the amount of early stage innovation that's going on. The thing is, people in Houston are generally not very flashy and are very humble with respect to their achievements and what they've attained from being such risk takers, which is why the world kind of almost doesn't really know about everything that Houston is about. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have this panel and kind of highlight the city as kind of the up-and-coming, one of the up-and-coming epicenters of MedTech. So, Megan, I'd love if you can, chat about your experience starting a company, that kind of early stage risk-taking, and how the, culture was supportive of your endeavor.
Sure. So I launched our company out of a program called Texas Medical Center Biodesign. This is based off of a Stanford curriculum where you have these conversations and you talk to people and you understand where problems are in healthcare that you and your team can solve. So I kind of, coming out of that network and ecosystem, I kind of knew what some of the problems were and where to find answers and who to talk to. Also had support of talking. We were introduced to Dr. Bird, for example. We had a call with him. Albert was assigned to us as a mentor, so he was really helpful just getting the initial first steps of the company off the ground. So kind of having these interactions from different kinds of people in the ecosystem was really helpful. Because again, my background was pretty safe, administrative, intellectual property management job at Baylor College of Medicine. So I did IP stuff, and then I went home and got my paycheck, and it was good. It's completely different from, we have an idea, talking to investors, getting them to believe in the idea, while you're also working on the idea and making it tangible. So getting all of these skill sets from just how you communicate about what you're working on, especially coming from a scientific background. Basic things like, how do you manage your budget on a government grant? I hadn't done that directly before. I was able to find all these answers by talking with people in the medical center. Oh, I got to shout out Homer too. We have this study going on at Houston Methodist, which is a large organization. So for a startup to come in and say, hey, we want to build this prototype and try it on some folks, need support to kind of get that eye through the institution. So yeah, I mean, just examples from people on this panel that have been really helpful. I think Houston's great. I wanted to hit on something Dr. Bird said about, you have all these individuals that have these really great and innovative ideas and they want to do something. There's this piece of graffiti on one of the highway overpasses that says, be someone. I think that's such a Houston thing that I love, because people want to go into Houston, very humbly work on their thing and be the best at it and do something really great.
A couple of follow-ups on that. We have a little different attitude or philosophy at the Houston Angel Network. We do talk to people that we probably are not going to invest in, or we haven't made a decision to invest in. And obviously, our number one mission is to bring great companies with great potential to our members to invest in. It helps the company, it helps our investors as well, our members. But we do a tremendous amount of mentoring of companies and their executive teams. And as a matter of fact, one of the major criteria in which we invest is how coachable and how interactive the management team is with us. And then I'd say the third area that we really spend a fair amount of time, and I've really focused on in MedTech, is the wealth is in Houston. I have no doubt the wealth is in Houston, and I know where some of it is. and I'm looking for it pretty hard right now. But we need to educate, Swana touched on this, we need to educate the people with wealth, family offices, about how to invest in MedTech and get us good or maybe better returns than even in hard assets like real estate. Real estate's been king in Houston. We have no zoning, which is kind of an interesting thing in the States. You can build anything you want to, wherever you want to. There are some permitting requirements, but a gas station might go up next to your house is the downside of that, but that happens less often than you might think. But it's really allowed us to grow very fast. And so real estate's been key, and we're going to transfer that thought process of those wealth managers and offices to know what MedTech and what the opportunities are in investing there.
Thank you. Albert, I want to throw it over to you. You had the career, you have the career, and you built this company called Allotrope. There must have been points where you could have moved the company and you could have went to San Francisco, you could have went to Boston. And one of my more recent talk tracks that I've been telling myself during the night is, if you're a co-founder or founder of a medical device company in Eastern Tennessee, in Maryland, wherever it may be, if you're going to build and exit a company, you have almost a 0% chance that you'll never make it to San Francisco or Boston. You almost have to go. While you should go to Houston, especially for the patient access, it's not necessarily that you're always going to make it to Houston on your journey. Our goal is we want to make sure that everyone knows the assets that Houston has, but you were able to actually leverage those by just being there. Why didn't you move your company when you could have?
That's a fair question, because actually for a period of time I did move to San Francisco when Allotrope was invested in by Y Combinator. At that time, this was pre-pandemic, like you actually physically had to go there and spend all of your time there. And it was always energizing, right? It's like every time JP Morgan or even when I land at the SFO airport and drive through, you almost feel like there is this energy of innovation. Everybody's working on their company at every coffee shop there. There is something about that, but it is also refreshing and a little bit of a sigh of relief to come back to Houston every time that I started to relish and appreciate more is that it's still young, right? There's still this sense of opportunity. And I think the downside to being in places like the Bay Area, as great as it is, and like money is there because it's so established that you naturally will bounce back and forth, is that out there, a lot of people end up like talking themselves up and ultimately sometimes making the wrong decision for their company because their benchmarks are the Googles and the Facebooks and these massive corporations, and it's always go big or zero, right? And then I think and I've had friends who went from 9-figure valuation companies to closing shop because that is what everybody was telling them to do over there. Whereas Houston, I feel like, there's a pragmatic aspect to it that seems to pervade, not only just the way you live there, but also how everybody else functions. It truly is, for healthcare things, patient first. The goal is to get something out there. The first discussion isn't, are you going to IPO or things along those lines? It's about creating something, your product, that best benefits folks, and that's always first and foremost, right? And so that always resonated with me, not only as a clinician, but just me as a person. And so when we made that decision to be like, do we do Bay Area? Like we always thought we were going to, but then Houston just always had everything we needed to, and you never lost that access because you can get on a plane at the international airport and you're there, and it's multiple flights a day. So easy access to everywhere. You still come back to this place where the ecosystem is growing, but kind of like going to your favorite bar, like everybody knows your name after a while when you're there, right? I mean, Justin and I, we were at J-Labs together with desks right next to each other. All of us see each other on a very regular basis, as massive as a medical center as it is, and everybody is a cheerleader for everybody else. And I think there's something there, whereas these more established places, nobody knows your name, right? You're anonymous because everybody's an entrepreneur, right, for better or worse.
No state income taxes, right in the center of the country, 3 hours to California, 3 hours to Boston, international flights to Europe, international flights to the Middle East, international flights to Asia, down to Australia. So amazing logistical support. And John, take us home after this one, but I want to throw one more over to Homer because I want to look at this panel as an education so that these people know exactly what we have there, starting with what you've toured me around twice so far, and it is arguably one of the most impressive facilities that I've ever seen. A, I always forget, what does MIGHTY stand for? And B, describe what you have that you see every single day.
Yeah, sure. So MIGHTY is the Methodist Institute for Technology, Innovation, and Education at the Bookout. You know, there's this thing called philanthropic funding where for X amount of money investing in new technology and new approaches, we rename things. And the Bookout name is synonymous with Houston. They are very much entrenched in everything from the governance to street names after them. The beauty of the space of MIGHTY is it's probably the second or third largest simulation center by size in the United States. And when I say simulation, I can recreate a patient environment, I can recreate an OR environment. If I'm working as a firefighter, I can even recreate a scenario where I'm placing airways in down patients. So when you have a space where I can simulate just about any type of procedure, and more importantly, I have access to imaging modalities that are essential when I'm developing and testing technologies, it's really easy to do just about any type of testing that's going to get you to clinical trials. And then more importantly, right next to that building, actually connected to it, is our hospital. It's the main hub of an 8-hospital system that extends across the Houston area. We are not Southwest Texas Methodist. We are not South United States Methodist. We are Houston Methodist. Everything that we do is for our patients in our community. I think that to me really drives home the notion of, yes, we have technology, yes, we have facilities, but more importantly, we have a culture of patient care that's focused on the people that we interact with on a day-to-day basis.
And lastly on my side is, you and I had lunch not too long ago, and I even said, like, how can we help build up Houston even more than what it is right now and be a San Francisco, be a Boston? And your answer or question back to me was, I mean, it just made me think because I had to reframe my statement. Like, well, we don't want to be a San Francisco. We don't want to be a Boston. What do we want to be?
Yeah, so Albert was speaking exactly about that, right? San Francisco, there's an established culture that happens like this. In Boston, it's a transactional approach. I think what we have here in Houston that makes us so special, and the thing that's going to continue making us special, is we're Texan by nature. There is an approach to just being courteous and extending yourself in spaces that you normally wouldn't because you want to see things happen. But more importantly, we all know what the Texas Medical Center means to the city of Houston, not just for the patients, but for the economy and the industries that live in Houston. There's 3 major economies or industries, and we've spoken about that. It's healthcare, it's NASA or aeronautics, and it's energy. And all 3 of those, at some point or fashion, actually interact with one another, or intersect. We collaborate. So without having this special place and having it in a way where we can keep continuing to collaborate, I don't think it is what it's going to be. And I think we have that. We have that in spades. It's not going to be a space where there's going to be a ton of funding that's going to happen for every startup. We're very selective. And as a mission-driven approach, you have to be selective of the technologies that you undertake. We're not just going to pick up any technology that comes knocking on our door. I've only worked with 52 startups in the 8 years that I've managed or directed the Center for Rapid Device Translation. I've met probably 2,500, 3,000 companies over that time. But the success rate, 65% of those companies reach a milestone, whether that's regulatory, financial, to keep driving that innovation forward. So to me, biotech and life sciences, the success rate is 10%. I'd like to think that every company I work with is part of that 10%. I'm pretty close with 65%.
The innovation and the transition that healthcare is going through is also happening in the energy business, as you know. I mean, I'm amazed that the big energy companies are starting to really invest in green energy now. And that innovation is just like a spin wheel to get more innovation going in Houston. And then, of course, NASA with the Mars mission in hand. The reason we're looking at, we've started a new part of life sciences now in aerospace medicine, because the NASA integration and work with they do with the Texas Medical Center really is going to offer some opportunities in everything from how we do surgery in rural Texas to major advances in technology and medical device. It's really, really exciting times with all three of those industries working together and the synergy of the innovation that's occurring between them.
Shameless plug. If you're in Houston, December the 9th, we've got something called Pumps and Pipes. It's going to be at Helix Park. Please attend. It's those three industries coming together like they have for the last 17 years and sharing best practices and collaborating for real-world problems.
So Homer kind of read my mind, but first of all, to summarize, there are countless philosophical and pragmatic reasons to live in Houston, specifically for MedTech. What I'd like to go down the line, I want everyone to invite the audience to visit Houston and give your top recommendation for what to do, fun thing to do in the city when they visit.
Well, let me think about that. So one, welcome to Houston. Definitely, there's you want to go to the rodeo, as been mentioned. You want to see the Space Center. Definitely, I think those are things that we really enjoy. And the last thing I'll say is you want to go to a Houston Texans game. Football is big in Texas and in Houston, and so the Texans are winning these days. So it's a great time to come and visit.
Great advice, Justin. But I'll tell you, the number one thing is to come to Houston in the winter, because the weather is fantastic. So the summer is 100 degrees, but in the winter, everyone's jealous of us because it's about 70 degrees and you can go outside in your shorts and just enjoy the weather all day. And especially if you come around the holidays, Houstonians do a fantastic job of lighting up the city and putting on quite a show at the hotels, at the, there's a huge museum district in Houston that's all lit up. You can go down to Galveston and enjoy a big garden that's all lit up, and there's just a lot of fun activities in the winter, especially around the holidays, so I highly recommend it.
I was going to follow and talk more about the museums. There are really some fantastic museums in Houston. I think Houston doesn't get its due respect on that matter. I mean, there's a really great Museum of Fine Arts, contemporary arts, the Mental Collection. It's awesome. So that would be my recommendation. Come and have a day at the museums. For dinner, have some Tex-Mex, have some barbecue, and if you want to have something else, we have anything that you want to eat in Houston.
From food to, we'll switch to drink, I collect a lot of wine, or other folks call it a hoarding problem. So if you come to Houston, you can come meet me at the wine storage place and we can rip corks on a ton of bottles like some of the folks over here have.
That will be something you'll never forget, by the way. That's quite a trip. Let's see, I would say that you should visit the Texas Medical Center for one. And two, I would say also NASA's worthwhile. The Space Center, I think, is really a eye-opener. And then the Museum of Fine Arts is a wonderful, wonderful experience as well. There are a number of museums. There's a museum district, so all the museums in that district are worthwhile. And I'll stop there.
So I agree. Visit us as soon as possible. If you actually visit, let me know. I'll probably give you a tour of our facility so you can understand. And that actually helps me, because then you go to your home and your city, state, country, and you promote my efforts so I don't have to do any more marketing. So thank you for that. But I would also recommend that you go down to NASA Space Center. There's only one other place in the U.S. that's comparable to that, and you want to experience it. The food is phenomenal. Get there as soon as possible.
And I'll close off real quickly that it's a new home for me, but I've been exploring as much as I possibly can, and they've covered the city. But about 45 to an hour north, there's something called the Blue Bonnet Wine Trail, and that takes you from Lake Livingston, Lake Conroe, all the way almost over to Austin, and in between there's a huge wine region that is actually a lot of fun to visit. So Houston has a tremendous amount to offer, and what I would say is, Houston, we don't have a problem, we have opportunity. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It was great conversation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, you did a great job. Thank you. I was actually expecting Giovanni is going to start this panel with saying, "Yeehaw!" Here you go. Ladies and gentlemen, now I hope you are ready to transition to more intimate conversation between our two next speakers. Please help me to welcome for our fireside or seaside probably chat, Julie Adrian, Managing Partner, UK Health Group Lead at Finn Partners, and Hirak Parikh, Principal, Venture Investment at Johnson & Johnson. And they're going to have a chat about stages of MedTech company, what to worry about and when. Please help me to welcome.
Fireside Chat. Stages of a MedTech company, what to worry about and when.
I need sunglasses.
I know we do. All right. Thanks, Yulia, Dylan, Giovanni. Excited to be up here. Not sure I am from the Midwest, just full disclosure. So that Houston talk, I kind of resembled that remark. Kansas, not Texas, but very excited to have a partner in crime here today to talk about really what keeps you up at night, right? In terms of biotech and emerging companies. We coined the talk, what to worry about, but I think equally important is what not to worry about, I think is what we're going to talk about today. So there's so many things that can cloud your journey and your mind in terms of evolving your company and in driving innovation. So hopefully our 19 minutes will give you a little bit of peace, what you can let go of, but also give you some focus on what you really is most important at what stages. And so I'm going to introduce you to this lovely gentleman, and we're going to talk a little bit about in phases. We got 3 phases, right? We're going to talk about. So in early, Series A, Series B, C a little bit later, what are the things for you to really focus on in those 3 areas? Be thinking if you have questions, comments, and we'll take it from there.
Sure, thanks. Thanks, Julie. Just a show of hands, how many of you here are like first-time founders? Okay, that's helpful, just helpful to know, set some
About
context. And the others, I presume, have done it before, so that's going to help. Yeah, so fire away, Julie. It's going to be pretty informal.
Well, give a little introduction.
Sure. So I'm Hirak Parikh. I'm a principal at J&J, working on the investment side. So, JJDC, who I work for, is the investment arm for Johnson & Johnson. So obviously we sell a lot of pharmaceuticals. We have a lot of different medical device businesses. So, we're a strategic corporate investor. So when we look at companies, we're looking at it from a strategic lens. So we're definitely not trying to lose money, but our goal is really to help make our company stronger strategically. So we're trying to look ahead in 10, 15 years and what the landscape's going to be, what kind of technologies we should be interested in, what things could be very disruptive that we should be aware of. So that's sort of my focus. Obviously, we work across the spectrum of med devices.
And what I do within, excuse me, Finn Partners, I'm having so much fun meeting so many people, I'm losing my voice. But at Finn Partners, so we help companies along that whole journey and really from a communications and integrated stakeholder engagement standpoint, move them along from early to later. So let's start with early. So what should be keeping you up at night in early phase, and what should you let go of?
Sure. So you know what, I just wanted to start off by saying that, you know, I don't know if you guys, there was an investor panel before this, and the question was, you know, what are things that are important? And I think, you know, in generally speaking, I mean, everything is important, right? It's like a chair, right? You know, it's not like one leg of the chair is more important than the other. I mean, you sort of have to have all those elements for a company to be successful. So, you know, that being said, like, you know, a really successful company, when you go back and see, you know, they've got all these things figured out, right? They have great investors, they have great funding, they obviously have great technology, you know, they've figured out the regulatory path, they've figured out the reimbursement, you know, they have revenues, you know, they get acquired or they, you know, they go IPO. So all those things are all important if you want to be successful. But in terms of your question, right, in terms of a medical device company, you know, there are obviously 3 stages, and it requires different sets of talents, different things that need to worry about. So focusing on the first one that you mentioned is like, if you're an early stage company, like I see that as sort of the why phase of a company is, you know, the biggest question is like, why are you doing this, right? Like, you know, there's solutions out there, right? Like, so what, you know, like why?
What unique?
What's so unique about that company? So I think it stems from that. So I think at that why stage, the most important thing I would say that you need to really worry about is you're probably starting off with a very small team, right? You have maybe 3, 4, 5 people. So, you know, those people are the ones that are doing this because they have a passion for it, you know, they have a vision. So that's really key, is to have that founding team that's really going to be devoted to this, because you're signing up for a very long journey. So that's number one, is worry about the team that you have. The second thing that is really important is the IP, right? It's like you don't have to have a final product, you don't have to have revenue, you don't have to all these things, but you definitely need to focus on what is your secret sauce, or what's your critical advantage that's different, right? Because that's what you're going to get from investors. You're going to be asked, like, you know, why do I need to talk to you? So it's sort of the why phase, I would say, at the early stage.
Yeah. And then I think that proof of concept, right?
The proof of concept, absolutely. Yeah. You know, you have to have like maybe like a prototype, you know, that's working, that you can show, that shows the promise, right? It's just like, what is the promise? What's the vision of the company? And then, you know, you have some funding. I mean, there's lots of things that you know, I mean, everybody needs money to get started, but you know, definitely don't need to go chase VCs or, you know, chase people like me at that stage. I mean, you want to get to know them for sure, but the most key thing is, you know, getting started, you know, making progress towards that, you know.
And having a sense of your business model, enough of a sense of your business model.
Yeah,
you don't have to have it all figured out, but enough of a sense.
You have a sense of it, right? Like I said, like all legs of that chair are important. It's just that, you know, you want to focus on some of these things. So you had to have a sense of where that's going and what that business model would look like, because it's going to come, right? These are things that are going to come down the pike. So I would say that at any stage, right, like you want to focus on, like spend maybe 80-90% of energy on focusing on what's relevant now, but you also want to kind of like keep an eye out of what's coming down the future, so you cannot be like heads down and like, you know, you crash your car, right?
It sounds like we're talking out of both sides of our mouths, but we're not, we promise. So let's move into Series A, mid. This is where funding, whether it's seed, whether that becomes more. We talked about advisors. You said team before, but now it's like layering on the right advisors, right? And then regulatory becomes more like building your regulatory strategy, and really, we talked about this in prep, thinking about a global regulatory strategy, not just country by country, right? Like really having planned out almost your go-to-market regulatory strategy with the end in mind, and then thinking back to, okay, what's my first country, and how does that have a knock-on effect, right, for everything else?
Yeah, absolutely. So just going back to what I said earlier, so I would say the second Series A part is sort of the what, like what are you doing? what's going to be the plan going forward, those kinds of things. Because you have something that's differentiating, you have a team, but now you're kind of becoming more of a company and less, you're still a startup, but you're becoming more of a company. You're going to hire some more people to help you with other pieces that you have to figure out. So your IP is very strong. Obviously, the regulatory strategy is the one that becomes really relevant, and that's kind of what you're going to go and fundraise. So for us with J&J, that's kind of where we get involved. So we're not going to get involved before you have any first-in-human data. We're going to want to see a little bit, but we want to get involved definitely before you get FDA approval, because I think that's the big inflection point. And I would say this is the most critical stage for any company.
Yeah.
This is kind of where companies sort of, the hill that they die on. It comes to funding, it comes to the regulatory strategy, it's coming to building teams. So I think that's like the sort of the make or break for the company.
So we heard this morning on one of the panels that they really want to see, investors, funding folks, revenue. They want to see some revenue. Is that the same with you guys? Or?
It depends. I don't want to give like a cookbook answer, like, I got ABC, like I'm going to get this output, but it's not relevant. I think you want to see a little bit. You want to see, like if it's a medical device, it's going to be a limited launch. You want to see some traction from some KOLs. You're not going to try to like go everywhere. Like as Julie mentioned, like you want to have a plan of like how you're going to approach it. But you're going to need money, right? Like you're going to need money to go after some of these regulatory things. So you want to see like early feasibility studies. Maybe you want to see like some first in human, maybe 5, 6 subjects. So you're not like in the lab, you have like say a beta prototype. Again, it depends. It's a bit of a continuum, I understand, depending on the company. But
and then what about device and diagnostic? Do you want to see pilots? Do you want to see?
You definitely want to see pilots, because this is the question that you're going to get from investors. It's like, where's the product market fit? Like you want to show some data to prove that, this is differentiating. There are people who love it. Like, maybe some of it needs to be marketed. Maybe everybody's not ready for it, but this is going to be, the next thing in 10, 15 years, and here's why, or this is how we're different from other competitors, et cetera.
So, Anaki, I was just talking to what we lovingly call doctorpreneurs, professorpreneur at our stand. And he was telling me he doesn't even have a prototype yet, but everyone he talks to in a variety of verticals wants the product and needs the product. I would love your opinion on, is it better to have a product that a lot of different people love, or to be focused in one area and go deep in that area? Or does it matter, or does it depend? It probably depends.
A little bit it depends on your product, but I would say that you want to sort of, what they call like a sort of land and expand strategy, because you cannot, again, your product is not going to be everything for everybody. You definitely need like some fans, you need that focus. At least the companies that we see that are successful, they have, maybe they have KOLs in different geographies. They're not all concentrated in one area. Like, they may have some there, but they have to absolutely be champions, right? They have to be champions for this product, because this is how products get into hospitals, right? You have someone who's going to champion this, who's going to go to the value committee and say, like, this is going to be valuable, right? This is why, this is how it's going to save us money or make things faster or make things better. So I would start off with that. Like in some other medical device, you may start off with like one indication, and picking that is important, right? Like picking that. And it may not be your eventual goal, but it could be something that you can prove quickly. It's going to be cheaper to run the trial. It's going to get people to believe that this works.
Yep.
Like, you could start in, like, say, prostate, right? And say, I'm going to work on this. It's easier to recruit. I'm going to, it's going to be cheaper. I'm going to get this to work. And then I'm going to go into, like, say, lung or something like that, which is going to be the bigger.
It could be faster to revenue. So we've done that with clients where they were looking at the big, hairy, audacious goal that was more like a neuro target or a CNS target. And we said, back it up. We can get to revenue faster and a proof of concept faster in this indication that will then fund your bigger goals. So I think strategically, and is that the kind of thing that when you get involved with a company, you help them figure out, or you help them?
That's an excellent point. And this is sort of why I say the Series A is really critical for many, many reasons. The other reason is also the kind of investors that you bring to the table, because, not that raising money is easy. It's really hard, as you all probably know, but it's also who you raise the money from. It's going to be critical, because this sort of is going to set you up. There's a lot of setup in this stage, and you want people on your cap table that give you money, but they bring other resources, like maybe they have experience doing this before. Like especially if you're a first-time founder, you want someone on the cap table or part of your board that is going to help you navigate through some of these things that you're not sure of, that you probably need help, or just to tell you something like, hey, you don't know what you don't know, right? Like, those kind of people who are going to help you with some of these things, because that is going to really be the make or break for the company.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's go into BC later stage. So now, all of that, you've made it through the valley of what a lot of people don't make it out of, right? And now you're off and you're go-to-market. We talked about, is your product market ready? What is your go-to-market strategy? Certainly, obviously, you've got to deliver on your regulatory milestones. You've got to make sure. And then this is where more revenue and your initial markets and how those go. So those are kind of the areas we talked about. Tell us more about those.
Yeah, so in this, like you mentioned, like as you get to that stage is now, you're a real company, right? Like you're not like looking like a company, a real company, going to have maybe like 20, 30, even more employees depending on the company. And you already have approval in Europe, you're trying to go to the US, or you're trying to do this big pivotal trial, that's kind of where you're going to need the big money to come in. So you've solved all those problems. And again, that's not easy to get there. So if you're already at that stage, that's awesome, because not many companies make it there for all the different reasons that we talked about in the previous. So I would say getting a pivotal trial done, getting probably the next set of investors. Like now you're really thinking the exit, right? Like what's going to be the exit? Again, for us, like J&J, we're not looking for some huge numbers. We're looking for like the possibility, because there are things that a small company just cannot do that a big company can do. And probably for a lot of companies just makes sense. This is kind of where we sort of hand it off to a bigger company to get the economies of scale, to get those gross margins, get a quality system, like, just sort of the scaling part of it, which we're very good at. So that's kind of what you're planning to do. And, you probably have like a PE or a growth fund that's helping you with the funding process. You are making some revenue. It's not like you're still trying to figure out product market fit. Like you're not at that stage, we're still doing that.
Right.
But you're really getting ready for what the exit could be. And it doesn't have to be like 6 months. It could be a year or 2 years from now. But you have that plan going forward.
Do you feel like CVCs are waiting, longer to invest these days, or do you feel like there's been any shift in terms of when you get involved?
Well, CVCs like us, the benefit that we have is that we are always around. These days, as most of you probably know, the funding environment hasn't changed. It's a little bit tough to raise money, so. Typically, like we're seeing ourselves leading a lot of rounds, meaning because we are investing in a company because we have strategic interest, right? We're not investing in something because it's hot or it's going to make money, or there's a reason, there's a rationale behind CVCs looking at something. Otherwise, you're just going to say no, right? Hey, this is great, but it's not for us, right? Because this is not what we do. So I think we are sort of always, sort of evergreen in that sense to be around. But we want other capital to coalesce,
of course,
around the company as well. So we just find ourselves sort of carrying more of the burden.
I was going to say, so you are leading more.
We are leading more.
Okay.
Usually we don't lead because there's always like some VC that's leading around and they want to bring a strategic or not,
right,
depending on what they do. We are always interested. If you're interested, then we are interested for the short or long term, because, markets change, right? We are trying to look 5-10 years out.
Right. So I'm going to do one last question, and then if there are any questions out there, you guys come up or shout them out. So the last comment I want you to talk about is, if you could give the quick elevator speech of what you look for, like what would it take to get you interested in an innovator?
Yeah, so from J&J's perspective, of what I spend most of my time is, we've got a number of businesses, so it has to align with some of our, there are lots of different CVCs, some of them are a little bit loose, like, Intuitive is a little bit loose, but we are very closely tied to our businesses. So if you're interested, which means that our main goal is to acquire the company, so it has to be in like surgery, it has to be in orthopedics, has to be in vision, has to be in structural heart or atrial fibrillation. Those are sort of areas on the MedTech side. I mean, we have a whole slew of things on the biotech side. I can talk about it as well. But that's what it would take is, so the process is, we know this is an area. You talked to me, and I did meet a couple of founders here, which was great, because they are like really on strategy. We pass that non-confidential deck internally and see, what the view on it is. Sometimes it'd be like, hey, this is interesting, we want to track this company, or we have been tracking this company for a while, we're looking at other things in this space, we want to get engaged at this stage, or like, hey, this is awesome, can we get involved? Because sometimes, there is some benefit for us in participating early in like helping you, do a clinical trial. Like in some cases, we have told them like, that indication, probably not the best. You might want to go on this.
You can advise then.
We advise them, and that's what you want from your Series A investors, is sort of like advice and direction as you go.
And support. Any questions out there for you guys? Like, it's hard to see you because it's so bright. Anyone? Nobody? All right, we only have 59 seconds. What do you think? What's your drop the mic final comment that you would like to give to the group?
No, my final comment is, like, it takes a very special person to do a MedTech startup. It's not, there are easier ways to make money, easier things to do. So, it is difficult, but, eventually a lot of the stuff that you guys are doing is going to help someone, which is, I think, is awesome. It also gives people like me a job to do, which is like invest in these companies. So thank you. It's a hard job. It takes a village. And my final comment is like, think of it as a team effort. I think there's this tendency to see it sort of an adversarial thing, like you're the VC, I'm the founder, like as if it's some sort of like, negotiation competition. I mean, we're with you, right? Like, we're part of your team. You want to pick, and we're trying to build a relationship because it's a long journey, right? A lot of these companies take 7, 8, 10 years. So, someone was saying that that's longer than the average marriage in the US or something. So, it's
probably
that sort
globally now too, I think. Maybe.
It's that sort of relationship that you're looking for, which I think that's kind of what, you should look for and find the chemistry, right?
Amazing. And figure out your what and your why very early on too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hirak and Julie. And if anyone has a few questions, Julie has a booth upstairs as well. Fin Partners, feel free to stop by. And Hirak is on our MedTech Match networking platform. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you to dive more into the world of AI. I'm pretty sure each of you, even in a regular life, use some kind of tools. I personally use ChatGPT all the time. So please help me to welcome our next panelists that are going to unpack on the subject, the AI and MedTech dialogue. And our speakers today are Ziad Tayeb, co-founder and CEO at Mylan H, Benjamin Manny, Manager Digital Software and AI Regulation with MedTech Europe, Andreas Forsland, CEO and co-founder at Cognition, Maria Nyakern, Managing Partner at Nyakern Nexus Investments, and Yosef Helva, CEO of Fluid AI. And the panel will be moderated by Kevin Siam, brand founder and commercial director at Zapyrus. Please help me to welcome the speakers on stage.
The AI MedTech Dialogue.
All right, awesome. Welcome to the AI and MedTech panel discussion. We've got a great set of panelists here, all walks of life and diverse backgrounds, diverse companies. Our goal here is to provide as much engaging content and kind of challenge each other's ideas. We're going to touch on topics that are related to AI, but through a variety of channels. And we would love to get your participation in it as well. And so we'll work our way through different topics, and then we will open up kind of brief Q&A sessions in between topics for anybody that is in the audience and that would like to participate. We'd love to hear from you as well. So we'll start with a bit of brief introductions from everybody, and then we'll jump into our topics. Andreas, in our planning for this, actually brought up a good point around, what is our theme here? What do we want to cover? And he brought up a theme around busting myths and truths in AI, in MedTech, and also in the general MedTech kind of industry as well. And so that's our theme for today. And yeah, we can kick things off with the intros. So myself, I'm from Sapirus. We are a sales intelligence tool, actionable sales intelligence tool powered by AI, built specifically for the MedTech industry. And so we're in a good position here to be able to pull some real world data in MedTech to act as a foundation for our talking points today. So we'll dive a little bit deeper into that. And then I'll pass it off to Maria. Here.
Hi, thanks. So I don't sell a product except myself that's powered by AI, because if we don't have that now in our selling title, it's, we're too boring. But I am a serial entrepreneur. I started a couple of businesses. One exited, I exited 2 years ago. It was a CRO. And through that, we had a very strong European regulatory expertise and a big team. And I got very interested in the SAMD, the software as medical devices, and through that it was a natural progression to understanding AI and how it's finding its place in the medical device technology. And after my exit, I went into focusing solely on investments, and now I support small and mid-size startups with both cash and competence, as I like to say. So a little bit briefly.
Thank you so much, Maria. So my name is Benjamin, or Ben Meany. I'm manager for digital software and AI regulation at MedTech Europe. For those of you who are a little bit more or less familiar with MedTech Europe, we are the EU trade association representing manufacturers of both medical devices, in vitro diagnostic medical devices, and also digital health tools and solutions. We effectively bring together more than 180 companies, which are primarily manufacturers of these devices and digital health tools and solutions, but we also represent a large spate of national trade associations. Think of the MedTech Europes in the EU member state capitals and beyond. So we have roughly 56 national trade associations, really together representing the hundreds and thousands of MedTech innovative startups, small businesses, medium businesses, and of course those large European and international players. So really looking forward to the discussion today, because we have a number of startups on the panel and we really have a variety of expertise here. So really looking forward to the discussion.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andreas Forsland. I'm the founder and CEO of Cognition. We are a brain-computer interface company that uses AI to augment intelligence for individuals with severe disabilities such as stroke, ALS, neurodegenerative conditions. And so our use of AI is multifaceted in the sense that we use it in a sort of small models for processing and decoding neural signals, but then we also can build full digital twins of the disabled patients or subjects to mimic how they look at the world and how they would talk and think, so that it makes it easier for them to interact more quickly with the people and places and things around them. So we're based in Santa Barbara, California, operations in Toronto. We're a venture-backed startup. We're currently commercial with our platform. We're selling it into research hospitals around the US and Canada, and we'll be rolling out the core platform to accelerate clinical SAMD applications within neurology, including international customers in 2025.
My name is Yet, and I'm one of the founders and CEO of MindH. We've developed what we call a brain-computer interface for remote monitoring and neurorehabilitation of patients with brain disorders, with an initial focus on multiple sclerosis. I'm a computer scientist by training, so neurotechnology was not my cup of tea, as we say. My mum was late stage diagnosed with MS and regrettably didn't receive proper treatment. So I ended up pursuing a PhD in neurotechnology, the big hope that I'd help my mum regain mobility or at least better manage her disease. And right after the PhD, my co-founder and I kind of decided to roll up our sleeves and started MindH. I'm pleased to share that we've already begun a multi-site and international clinical trial whose purpose is to validate and get this over the line between America, the UK. We also have sites in Australia. So yeah, and that's all about me. Over to you.
Lovely. So good afternoon, everyone. Yusuf Halwa, CEO and co-founder of Fluid AI. So ultimately what we do at Fluid AI is we enable data-driven based surgical patient recovery. So patients coming out of surgery, we've built hardware and digital solutions that enable us to monitor the patient recovery, to enable us to understand how the patient condition is evolving, to build data sets and models that enable the healthcare provider to understand the patients that are healthy, enabling early discharge, and the patients that are at risk of developing complications, and to enable early intervention. We work with a variety of clinical partners all over the globe, from the top leading institutions, from Mayo Clinic to Cleveland Clinic, to a Unity Health, the 3 best ranked hospitals, a number of other facilities. And we also work with our top medical partners like Medtronic and J&J. And as a company, when it comes to AI, we utilize AI where we have our own data set using our sensory solution and sensory technology. So we have a proprietary data set there, and we also combine data sets related to patients and understanding their charts and their records and how that could be utilized to build models that enable us to give the next patient the best care possible. So excited to be on this panel and to discuss our journey and some of the challenges. And
awesome. Thanks, everyone. So I want to kick things off with injecting a layer of, I guess, optimism in MedTech, and especially in this kind of niche field that we're in. So the first myth is that there's no funding in MedTech. So hands up if you heard that in the past 2 years. All right, see, a lot of hands up. Great. Some of it is true to some degree. From 2023, off of the back of COVID-19, there was an injection of cash during the COVID period. In 2023, we saw a massive dip. However, since the start of this year, I'll reference off some numbers here. So in total, and not counting revenue, 2023, we saw $18 billion of investment that went into MedTech of all therapeutic areas and technology types. Year to date, as of Q3 this year, we're seeing $34 billion into MedTech this year. SAMD Digital Health specifically made up 38% of that investment in Q3 of this year. And this Q3 is the highest funded quarter since COVID-19 pandemic. And that is also supported by the growth in merger and acquisition volume, which in this quarter we saw the highest volume since COVID-19 as well. And so let's just bust that myth now. We're on the right track, and we're doing well in terms of the industry. And so based off of that, I want to lead into the topic of, I guess, what it takes to succeed from an idea all the way to commercial, specifically in the AI in the MedTech space. So the question I have is, what level of capital does it take to get a software as a medical device company or an AI-based MedTech company from an idea stage to commercialization? And maybe, Andreas, you can help kick us off on that, and then we'll work our way through.
Well, I'd say the TLDR on that is I could send you a URL. If you just contact me on LinkedIn, I'll send you a URL to a paper. So Starfish Medical just recently published a paper on this exact topic, which is very helpful. But the average diagnostic device requires at least $25 million USD in funding to get to commercialization. That's not to commercialize, but to get to commercialization. SAMD is averaging around 3.8 million USD. So in the sense, like if you're a venture capitalist, it's like hardware's hard, and it's very hard to deliver software without hardware. So you know there's a complication there that you just have to deal with regarding to your funding and assumptions. But if you're a digital health investor, you said, well, gosh, I could invest in 10 SAMD applications for the price of one diagnostic. You know, your risk profile on your portfolio looks quite different, right? And so anyway, that's my perspective. So one of the reasons why we pivoted a little bit from a point solution into a platform was for that reason, is that there are over 400 different neurological conditions that are listed on the NIH website that could require SAMD applications or devices. But you're talking about trillions of dollars, not trillions, hundreds of billions of dollars to be invested to address all of those needs, when really you could start to get at some common form factors, some common sensor typologies, some common methods and frameworks that could get to addressing sort of a general purpose hardware solutions, where you could minimize your hardware investment requirements, and you could put more money into the actual diagnostics and therapeutics and software delivery versus kind of reinventing the wheel on a whole bunch of bespoke hardware. And so that's kind of what we're doing at Cognition, is we've developed a hardware platform that unlocks an abundance of software because it's a more capital efficient strategy to make a huge difference.
Right, and scaling becomes different too, right, between software and hardware.
Yeah, like your corresponding business model would be very different. Like Mylan H, you're a software focused company.
Yeah, and yeah,
I'd like to add something to that. So if we hear 3 million compared to 30 already sounds, you know, like a bargain, right? And then we spoke about it before and said, 3 million, it's so much. What do you do with that money? And I said, no, but 3 million is supposed to be little. But if I think we have all the opportunity now to bring that 3 million down. If we can't make that become less, we are really not taking advantage of AI in itself, because if it's all about automatization, optimization, so the whole idea that you know, if we want to use AI also as a way to democratize and boost innovation, in an ideal world, and not even ideal, I think realistic, we should be able to bring that below 1 million to even further boost innovation, because there's a lot of, coming from the CRO business, I know that a large part of that 3 million goes away also in clinical evaluation, and definitely there's a lot of tools that are already coming out that really helps to decentralize the clinical research and really improve the cost that you have to spend on the clinical development process. So I think it looks optimistic, but it can get even better.
I would just sort of add, if I could add to that a little bit, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, is this notion of, Tom Gruber, who is the co-founder of Siri and sold it to Apple and Steve Jobs, he's on our board, and he's also an AI advisor to our engineering team. He's a humanist in the sense of his application of AI, and you can sort of fall into two kind of camps. You're sort of the cyborg camp or the AI to assist humans camp. And so he's more on the humanistic side, and as are we.
I was going to say cyborg, all the way, cyborg.
You know, I mean, there's going to be a mix of both, but you know, he actually affectionately, there's this notion of like, instead of Big Brother, the notion of like an analogy of like, could AI, the sense of a general art AI, could it be more of a big mother, right? You know, so the notion of like mothers tend to mother you, right? And they can also adapt from a reactive care model to a proactive care model.
Yeah.
Right, in a sense of like, today's use of AI is mostly just trying to get a handle on what is the current state and how do we, you know, fix what's broken.
Yeah.
Versus could AI actually transform the proactive side, right? And like, does a proactive AI of Big Mother need to show up in a medical, like a regulated device?
Yeah.
Or could like a thin layer of an aspect of Big Mother's, an echo of Big Mother shows up in AI in consumer devices, or in just, you know, your Bose, you know, noise canceling earbuds, you know, all of a sudden have like a little sort of aspect of Big Mother that's looking out for your wellness.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see that aspect as well. Like our product is not to the patient, but we also see aspects of that proactive versus reactive approach in development. So it's interesting, it bleeds across, it's agnostic from that sense. So I want to hear from, Yusuf?
Yeah, so what I'll add to what you've mentioned on the hardware and the software side, when considering the investment that has been made, hardware by definition requires bigger investment because you are building a real tool that exists, and to do that you need to invest into R&D, you need facilities, there is a regulatory pathway that is almost fully defined for this process, and then you go into studies and data collection. So the amount of steps that it takes to commercialize the solution is longer. And when you reach that point of commercialization, you're typically entering with a large enough body of evidence that enables the commercial process to start and to take off. With software companies, we've seen a variety of different companies require different size of investments depending on how deep they are. So let's take a few examples. Do they require clinical study to validate the efficacy of their work? If they do, then there is a clinical study cost that scales. Now, is the clinical study based on retrospective data, or are they going to be conducting a prospective study recruiting patients? And at which point they are limited by the ability of the center to recruit patients. Are they recruiting patients from the general public, or is it a specialized group? And with every single one of these decisions, the amount of capital required scales significantly. And at the same time, is it regulated? Is it not regulated? To build the R&D, aside from this study, does it require a specific data set that is available to the public? Or do they need to go and acquire this data set patient by patient or data point by data point? The more of these answers and the more specialized you are, the higher the level of capital investment there is. And ultimately, yes, you could reach commercialization with very little capital and start to test the market. But the easier it is to access the market and the less IP you have, the more likely that there will be other competitors, and the more likely that you will struggle once you reach the point of commercialization. And that, to me, is the challenge with a lot of these companies, is we are measuring them by, are they able to reach a point where they could commercialize, versus how successful they are when they enter the market, and how much capital is required from the point of market entry to the point of success.
Yeah, for sure. And Ziad, do you have anything to add to that from your perspective?
Yeah, as far as MindH is concerned, we are a software company, as mentioned. Perhaps just to shine some light on the technology and the use of AI before I talk about the cost. So we've developed games. Those games would literally simulate your brain non-invasively, look at those responses. First and foremost, use AI to translate those responses into sort of digital biomarkers, telling your doctors about disease progression and helping them assess treatment effectiveness at home. And more importantly, I think this is the exciting bit of the work, which is you try to create a bespoke game-based treatment plan whose purpose is to enhance cognitive and physical abilities. And that's where sort of AI helps us, automate that process, create the right prescription for the right patient at the right time, sort of that, personalized medicine. So it's not really the cherry on top of the cake. We're really using AI day in, day out to help us provide the right prescription to the right patient. Speaking of course, I mean, I would say 3 million is really just a drop in the ocean. It doesn't move the needle, does it? I mean, now it's like, initially we were a bit naive. We thought we would need like 2 million to basically run the clinical trial and get this over the line. But you start to sort of like talk to other hospitals in America and Australia and the UK, and then the cost spikes, and it's like, 3 million is nothing really, it's just a drop in the ocean. I would say you would certainly need, unequivocally, around 5 to 6 million just to run a really good trial, 300, 400 patients, and be able to sort of tick the boxes of the FDA and those regulators. I mean, this is just a software as a medical device, just to be clear. If we're talking about sort of hardware, then, mate, like, you need like the 25 million that Andreas has raised to be able to get it over the line.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome. And so you guys touched up on the topic of regulation. And Yusuf, you mentioned structured regulation, been there for a very long time for traditional hardware, medical devices, IVD diagnostic systems, things like that. With the emergence of software as a medical device, right, regulation has to kind of update and keep up and figure out where that line is drawn, right, between a pure SAMD versus a digital health platform or a patient tracking system. And so what do you guys think about how regulation will dictate AI and MedTech investments over the next 2 to 3 years? Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of discussion on this already, and I think my response has changed 5 or 6 times throughout the past 48 hours. I had a sort of pre-idea of what I would say as a regulatory expert, but I mean, first and foremost, regulation, and I say this in the greatest of affections for the European Union, with which I work, but European regulation does not always keep up with software and technological development. And I mean, this is a fact, and this is the issue of trying to regulate a technology that legislators don't understand, that they haven't had sufficient time in developing any form of expertise in, and particularly when they're not talking to industry leaders or those individuals who actually program the software, who build the software, who integrate it into their products and their offerings, which ultimately are the offerings affecting citizens and patients on the market. What we have seen, of course, and I don't want to do a hand-raising exercise again, but I understand many will be familiar since you're in the EU, you're in Malta currently, that you're probably quite familiar with the medical devices regulation and the in vitro diagnostic medical devices regulation. These are our sort of North Star regulations in Europe, which many would argue make it a little bit more turbulent to get your product to market. I heard a lot about the numbers going up and up and up in terms of commercialization. And then if you're in the EU, you're also involving notified bodies, which means independent audits, and by extension means getting that expertise for those audits, which means increased costs again. So while we're trying to increase costs, I can probably add an extra layer onto that. But the most important thing when you consider MDR and IVDR is firstly understanding your checklist of those regulatory requirements that you are supposed to meet. Primarily if we're talking about software and AI medical devices, we will be undergoing third-party conformity assessments, so you will involve a notified body. When we're talking about AI, you're also going to be subject to the Artificial Intelligence Act. And that is sort of a copy-paste of the logic of the MDR with specific nuances for artificial intelligence technology. So that, of course, will increase costs again, which as a result will require even greater investment into those companies trying to permeate the EU market. It is worth it. In the end, it's 460 plus million people. It is worth it, but it is a bit of a turbulent challenge. So what I would advise is not perhaps wait and see, but get your heads together and understand those requirements and ask yourselves, is it worth it? And if it is, prepare yourselves for compliance. Don't wait until the last minute. Really get out in front of that compliance journey to save yourself costs and get your products towards patients.
I would also like to, because you're talking about costs, and that we could spend the rest of the 20 minutes on sort of what does cost look like for this kind of stuff over the next 2 years. And I think with inflation and other things, the cost of money, you know, you're going to probably see a 20 to 30% uptick in sort of the cost of these things just because of the value of money is going down. And so you're going to have eye-popping rounds that are going to be like, how did they raise $500 million? And it's like, well, that $500 million was actually like $100 million a couple of years ago. You know, but when it comes to the AI, I think there's a bunch of hidden costs and assumptions. I think, you know, ChatGPT and others have made it remarkably easy for the general consumer to just do things with basic prompt engineering. However, there is a cost, right? And so, you know, when you're building consumer technology, you have certain financial models like software as a service that could absorb some of the compute cost of either cloud or edge-based computing into the cost of the service delivery. However, if you think about reimbursement coding,
as a issue. There's not a lot of precedent regarding reimbursable SaaS models. It's fixed cost, you buy the device once, you might have consumables or other things, but there really isn't a world today that has an abundance of recurring subscription models that are fundable through regulated. So I think there is a little bit of a twist of, think about your business model as you're in parallel, as you're working through product development and regulatory and clinicals, because you might find yourself into a place where you've sort of navigated all the gauntlets to get the product done, and then you have a product that basically you can't commercialize because it's too expensive.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Maria, go ahead.
We were speaking before, Ben and I also, how it is in the European Union. We have actually 3 legislations converging now over the next few years. So, of course, it's the MDR, it's the AI Act, and it's the Data Act, right? And while they are mutually supporting each other and tend to not contradict each other, that's a good thing. But the implementation timelines also sort of constrict one thing to happen in a logistical or logical sequence. So that it's true, we will continue to have a turbulent period. If I say the next 4 years, I mean, probably everybody stands up and leave. But realistically, if we're speaking about what it's going to look like with the change towards the MDR and the understanding, specifically talking about AI as a medical device, it's not a clear path forward because there's so many different stakeholders involved, and I think the decision makers need still a lot of education, and that's where your work is so important also to come in. But being a service provider, or having been a service provider, and supporting medical device manufacturers to overcome these hurdles and remain in the European Union, it's hopeful, but at the same time, it's a little bit disencouraging. But again, planning and having enough capital to sort of ride out this storm, so to say, it's probably a good advice.
Yeah, it's just like, because we do have a horse in the race. We have an EU sort of company with a subsidiary in America. I think what's important really, and with those sort of regulations is, what's to say here? We should not throw the baby out with the bathwater, i.e., those regulations should not hinder technological development. And I think what you get to witness and observe after this new AI Act and those regulations, a lot of people are just going to America because things are just much easier. So I think it's important really that we go back to the drawing board and look at those regulations. Are they, helping people, innovate, or are they just blocking them and acting sort of like as roadblocks? I would say, yeah, we're not saying let's deregulate those things. What we're trying to say is just get the right end of the stick, just like, find that sort of middle ground and make sure that you're not stopping those people from innovating.
Just a very quick point. I really agree with that because, I mean, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's a perfect example. I don't believe that's what European legislators have been trying to do. What we need to understand, and this is where really industry comes in, and this is what we as MedTech Europe need to hear from our manufacturers, including products that aren't yet on the market. We need to hear, what works in regulation, which you don't have to say a lot. That's not a demand. But really, we need to understand, not from a negative perspective, but from an optimistic and an ambitious perspective, where are potential enablers? What are we not doing in Europe that has been done in jurisdictions like the United States? And where is there room to update and consider the future of the EU's regulatory system to really bring back a bit more global competitiveness and also ensure that devices like you are all manufacturing and trying to market are marketed in the EU and reach patients, because that's the most important thing for us.
Awesome. I'm going to pause here and take any questions from the audience, maybe. Yeah, go ahead.
We can't see you.
I'll give it to Alex.
Thank you, Kevin. Quick question, and this is kind of mostly probably for the entrepreneurs, but if you could have a magic wand and wave it and get rid of kind of any of the big burdens that you've seen in your journey, what would it be?
Thanks, Alex.
If you had a magic wand and you could waive it and reduce any big burdens, is it? Or get rid of any big burdens?
To the entrepreneurs.
All of my answers are politically incorrect, so I don't know.
You know, it's, I'll throw in my 2 cents. So I've been, I shared this earlier, but it's like I'm on year 10 of what I thought was a 2-year startup journey. So, you know, I've learned a lot in those 10 years, and I would sort of say, you know, it truly is about the journey, you know? So on one hand, I'd say, well, all the problems I encountered that I didn't expect, I would love to wipe those away, but I wouldn't actually be who I am today if I hadn't had to grind through those situations and find creative solutions to get around those problems, over those problems, prioritize things. So you shouldn't sort of be wishful about removal of problems. You should just be actually thankful that you have those problems, because in the end of the day, sometimes those problems are just the universe telling you that there's a better way for you to do what you're doing, or another way you should be doing it. So if a customer doesn't like your product and you're hard-willed about like, no, you have to like my product, you have to maybe step back and say, well, what is it, right? And maybe you haven't listened to the customer well enough, you know? And so sometimes I would sort of say, all of that said, as a CEO, sometimes letting go of yourself to say, I want to get out of the way of this, that's an issue that a lot of CEOs have a hard time doing.
Absolutely.
I would say, I mean, I was probably the biggest burden to the entire, and I think coming back to yourself also, like this incredible focus on that there's some time. You have 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. If you start to approach 10 years, you have already failed your initial target. So in hindsight, it's that, I mean, in the end, being, you know, putting an unnecessary amount of pressure on ourselves, and because in hindsight, like you say, sometimes time needs to appear or pass for this right person to come in, for a technology to develop, for a need to occur. So in my case, that event was COVID. It changed the entire business. You know, we were a small consulting business. Nobody used digital marketing before COVID. It was all network, traveling to congresses. It meant like enormous amount of investment for a small company. But overnight, the entire customer base was at the tip of our finger. So, yeah.
Yeah, and if I just added another thing, it's just, I think we've hit at a few points here today, is the value of a community with mentors, I think is really important, because, you know, I have a really remarkable network now, right? Like if I were going to create another company, it would be amazing. But you end up like Frodo in The Lord of the Rings. You just sort of find a fellowship along the way, and you stumble and figure it out. But what's fascinating is the role of AI today. Like if I had ChatGPT today, like when I started, I could have at least been more efficient with decision making earlier, because I would have had more confidence. Even with hallucinations, I would have had more confidence making decisions in times where I didn't have access to experts.
Yeah, correct. I think sort of the problems and the challenges and the obstacles are inevitable, inescapable. It's just part of the journey. And there is a profound statement that I've heard this in the past, which is, there will always be rainy days. You just have to learn how to dance in the rain. So I think as a CEO, wherever it's building the next big thing, you just have to learn how to dance in the rain. But going back to the question, I think the only thing I wish I'd done differently, or I wish I had, is sort of like compressing time. You want to, I mean, as a startup, your biggest enemy is time, is not money. So you wish you'd done more in a short amount of time. So that's always sort of like, I could have done a bit more, I could have done it quicker. But then again, you go back to sort of like, it's the journey, isn't it? So we just have to embrace it. And you build that muscle, and it's gonna be all right.
Yeah, I mean, from our position, similar to everyone on the panel, I agree, it's a journey. If there is one thing I could if I could wish it could happen faster or change, is the amount and time spent in bureaucracy, and regulation and quality with medical devices. It takes an extensive amount of time to do anything, which over time becomes draining, whether you're working on a study, whether you're working through a procurement cycle. You're always talking in months and years. So that's why a 2-year is a 10-year journey, is because every single step is much longer when it's happening in the medical industry. So I hope to see efficiency improvements, and we see this with different hospitals, centers, regulatory bodies. There's still a long way to go.
Did you want to add something, or?
I was just gonna lob a topic, a little thought grenade in the room here. So,
okay.
Just a little controversy. So, we talked about facts and myths, but talk about hype versus reality. So, there's the role of AI, and I think there's a sense of wonder and curiosity and dreaming about what if, right? What if I could do this? And that is really exciting, but then there's others who have a bullhorn that get a lot of public awareness, especially in my industry, around what the future of AI is going to be. And the future of AI is it's going to cure everything, right? But then there's today, within the current applications that are going through the FDA, what are the actual AI applications that are going through the FDA today versus I'm going to give sight to the blind, and I'm going to help people walk, and I'm going to send people to Mars with chips in their brains, and I'm going to remotely control them and put digital payloads to save their life, and it's going to be longevity. They're going to live forever, and humanity's never going to die because of AI. Let's talk about some reality.
That's not real?
It is real. It is real. It's just not evenly distributed. We'll just say it's there's 3 people in the world that have access to that.
Yeah.
So
it's just it's such a brilliant point. I mean, you think of it that Sebastianism. I mean, they've got this myth in Portugal, which is the King Sebastian would return and sort of solve all the problems. I think a lot of people just misunderstand what AI can do, and they think of AI sort of that Sebastianism, or it's gonna solve all the problems. I would say, as Andreas mentioned earlier, I think it's important to know what AI can do for you, but it's also more important, I guess, to understand the limitations and so I think we need a bit more education here, because a lot of people tend to think, oh, I've just put AI in it. You'd be pulling the rabbits out of the hat, as we say, and it's going to create the magic. It's not.
Go ahead.
Just quickly, because it is a very good point, hype versus reality, because, I mean, when we're engaging with legislators in discussions on regulation, we were discussing cybersecurity regulatory coverage of connected medical devices. And I won't name the show that this is referenced from, because there'll probably be royalties due as a result. But there was a scene where a pacemaker was hacked, and it led an advisor to tell me, wow, I saw the show last night. We have to regulate the cybersecurity of connected pacemakers. And I said, we do already. Why are we even talking about this already? But it's a classic example of people who aren't so knowledgeable of the topic, and who see something, and then suddenly the debate becomes completely into the clouds, and that's what we're faced with day in, day out in the Brussels arena, which is trying to keep things grounded in what the technology does now, instead of regulating for a very out there what-if scenario, which could be 30, 40, 50 years from now. So
and so we only have a couple minutes left. Time flew by. And so I would definitely encourage everybody to connect with the folks here. Very resourceful folks, and there's so many topics that we can dive really deep into this space. And Yusuf, did you have something? Okay. And so in our last couple minutes together, I guess, maybe from each one of you, what's a message that you want to put out there to the audience, to the MedTech community, as it relates to MedTech and AI and the future of things in this space?
What I would say is ultimately AI is a tool, and I would like people to focus on outcomes and what they're delivering when it comes to healthcare, what they're delivering to the patient or the healthcare provider or their primary stakeholder in the healthcare system. AI is just a tool to get to outcomes and to get improvements and to move things forward. So just keep that in mind. It's not AI for AI, it's AI for patients.
I mean, I would go back to my opening remarks that I think we all should sort of, have dreams and wishes around forget AI for a minute, but what technology can do to like make all of our lives better, and how it can be invisible and just adaptive to what we do in our daily active lives, whilst remaining secure and all these other things. So the notion of like Big Mother as a concept of reactive and proactive care, that's a really big topic. You kind of get into the world of like general intelligence, which could be kind of almost like a disembodied godhead of like, it's a digital god, for atheists who are really interested in some other bigger power that's giving us, guidance and support, other than through a medium. So you're like, well, okay, if it's a digital god or a digital mom, then none of us individually as individuals or companies or startups can build that, right? Like, we're all building little voxels, like little components to a bigger vision, which is in service of improving the quality of life for humanity, and saying each and every one of you will have some implementation of AI. But then it's like, what's your flavor of AI, right? Is it sort of a cyborgian, like I'm going to do AI to, at all costs? We were talking yesterday about Facebook, and like their whole ethos was move fast and break things, but they didn't realize that they could have actually, if they had added one more guiding principle to that, which is, move fast, break things, and don't hurt people.
Yeah.
Then they might have grown slower, but they also wouldn't have had all the catastrophes associated with the Meta business, right?
Thanks.
And so the notion of like, what is your guiding principle for the implementation of AI that is going to be like a forever principle?
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Maria?
Yeah. So I want to bridge on to that and also say I think we are all, especially if we are in the medtech industry, and if we looked at SAMD, we are all collectively contributing to, I think, the intent of what AI will mean for us, whether we're working in regulation or in development or in manufacturing. Because it's such a specific kind of technology, right? That it's goes beyond anything that we have done before, and it's much big. It's bigger than any technology that we have faced in terms of regulation. We are like, do we walk pair in pair? Who runs first? Do we regulate in big brush strokes and then go back and provide the granularity and the details? Nobody knows, and it's conversations like this, meeting with the regulators, meeting with the innovators, meeting with the manufacturers, that we are really in this together. And then it's the best approach that I can think of. That sometimes I feel disencouraged because it's overwhelming. If we make mistakes, they can be catastrophical. We have all heard about it, and at the same time, you don't want to lose the optimism and the hope with what it can bring. And I told Andreas yesterday, I go back and I just meditate and say, I'm just going to focus on positive intent and hope that, just by doing that also sometimes we can, reach the regulators in Brussels that take whatever they see at homeland at face value rather than listening to the experts. So, yeah. What do you say, Ben?
And really quickly, we'll go to Ben and then see it.
I realize the time, so I'm going to be really, really brief. I want to come to a word you use, community, because that is something that you felt was lacking perhaps at the beginning, is this already sort of walked path towards getting your product to market and really assisting you and probably lowering costs and lowering effort that could have been best spent elsewhere. But there is a community, of course, in Brussels, around the European Union to help companies navigate the turbulent, I won't say impossible, the turbulent regulatory frameworks that you have to deal with. And one more point is something that we're faced with day in, day out, difficulty is conveying the expertise on how the technology works to the regulators. So that is really what you as the sort of digital innovative technologies, you as those developers and manufacturers, talk to your regulators. You know, don't wait for trade associations, just really go to your regulator and help them understand how the technology works, because that stops legislation that just doesn't properly understand how technology works, and that is the way we stifle innovation.
What I would say, I think as a final message, I mean, I'm a glass half full person, so I'm pretty optimistic. I think AI will certainly unequivocally, pave the way for a new era for medical device companies. So I think we should certainly embrace this sort of new buzz and around AI. And as a general piece of advice, I would say medical devices and MedTech in general, it's pretty hard. So just have that sort of determination, that thing between your teeth, and never give in, and it's going to be all right.
That's awesome. Well, thank you all, panelists, and thank you to the audience for tuning in and the excellent questions. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Need help? No? Good, thank you, thank you. Please, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, when we had a seaside chat between Julie and Parik was addressing a question, why do you do it, to the first-time founders? So our next panel, I have the same question. Why do you do it, serial entrepreneurs? Why do you go over and over again raising the next medical device baby when you can just stop and enjoy what you've done so far? Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome on stage our serial entrepreneurs. Josef Biadila, CEO at Bariatech Medical. Amir Gross, CEO at CardioValve. Daniel Hopkins, CEO at Vista AI, and Annalisa Somera, CEO at Rios. And the panel will be moderated by Giovanni Lauricella, CEO of Lifeblood, and Joseph Snyder, Principal at Lifeblood. Please help me to welcome the panelists on stage.
Serial entrepreneurship. Why we continue?
Hi, everyone. There's always a little second delay on this. Thank you for sticking around for this panel. You have no idea what you're about to get involved with. These people have done it over and over again, and we're going to find out why. We all know that MedTech is also called hard tech at times, and Andreas Forsland, who was actually just up here, was talking yesterday that he actually thought he was going to build this brain-computer interface company in a 2 or 3 year stretch, and he's definitely come to the realization that he's got 10 years ahead of him at least. And so we're going to dive into some of the stories of why these brilliant entrepreneurs have not only done it once, but again and again, and find out some of those reasons what keeps them going, and also some of those pitfalls as well as those successes that got them over the line. So give a warm welcome and applause again to these serial entrepreneurs who keep on keeping on in our industry. So we're going to do some quick intros, and I think just to set the stage, talking about why you guys are serial entrepreneurs, your name, your company, your companies that you've been involved with, a little bit of back end, and we'll go down the row and take it from there. So Yusuf, please lead us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm really humbled by the caliber of the people on the panel. So my name is Yusuf Biadila. I have 20 years of experience. I'm an R&D engineer. Baylis Medical Toronto, Sadra Medical California, Symetis in Lausanne. All three are structural heart companies, and all three were bought by Boston Scientific. And I'm co-founder of 3 companies. One company is Anchor Orthopedics for stabilization of disc herniations. The company is commercial in the US, in Europe. Co-founder of a company called Abogen, which is a saliva diagnostic company that was bought by OraSure, which is a big publicly traded company in the US and the leader in saliva diagnostics, and presently focused as a CEO of a Bariatech, which is a clinical stage obesity company.
Thank you. Annalisa?
Hi, my name is Annalisa Samara, CEO and co-founder of Reos. Reos is based in Chicago, Illinois. We are developing this wearable skin sensor that I have here in my hand. We can detect flow beneath the surface of the skin. So when I say flow, think of things like blood, lymph, and in the case of our first indication, cerebrospinal fluid or CSF in shunted hydrocephalus patients. So I lead the team of about 20 as employee number 1, and I licensed the technology from Northwestern University in 2019. So I'm here on the stage because I've been working with early stage companies, primarily medical devices, for 20 years, wearing many hats. Early stage VC, where I co-managed a life science portfolio. I worked in tech transfer and played senior management roles in a number of companies, leading finance, regulatory, operations, quality, that sort of thing. And my specialty is in the very, very early stage. I'm talking no CEO, no money type companies. And I love building the baby companies.
Thank you. Daniel Hawkins.
My name is Daniel Hawkins. I've been in the medtech space now 31 years. Started in large medtech, and as quickly as I could, I went early. Ended up in medication dispensing and found my way to Intuitive Surgical when there was all of 5 people, plus Fred Mull. So I helped in the early stages of Intuitive and set the specs on the Da Vinci robot with Fred. Went on to be involved in a number of companies, varying levels, ultimately to co-founding a company in the insulin delivery space. It was called Calibra Medical. It was acquired by J&J. That was since divested, and it became a company called Secure. I also invented intravascular lithotripsy and started Shockwave Medical, ran that for about 5.5 years after incubating it for 3. And then started a company called Avail Med Systems, ran that for 7 years. That's an interesting story. That one didn't go very well. And recently took over a company called Vista AI, and we're focused on using artificial intelligence to enable MRI technologists to create exams very quickly, very efficiently, and improve not only the quality but all the throughput of MRI image acquisition. Starting in cardiac, and will be in multiple anatomies within about 18 months. Why do I keep doing this? We'll end up chatting about it, but my specialty mostly is focused on unmet medical needs, and disruption is what is really what I focus mostly on.
Thank you. Amir?
Thank you all for joining us today. Like Yusuf, I'm more than humbled to be in this panel. Fantastic people, great experience. Myself, Amir Goss, also 20 years of real professional experience in the medtech, but if I go back, while I was a student, I was doing similar things as you mentioned. It's a family business, basically. My father started, so running errands for my father as a student, companies without CEO, companies with no funding, companies really, literally from scratch. So this is the most fun part. I totally agree. I co-founded 4 companies, actually. 2 of them were very successful, exited in 2016, 2021. 2 of them failed. I'm trying to stay humble, but the 2 failed. I didn't manage them, and I was asked not to interfere. So in my next rounds, I'm going to manage or interfere. So then I will be more successful. I'm working now on 2 stealth mode startups in the structural heart business, so stay tuned for that. Looking forward for this chat today because I don't want to lie. I'm asking the same question quite often, but I have good answers for that, by the way.
So then let's stay there, and I'm going to cheat because we had a CEO-only event yesterday of which all of us were here. And you actually mentioned the specific example when you sold Valtech Cardio, we'll call it on a Friday, you showed up the next day and started running CardioValve. And it doesn't take anyone more than a couple fingers to look up what happened with Valtech Cardio and the exit that you went through. Very successful. I mean, I say Mai Tais, but it could be any kind of drink. I mean, after you celebrate this company, you've worked for so long, people who watch Netflix and all these shows have this vision of grandeur. You sell your company and you just disappear. You buy the house that you want, you buy the cars that you want, you go vacation, you never see anybody again, but you showed up to work the next day. That takes a certain individual to do that. My question is why?
Okay, good question. I'll try to answer. First of all, I was on a momentum, and in a way, I was like in a running wheel, you know? I couldn't stop. Secondly, I value the investors' money very much. I value the investors' money more than I even thought, because the day I sold CardioValve, I slept like a baby because I sent back, because the original investors of Valtech, they were also investors in CardioValve. I felt I owed them back the money at fullest for both opportunities. So I had to continue. Although one of the investors told me, Amir, take 3 months off. What you're doing? I don't want to sign on no checks. I said, you're crazy, we have milestones from Edwards. Let me bring them. I want to bring I want to chew the steak. What's happening to you? Let me finish with that. Maybe I should have listened to him, but the morning after, I appeared in the office. He was the chairman. Okay, I will not lie. He didn't want to sign on the checks. I flew to Boston and said, take the 3 months. What's going on with you? Are you brain dead? I refused. I had fights with him. He said, no, I'm not signing the checks. I said, but we have commitments. He said, I could care less. So thank God I have friends. I took off because I was on the carb side with 20 employees the day after Valtech, which we need to move on for CardioValve. I was literally on the carb side. So I went from a guy I know and gave me an office. It was a bit surreal. Now after, I'll go back. I hope I tried to answer why I did it the day after, but you probably want to understand why I continue. So why I continue, I keep asking myself, to be honest. I did try, as I mentioned yesterday, who have been in the panel, in this August. I took 10 days, went with my family to my favorite place, Mykonos, and I told my wife and my daughter, there's one mission this vacation, that in this vacation, I'm taking the decision that I'm becoming a farmer, okay? And I'm doing everyday activity with my family, just thinking about me becoming a farmer. And actually, I'm all day riding jet skis there, having fun in the water, but I need to rest sometimes. I rest on the sunbed, and I get flash news, because I'm from Israel, I get flash news. And Israel is a small country like Malta. J&J acquired V-Wave for 1.7 billion, and V-Wave is a shunt. I told my wife and daughter, we are packing, no farmer, boom. Because you get a rush of adrenaline again, and that's all. I'm very competitive, okay? I play to win. And the problem with this business that it's very addictive. I'm sure Daniel will say the same, very, very addictive. And I'm doing no drugs, okay, guys, no drugs. But the dopamine that you get, okay, from bringing happiness to those families, the adrenaline you get from a successful animal work or bad animal work, the adrenaline you get from a successful team that you see, you get so addicted to that you literally can't stop. And I try to stop. Trust me, I try. I drive to the office sometimes saying, what the hell, are you crazy? And you continue doing it. And now we're co-founding two new companies, going raise a few millions. What the hell are you doing? I'm writing also my own checks. Those checks I can give my daughter for future life, you know? He took his kids university, college, whatever funds. I feel sometimes I'm doing the same. I give some guy in Israel a 250, 500 check because I believe in him and give it to my daughter. So it's quite addictive.
So Joseph, I'm going to toss you over a question, so think about. But before we do that, Daniel, I'm actually going to spoil it, and I want to have you give your own definition. In 2021, you and I did a podcast together, and at the time you were with Avail, and I asked you a very similar question about being a serial entrepreneur. And your response was, I have a responsibility. And I just want to know what that means to you.
Sure. So I have a fundamental belief that you get so many scars when you're doing this that after a while you're walking scar tissue, right? But you've learned a lot. And when you've learned a lot, it is a duty to pass that on in some respect. Okay, there are a variety of ways to do that. Investment is one. Doing your own is the greatest form of pathology, but also contribution, right? I also advise companies. I advise entrepreneurs, not because I'm going to take the company over, but because my scars shouldn't be theirs. We have an ability to do this, and therefore we have a responsibility to do it, because if we don't, who will? Not to say we're the only ones, but to say we've been through it and have learned enough that we can shorten the timeline, increase the propensity for outcome. We can improve medicine. And you know, I've been blessed in my career to be part of an effort that created robotic surgery. I'll never forget when I was asked to name the product and name the company while I'm setting specs and doing First in Man with Fred. That's a lot for somebody who, mind you, is not an engineer, not a clinician, never been in the OR standing up, and I'm doing that. That's weird, but I learned a lot. During that time period, I had a scalpel thrown at me by a surgeon who refused to let robotics in his OR. He was the third one to buy one. So, it just, you change clinical minds and you move medicine. 50 venture capitalists said no to Shockwave. What was discussed a moment ago, I used my kids' college fund to buy the IP when the incubator shut down the company that we were trying to start. And then I told my wife. Not very wise, wrong order. But you get passionate about these things. And what's a little strange is that it is a dopamine high when you go through a First in Man or what have you. It is very addicting. It's actually an interview question of mine. When you go to the amusement park, what's your favorite ride? If the answer is not a roller coaster, chances are you don't belong in my company, right? Because it's controlled chaos, right? There's a thrill to the safe danger. And sometimes it's not so safe. Sometimes it's really dangerous. But we have a responsibility to improve. And when you have opportunity to meet people who are touched by what you've done on an airplane, maybe it's your partner. My partner had Shockwave done on him and sent me a note saying it went well. It's extraordinary, and that is something that you can't let go of. I can't.
And Amir, you touched on ego a little bit here. Success can obviously change people. Success comes in different forms, whether that's financial, whether it's notoriety, whether it's the name in an article. How do you continue to manage the ego as you continue to be successful, continue to grow, and keep that in check?
Very easily, because in my opinion, my success, okay, and people can believe or not, I'm an egoless guy. And if someone will say that I've changed a bit, please come forward and tell me that. I can tell you that I've done 2 exits for a fund from Israel. They made a career out of these 2 exits. Giovanni knows who I'm talking about. We had a call a few months ago on another business we're trying to do now. And the guy spoke in a nasty way. I wrote him, hey, dude, what's going on with you? We sold 2 companies. I didn't change. Why did you change? What's going on with you? Hey, relax a bit. So I didn't change a bit. My family, my friends will witness, my employees will witness. I stayed humble. I live where I lived before. I drive the car I drove before. I just bought a newer one, but I drive the same car. I didn't do any crazy stuff, so to speak. Trying to be normal, to make my family stay normal. Really, literally, not for, as far as I feel and other tells me, I didn't change, and I'm happy about it. I don't think I need to change.
Thank you. Annalise, I want to toss this one over to you because you and I had some good conversation.
I will continue for a moment, okay? There's one thing about the ego, okay, that's, so about the responsibility. I'll go to the responsibility and to your ego. One of the companies I'm co-founding now is a responsibility because one of my top employees doesn't want to continue work in our company. He wants to spread his wings, which he deserves. So he tells me, this idea we never did. Let's carve it out. I will run it. If I say no, I'm an asshole. If I say yes, now he's an engineer. If I say yes, now I need to bring $5–10 million. Shit. Now comes the ego. You raised 150 plus. You did 2 exits, and now you need to go raise some peanuts in a way. And now you need to rent a room. You have, I don't know to translate it, but I have now almost 3,000 square meters in Israel. And now we're going to take us 30 meters. So it's like a toilet room. This will be our office. So in this, it's not the ego, but in this you say, okay, you need to go back, a bit backwards. But I had an interesting call with Doug Gottschalk, as I mentioned yesterday. 2 weeks ago, I said, Doug, what do you say? He said, listen, Amir, I sold in hardware for 200+ million. Because we know each a pump was a few million, so it's not that hard also to sell for 200+. The first year of Shockwave, we had 2 million. How do you think I felt? How do you think I felt? And he told me I might gonna do it again after I sold for 13 billion. So relax, take the 30-meter toilet room, and off you start again. So this is part of the responsibility to this top engineer. The ego, it's there. I felt it a bit. Oh, now from an empire, I'm going to a small room. This was a bit of a part of ego, but I've never ego in front of people, or I'd never treat in an ego way people, or stuff like that.
Thank you. Annalise, I want to throw it over to you. You and I had this conversation, but you're very mission and patient driven. And talk about that, because you've done this time and time again, like you were mentioning in your career. But then fast forward it to what you're doing now, and what is driving you, especially because MedTech is not easy.
It's not. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. I've been involved with over 10 startup companies, and this one feels a little different. It's not because I'm leading it, but it's because of the patients that we can have an impact on. So when I first joined this company, I licensed technology, like I said, out of Northwestern. There was no management team, but they were in a clinical trial. And I was talking to one of the co-founders, and he said, I want you to join, but I want you to accompany me to the hospital and meet one of the patients. And I said, sure, no problem. I wasn't sure if Reos was the company for me at that moment, but it was when I interacted with a patient and the patient's mom where I knew that it was the company for me. So when I joined Reos, I just had my second baby. I closed on my newly built house, and I was entering a company that had $0. So a lot of chips stacked up against me, and I knew that if this company didn't take off and fail, then I could just go back to what I was doing. I joined another startup. So when I went to the clinic and met the patient and their mom, she told me that the mom told me, like, I'm so glad that you are working on this, because this device can have such an impact on my daughter who had was missed months and months of school. And it was at that moment where I'm like, okay, she got me. Like, it was just, as a mom, that really resonated with me. And I said, I'm gonna build this. I'm gonna make it, even though I'm employee number one and there's no money in the bank account, I'm gonna do this because she's a mom and I'm a mom and I feel her. So, it was that moment where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna gather up some folks that I worked with at other startups, and I called up a couple people. The first one was someone named Adam that I worked with. I said, hey, Adam, I want you to join me at Reyes. There's no money, but I promise you it's gonna be great. And fast forward, 5 years later, we have 20 people on the team, over $20 million in financing, about to start selling our product in a couple months. And it's really the patients and the parents that continue to fuel me and fuel the rest of my team.
Congratulations on the upcoming commercialization, by the way. And by the way, Amir, I've been to your office. It's a beautiful office. I love it, by the way. And also the one that you're building, too. Joseph, I'm going to throw you another question, but before that, I want to get to Yusuf, because you are the hardcore engineer, and I've known you for a long time, and you are the hardcore engineer on this panel. And you've gone from company to company, built company from company to company, and now you're running Biotech. Does the mind ever stop as an engineer and as a serial entrepreneur? Is there ever going to be an end, or is it just this, how to fix things and you have that engineering mind, and to your last dying day, are you going to be thinking about how to change healthcare?
So just if I look back, the part that I really like is that finding a solution to technical risk and clinical risk, and during that time you kind of oscillate between the thrill of proving a lot of people wrong. We hear 99, this is stupid, and 1, yeah, this may work. And when it works, like, what a thrill. I mean, that's worth years and years of hard work. But you're also oscillating between that, the thrill, and the fear of losing people's money. And Abogen, which was really tough diagnostic company, was really hard when it comes to that, because you're struggling with money all the time. You know how diagnostics, saliva diagnostics is really hard to finance versus therapeutics, because it's very hard to put, value in the value chain. So that was really hard. But you're oscillating between these two all the time. You don't really have time to think about, I certainly didn't have time to think about my ego in the last 20 years, because you're always oscillating between these two. And the fact that you have to face so many difficulties really keeps you humble. At least it does. But in terms of the rest, I don't see myself as a commercialization person. I fired myself at Anchor Orthopedics. When we got into commercialization, we got a great team. And the way I see it is just I would rather have a small piece of a bigger pie than just stay and ruin it, because I'm not a sales guy. And I feel the same with biotech. Once we get close to commercialization, we're going to put a team in place, and I'll go do something else.
If I could add something very quickly to that. You'd asked the question of whether or not your mind is always going. I am 100% guilty of that. One of the key points of advice I find myself giving to entrepreneurs is to try to learn about their patents and what they're trying to solve. And I'd imagine you suffer from some version of this. You automatically think, oh, there's another way to do that. You could do it this way. Have you thought about this? And it's, from my perspective, to try to optimize the result, minimize the risk, shorten the pathway, shorten the economics, but very importantly, eliminate the patent issues, right? So yesterday evening, I won't reveal who this was, but an entrepreneur came to me, we started talking about it, and I said, well, have you looked over in this sector? Because they did this with that. It's very similar, different enough perhaps, but look at their patents, because I'm aware of this, 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 and this. You could get around it by doing this. And that's just how the mind works. It drives my family crazy, but that's some of what, at least in my case, I definitely suffer from.
A lot of sleepless nights.
I want to give one more anecdote. I feel that we're a bit criticized. Oh, wow, those guys were successful. Why they're not drinking the cocktail in Mykonos and they're continuing to run after the bloody pigs and so on. But I'll give 2 examples, okay? Michael Jordan is a professional guy, right? Professional sportsman. He probably retired because of his knees or rather the age, you know? But professional singer, they never retire, okay? Because they can go on and on and on and on. We don't have the limit that we need to retire as long as our brain function and we're able to create new companies, able to raise new funds. We're professional, we continue. So, you know, we know in Europe, in US it's maybe less, in Europe you can see a bartender, 70 years old, working in the same bar since he was 20. He is committed. 50 years of career as a bartender in this old, nice place in Spain or Italy. So I think we're committed people in the end of the way. That's all, probably. Professional, committed people.
And you have inspiration because your father still hasn't hung it up either.
Yes, unbelievable.
Take it, Joseph.
No, but he's rich in a different way, I must say, okay? People often, I think, have a mistake with my dad, okay? My dad is an artist. He's not a scientist, although he's a scientific guy, he's an engineer and so on. He's more artist than scientist, because when you wake up in the morning, he's sketching a new patent, like an artist is sketching a new paint, and then he shows me and said, look, what beautiful. I said, are you crazy? This is 500 patient study, PMA, $150 million first round, trust me. I said, so what, what's the problem? And I banged my head on the wall, because for him it's nothing, because someone like me, or Daniel, or Yusuf, or the nice lady here will go and do it. So he could care less, he's an artist.
And you guys have talked about now mission and with why you joined. Yusuf, you've talked with us many times about the successes of the patients, and that's a driving factor. You guys just talked about duty. From the other side, for first-time entrepreneurs here, you guys have been through, you said you're walking scar tissue, basically. Does that get easier the more success you have, or how do you learn to deal with it better? Or do you just become numb to it and it becomes part of the day-to-day job? I guess walk us through the challenging part there.
At least in my case, I'll say the only part that gets easier is that you recognize what's coming at you earlier and have some experience in handling, I'll say, the easier ones. I described at a conference earlier this year that you can see headwinds, you can feel tailwinds, but MedTech is known for sidewinds. When the sidewinds arrive, they can be a surprise. They can be a little breeze or they can be a tsunami. And you can't always see sidewinds. I don't know about you guys, but.
If I could just add, I think over time, you just become more nimble. You can adjust a lot quicker. You freak out. Your freak out moment time is less, you know? And then also over time, your network has grown. So if you're in a bind, you know exactly who to call.
Very true.
You're like, okay, you're in trouble with reimbursement. I'm gonna call this person. I'm in trouble with regulatory. I know exactly who to call. And it's only those that have like scar tissue, you know, who have that Rolodex.
Completely agree. It's a total roller coaster. And after you're doing this roller coaster so many times, I would say not nimble only, also numb, okay? Now, nothing can hurt you, okay? You become a bit more numb. I remember I was much younger, a TVT meeting, the chairman of the board arrived to see what's happening in this world, and I tell him, hey, we must close this round. I have no money in the bank. Soon I will not have money in the bank. He said, how much you have? I said, you know, maybe for 1 more month. And he calls the waiter, bring us the most expensive champagne. We're celebrating. You have money for 1 more month. I said, hey, relax. 1 more month is a long time. I said, what the hell, this crazy guy? But now I feel the same. This new venture that I'm working on, the guy is so stressed. I said, what you're stressed about? We have almost $1 million in the bank. Relax. You're spending nothing. Relax. When you have $20,000, let's talk that you're stressed. Now, relax. But I remember when I was young, I was also stressed when you could see the wall coming. So you become not only nimble, also a bit more numb. Nothing can hurt you.
Yeah.
Resilient.
Yeah, I definitely agree. To me, like the positives and the negatives. So the negatives, the stress, the fear, you just get used to the pain. It's a bit like, doing abs every morning. The first time you do 20, it really hurts. You can't even breathe. But then after that, you start doing the same, and you're used to that pain, and you can now breathe through that pain. To me, it's the same. However, the thrill, it stays high. You don't get used to the thrill.
You never do, ever.
I think I described it nicely. We get the dopamine from the happiness we bring to those patients. And we get the adrenaline from the day-to-day roller coaster. And this is very addictive. Dopamine and adrenaline, they're very addictive substance. And I think this is how I feel most of the day.
Piggybacking off of that as well then, the addiction of being a CEO or an executive, especially when you have success, it can keep driving you back. You also hit on the network as well. Does that keep pulling you back in? Because you mentioned trying to farm a little bit. You see one thing, and sometimes it could be the network also saying, hey, you would be great for this, or can you come look at that, and all of a sudden you just get the itch that you just can't scratch until you're back into the game?
I think it was stated well in, was it The Godfather? Every time you try to leave, they pull you back in. That's exactly what happens in my case. I swore I wasn't going to do another one, and then I'm here doing another one. Yes. And my guess is it won't stop.
So, an employee or a team member versus someone who's at the helm and done this over and over again, this notion of quitting. We're all human beings at the end of the day. We all have off days, we all have amazing days, but there's just these days that sometimes you're done. Like you feel like you hit that, you're done. How do you manage yourself when you just want to walk away? And what keeps you from not walking away?
I can take that one. I can take that one first. Again, I think, the patience. When I'm having a really hard day, I think about the patience. But I also think about my daughter. And I also think about the other little girls who love science, who want to be a boss one day. And I say, I can't quit. I can't quit for them because there are not many of us out there. I'm not exactly on your CEO bingo card, right? I mean, look at me, I'm not. So I have to push each day so hard so I can inspire my daughter and her friends who want to be a CEO too one day.
I'd say in my case, it is a responsibility to the patients, certainly. But when somebody joins my team, I'm actually honored that they're renting part of their career to me. So I feel like I have an obligation for an economic return, obviously, not just compensation, but equity. And then I owe them my best so that they can be their best, and their CV should be better when they leave for whatever reason than when they arrived. And I have a responsibility to investors in the same way, that if there's 100,000 in the bank, I'll spend my own 100 before I'll spend theirs. Even though I'm on a company that's burning $2.4 million a month for Shockwave, I was traveling in the back of the bus, going to Europe on 11-hour flights, because I'm not going to spend their money that way, right? It's just a sense of responsibility and a mission to solve the problem that you started out to solve. And if you're not drinking your own Kool-Aid, like I said yesterday, that you're reading the indications properly, you can't stop. You literally, it's like stopping breathing. How do you do that? You can't. You just have to see it through. And it is, honestly, it's pathology to a level, right? Because you're self-abuse to a result, but it's addictive. And for me, it's addictive because of the difference that can get made, right? I mean, I share the same.
I want to give another comment. Yesterday panel, I said how fortunate we are. And I still believe in it since yesterday. We're very fortunate, nothing changed. And I think the reason that we're so fortunate we're dealing in this business, I never had the day that you just mentioned, to be honest. I did have maybe 2 hours that I was frustrated with some, sorry for a stupid investor that couldn't understand why we work on mitral and tricuspid and not an aortic valve. I said, but we raised money for this purpose. You never listen to the board meetings. We are working on my job, not the Nordic. So stupid things can make you upset, but never from the employees or never from the patients or the results or the physicians you work with. I found that I had a bad day only from people who are involved in the business but don't understand the business, which are not educated investors. This was the frustrating moment that I felt.
And my final question, and Joseph, if you have another one, take it home, but I'm going to direct it at Daniel. If anyone wants to jump in, please do. I think it's the one question that everyone in the audience who's currently a first-time founder wants to know. On your next company and your following company, does raising capital get easier?
It would be a lie to say it doesn't. Okay, so there's credibility that comes with the experience, because a sophisticated investor sees your scars and they recognize, if they've done their work, that the story that got you to the success that would help it be easier has moments, right? So on the other side of Shockwave, can I get a phone call returned? Usually in about 5 minutes. So that part's easier. Can I get the credibility of this is interesting? 100% that's easier. But that gets you the conversation. It doesn't get you the result. So at the end of the day, if it's a terrible project, you're not gonna get the money. Doesn't matter who it is. But your credibility is immediately an entry ticket to a conversation that takes months to get otherwise, or you might not get. Even blind reach outs are easy now, candidly. So I worry less about, can I raise the money? I worry almost exclusively about, who do I raise it from? And are these people I want to work with, that are like-minded, share my vision, share the mission, and have the timeline ahead of them to be able to see it all the way through? So from that perspective, yes, but the project still stands on its own.
I echo that completely. Completely. It would be a lie to say yes. Okay, it would be a lie. Completely agree with every word. I wouldn't say it better.
I'd say my last question I'll ask you, Annalisa, because we have a lot of first-time executives talk about how lonely it can be at the top. You're purposely putting yourself in that situation. How do you manage that?
A couple different ways, you know. I think about, you know, what inspires me, what motivates me. You know, again, it comes down to the patients, their families, our different stakeholders, you know, our investors, the clinicians that I have become even friends with over the past, you know, 5 years. But, you know, it can be lonely, you know, really just being a CEO, but I think just building a network of those different stakeholders along the way can make things feel less lonely.
I want to add, don't be lonely. Just pick up the phone, call me or anyone around this panel. Seriously, don't be lonely. This is, I tell everyone that approaches me, the loneliness is terrible. To be in the top, the CEO, is terrible. The investors don't understand you. Sometimes the employees don't understand you. You're somewhere stuck in the middle. Very lonely, very difficult. Just pick up, don't even text, don't email, just call. That's all, easy.
And I'll steal your words and find a mentor.
Yes.
Find a mentor.
Yes.
Everyone, please give a round of applause for these serial entrepreneurs so they do it at least one more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a great panel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a great panel. You did amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was great. Do you need? No? Just a second. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how Giovanni used to say, I'm here in MedTech industry for the next 80 or 100 years. So let's hope we're going to have more and more serial entrepreneurs in MedTech Malta 3025. And I want to thank you all for staying with us for the whole day today. The panels are completed. Please go enjoy the networking at the Excelsior Hotel, and we are going to expect you to see you here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you so much. Thank you.